Chapter 541, Key of Time. Chapter 541, Key of Time. Translator, Zayamoj. 2 days later, in the central square of the secret dragon temple that can accommodate more than 100,000 people, gathered the Warlocks from the Eastern world and the Western world. On a dais in the square, there are 12 chairs, and on each chair sits a bright world Warlock rank expert. The Great Cloud Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, the Breast Dynasty, and the Cater Dynasty are all powerful dynasties of the same level. Even though the Great Cloud Dynasty is much stronger than any one of the other 3 dynasties, but it still only has 3 chairs. Above the dais, there is a palace suspended in the air that cannot be seen with the naked eye. It is the floating palace of the City of Time. The floating palace is where the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses gather. The Warlock geniuses of numerous forces of the Western world and the Eastern world gather in the City of Time. If all the Warlock geniuses died, it won't be a small blow to the Warlock groups. It is for this reason that both the Western world and the Eastern world have sent Infinity Warlocks to guard them. No matter how many ordinary Warlock talents die, the Infinity Warlocks won't bat an eye, but if Kresno, Angelico, and other outrageous geniuses died, it will be a huge loss to their respective forces. As long as these outrageous geniuses don't die, they will grow into Glorious Sun Warlocks at the very least. Every Glorious Sun Warlock expert is a very important and powerful combat force of any given force. In many places, there needs to be enough people standing guard to fully occupy them and obtain a steady stream of resources. Although Infinity Warlocks and Bright World Warlocks are extremely powerful, but they also have their own things to do. And this is where Glorious Sun Warlocks come into play. When noon arrived, a Bright World Warlock wearing a green Warlock robe and holding a huge mirror-like secret treasure silently recited an incantation and pointed the secret treasure into the sky, and a black beam of brilliant light shot into the sky from the magic mirror. When the black beam of light entered the sky, it set off weird ripples in midair. A huge star suddenly emerged from the void and covered the sun completely. Yang Feng looked at star in the sky with shock in his heart. To refine a star into a site where people fight over the keys of time, how extravagant. Those most powerful Warlocks really can pick stars and moons and refine planes. The Bright World Warlock wearing a green Warlock robe silently chanted an incantation, and the magic mirror in his hands suddenly radiated a dazzling light that enveloped Yang Feng and them. Next, Yang Feng and them blurred and disappeared. Yang Feng's vision swam, and then he found himself in a beautiful landscape that extended without end. There are all kinds of precious, extraordinary plants growing everywhere, and the air is rich with life magic energy. Yang Feng stepped on the ground and exerted a bit of force, leaving a footprint on the ground. The density of this world is the same as that of the Zhangji Plains continent. Worlds with different densities can bear the power of different experts. The density of a subcontinent like the Tyrannid subcontinent is much lower than that of the continent. A fight between Infinity Warlocks is enough to break and sink the Tyrannid subcontinent. In low-grade planes such as Grade 9 plane, a fight between Glorious Sun Warlocks is enough to smash and sink the mainland. Because of this, the plane source of low-grade planes will restrict the strength of life forms it bears to a certain limit. That's the self-preservation mechanism of the plane origin. As for the Zhangji Plains continent, it can bear Warlock Emperor rank combat. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, assemble-type secret treasures cannot be used. Otherwise, everyone could gather now. Assemble-type secret treasures are secret treasures that can gather people who are randomly teleported when exploring some secret realm. But this kind of secret treasure cannot be used in this secret realm. If this kind of secret treasure could be used, then the rogue Warlocks would stand no chance. The Warlock geniuses backed by large forces are much stronger to begin with, and if they could gather together and form a force, the rogue Warlocks would have no opportunities. The Time Lord wanted to cultivate Warlock geniuses of the younger generation and not to train the Warlock geniuses from the big Warlock groups. As such, he set up this restriction. Yang Feng, that's Yang Feng. Run. When the Warlocks who were randomly teleported not far away from Yang Feng saw him, their faces fell, and they each operated a secret method and fled in different directions. Inside this secret realm, everyone is enemy. Everyone is shrouded in a magic barrier. Once the Magi barrier is broken, they will be teleported out of this secret realm immediately. TH most up-to-date NOVLS are published on freewabove.com. The Warlocks who thirst to get a key to time were naturally unwilling to be teleported away right at the star because of Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled, looked up, and while stepping on air, walked towards the sky. So this is the limit. After all, this isn't the real world. When Yang Feng reached a height of 3,000 meters, he felt a powerful magic barrier prevent him from continuing upwards. Although this world looks no different from an ordinary world, but it's a star that has been refined after all. In here, many phenomena are different to some extent. Yang Feng operated transcendent pupils, and countless seals appeared in his eyes and formed a pair of golden pupils. Thanks to transcendent pupils, all the scenes within a scope of 1,000 kilometers entered Yang Feng's eyes. Before long, a pillar of light rose into the sky. Within the pillar of light, there is a dazzling brilliance suspended, inside which floats a key secret treasure inscribed with seals containing the mysteries of time. A key of time. Yang Feng's eyes brightened, and he took a step forward and stepped into the void. By crossing one spatial gate after the other, he walked towards the key of time. Every time Yang Feng passed through a spatial gate, he crossed a distance of 10 kilometers. As if a god walking through space, he headed towards the key of time. Based on Yang Feng's current comprehension of the law of space, the distance of 10 kilometers using a spatial gate is already his limit. After he advances to an infinity warlock, he will able to use the law of space to cross more than 10,000 kilometers with a spatial gate. Yang Feng. It's him. It's Yang Feng. As soon as the warlocks around the key of time saw Yang Feng, their faces changed dramatically, and many of them clenched their teeth and fled directly. But some were unwilling to give up, and they continued to fly towards the key of time. Chaotic space. Suddenly, spatial disruption fluctuations rose into the sky from a forest. With the spatial disruption, the surrounding space became chaotic. The space distorted, and Yang Feng was forced out into the open. He scanned the forest down below with his gaze, and a cold light streaked past his eyes. He spread the fingers of his hand, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind suddenly erupted and slashed into the forest down below. Stop! Yang Feng, I am the Chun family's Chenyu. We are both warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty. You can't do this to me. A shocked and angry roar came from the forest. A quasi-moonlight warlock rank expert shot out from the forest, and a level 5 secret treasure golden shield suspended above him and resisted the violent wind blades. There was a flash of indifference in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with his finger. The wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind instantly formed a large wind blade containing the law of wind that sliced the golden shield into 2. Chun-Yu issued a heartbreaking scream. No, my gold brilliant shield. A level 5 secret treasure shield is extremely important to Starry Sky Warlocks. For Chun-Yu, Yang Feng destroying his gold brilliant shield is equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. freewebnovel.com. After the 9 revolutions, divine wind sliced through the gold brilliant shield. It chopped at Chun-Yu. A transparent membrane suddenly appeared, swept Chun-Yu, and teleported him out of the secret realm. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the remains of the gold brilliant shield entered his hand, which he put into a storage ring. He continued to fly towards the key of time. When the rest of the warlocks saw Yang Feng's callous action, their faces fell, and they scattered in different directions, not daring to cast spells to obstruct Yang Feng. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and 9 revolutions divine wind formed a pair of wings of wind behind him. The wings of wind flapped, and a violent hurricane enveloped him and propelled him towards the key of time. At that time, a dozen warlocks have already reached the surroundings of the key of time. By casting elemental spells, performing bloodline transformation, unleashing extraordinary plants and extraordinary life forms, and conjuring other spells, the dozen warlocks fought over the key of time. Yang Feng is here. A voice suddenly sounded around the key of time. The faces of the warlocks locked in combat suddenly changed, and they looked into the distance and saw Yang Feng rushing towards them. Chapter 542, Assemble. Chapter 542, Assemble. Translator, Zayamoch. Fuck. It's him. It's Yang Feng. The faces of the dozen warlocks locked in combat changed greatly, and they looked at Yang Feng flying from afar with apprehension in their eyes. Without hesitation, 3 warlocks disengaged the battle and fled towards the distance. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. A warlock proposed, "Let's join forces to break the barrier around the key of time first, and then compete for the key of time. Otherwise, with Yang Feng here, we won't stand a chance." The key of light is enveloped by a barrier, which is comparable to a level 6 defensive spell. However, without a Moonlight Warlock rank continuously supplying life force to support it, even Starry Sky Warlocks can wear down the barrier and eventually break it. Fine. Let's run with it. The other warlocks nodded in agreement. They are all very bright people. After a brief moment of thought, they realized that they could not compete with Yang Feng by themselves. Only when they join hands will there be a chance of success. The plan is good. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Spatial ripples surged next to the warlocks, and spatial mirrors suddenly appeared and easily pulled the warlocks inside. Ripples rose in the space beside Yang Feng, and the warlocks flew out of the spatial mirrors that emerged beside him. Violent wind blades formed from 9 revolutions. Divine wind slashed towards the warlocks. After the wind blades shredded their life force field, the warlocks were teleported out of the secret realm. What a terrifying guy! Only by meeting him in person will you be able to understand his terror. He's a monster. Feeling a chill in their heart, the warlocks hiding in the surroundings inhaled a mouthful of cold air and fled in different directions. There are 108 keys of time, so they didn't want to be kicked out of the secret realm just now. It feels great to be powerful. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth lifted slightly. If it weren't for his tyrannical strength, he'd have to cope with numerous sneak attacks. Now, as long as he shows up, those warlocks will retreat post-haste, not daring to fight him. Yang Feng looked up at the key of time that was shrouded in a barrier of light, and then slammed a fist into the barrier. The barrier was torn apart at once, and Yang Feng extended his hand and grabbed the key of time. This is a key of time? It contains the mysteries of the law of time. As soon as Yang Feng seized the key of time, he felt a trace of the law of time flowing inside. If he hadn't studied the time text for a period of time, he fundamentally wouldn't have detected that the key of time contains the mysteries of the law of time. Yang Feng's eyes radiated scorching light. If I get some more keys of time, it'll be beneficial towards my comprehension of the time text. The law of time is the most profound and difficult to understand law in the world, even far above the law of space. In the Zhangji plane, human warlocks have researched the time secret method for countless years, but only the Time Lord has mastered this strongest secret method. In the first Warlock dynasty, there were countless Warlock supreme geniuses, and the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks were extremely powerful. Even the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord may not be a match for the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks. Before the Time Lord became a Warlock Emperor, he had no advantages over the 12 Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlocks in terms of physique, attainment in alchemy, spirit force, and life force, and he was even at a disadvantage in some cases. But the law of light is very mysterious and extraordinary. By virtue of the time text, the Time Lord overwhelmed everyone else and became the first human Warlock Emperor in the Zhangji plane. After the fall of the Time Lord, there were several human supreme geniuses in the Zhangji plane who came to understand the time text and comprehend the law of time. They became powerful existences almost invincible in the same rank. With his enlightenment of the time text, Yang Feng hasn't grasped this secret method fully, but he hopes to master a way to counter this secret method by studying it. If he is ignorant of the time secret method, then Yang Feng will be in a great disadvantage if ever meets a user of this secret method in the future. Despite being much weaker than him, Katrina still nearly defeated Yang Feng because of the power and strangeness of her secret method. With the key of time in his grasp, Yang Feng flew high into the sky, conjured the transcendent pupils, and started looking for signs of keys of time again. High in the sky, Cornell, surrounded by a star world formed from shining stars, exuded Moonlight Warlock rank might. Countless abstruse runes flashed in Cornell's eyes, and traces of wisdom radiated from his eyes, making him look like an omnipotent transcendent full of wisdom. He pointed with a finger, and starlight spread in all directions. With a flash of light, Angelico flying from the distance followed the starlight to Cornell's side. Gazing at the star world, he praised, "To be of use in such a secret realm, Bajor astrology is indeed one of the most wonderful and mystical secret methods." Before long, the Bajor dynasty Warlock with a bare upper body and covered in runes flew over from afar and stopped at Cornell's side. After another period of time, Kresno and the other 3 Warlock supreme geniuses from the Brest dynasty as well as Ol and the other 3 supreme geniuses from the Cater dynasty following the starlight appeared. Almas, Ol, Angelico, and Katrina were seriously injured by Yang Feng at that time. But within 2 days they have already recovered to about 80% of their strength. After all, the matches in the arena weren't battles to the death. Or else, even if the 4 of them escaped by chance, their soul source would have been damaged, and they wouldn't be able to recover within 2 days. Brea, an expert from the Cater dynasty's Hall of Immortality with long silver hair and the temperament of a ruler, took a deep look at Cornell and said unhurriedly, "Bajor astrology is truly extraordinary." There was a flash of enigmatic light in the eyes of the other supreme genius, and they took a deep look at Cornell. In fact, astrology is a branch of divination. Warlocks following this path possess powerful fighting prowess. But the most terrifying thing about them is that they can peek into the past and use countless information to predict the future. The past has been determined and cannot be changed. The future, on the other hand, has countless branches, and some future branches can be changed. However, the mainstream of the future is hard to shake. Divination warlocks, like astrologers, can peek into the future changes. Based on the future development, they can avoid calamities. They are extremely difficult to kill. At the same time, they can gain huge benefits. Warlocks who practice astrology have 2 weaknesses. The first is that they're a bit weaker than other peerless geniuses of the same rank. The second weakness is that whether you look into the past or the future, you need to consume huge amounts of materials as well as the caster's lifespan. Therefore, the warlocks who practice astrology basically all die prematurely. The 4th Warlock dynasty's Star Lord also didn't break through the fate of divination warlocks, and his reign only lasted for several thousands of years before he died. Among human warlock emperors, he had the shortest lifespan. Even so, having a divination warlock as an enemy is a headache. Because they will sense danger prematurely, it's very difficult to force them into a certain death situation. Kresno spoke solemnly. "Did you find traces of Yang Feng? Proud and arrogant as they are, these supreme geniuses of the Western world wouldn't have acted together originally. But in order to defeat Yang Feng, they finally put their pride aside and banded up." Runes formed from starlight flickered in Cornell's eyes, and his indifferent voice sounded, "I already found Yang Feng. He's 9,000 kilometers away in that direction. I will stay here and guide you with starlight." Brea's eyes shimmered gloomily, and he uttered slowly, "With the 10 of us besieging Yang Feng, even if we win, it will be a disgrace." These 11 experts are peerless geniuses of the Western world who have formed a virtual world in the starry sky realm. With their pride, each of them disdains to besiege other people. However, Yang Feng is simply too strong. Brea and the others have no choice but give up their pride and gather together to besiege Yang Feng. The Time Sky City is a place that the Time Lord built to cultivate talents of the young generation. Every warlock who enters the Time Sky City will gain tremendous benefits. Yang Feng is already so strong that he's almost invincible in the same rank. Brea and them can't allow him to continue to grow. Otherwise, the gap will only widen. Kresno's eyes flashed with unswerving determination. "There is a saying in the Eastern world, the winner is king, the loser is bandit. As long as we win and enter Time Sky City, then the gap between us and him will only narrow. Besides, we're doing it for the entire Western world. A monster like Yang Feng cannot be left unchecked. Otherwise, the Western world will once again be shrouded in the shadow of the Eastern world." Under the leadership of the Dawn Lord, the Western world finally managed to escape from the shadow of the Eastern world. We absolutely cannot return to the age where the Eastern world controls everything. Chapter 543 Siege. Chapter 543 Siege. Translator, Xuanhuan. Prior to the rise of the Dawn Lord, the Warlocks from the Eastern world were the masters of the Zhangji Plain. If the Western world hadn't produced several Holy Spirit Warlock rank experts, and if they hadn't followed the 7 Warlock Emperors and contributed greatly to their cause, then the Western world would have been annexed a long time ago. Even so, in the 7 Warlock dynasties era, the Warlocks from the Eastern world were very proud and arrogant, and many of them called the Warlocks from the Western world barbarians. This contempt made the Warlocks from the Western world quite resentful. However, in the 7 Warlock dynasties era, the Warlocks from the Eastern world were extremely brilliant, occupying countless planes, mastering countless secret methods, and plundering endless resources. Warlocks from the Western world could only endure. But when the Dawn Lord came into being, it brought rapid development to the Western world, who then suppressed the Eastern world. After the collapse of the Dawn dynasty, the 3 dynasties that divided the Western world into 3 parts added together are still far stronger than the Great Cloud dynasty, which is all thanks to the contributions of the Dawn Lord. Although the Warlocks of the Western world and the Warlocks of the Eastern world will work together to resist the offensive of experts from other planes, but they don't wish to see the Eastern world give birth to a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. After listening to Kresno's words, the Warlocks from the Western world nodded their heads after a moment of silence. If Yang Feng were only a little stronger than any of them, they wouldn't make such a decision. They would rely on their own strength and efforts to find ways to surpass him. However, because Yang Feng's display has surpassed them by far, they made the decision to contain Yang Feng. He's in this direction. Starlight turned into an arrow that flew in Yang Feng's direction. Read latest chapters at freewebnov.co only. The 10 Warlocks flickered into motion and turned into streams of light flying into the distance. Good luck to you. Cornell looked into the distance, and seals formed from starlight flickered in his eyes. He frowned. A look of anxiety flashed on his face, and he sighed slowly. I hope you can defeat that monster who is beyond imagination. Yang Feng, who has easily captured the 5th key of time, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance with excitement in his eyes. Oh, they're coming? 10 supreme geniuses from the Western worlds are coming. Interesting, truly interesting. In the Time Sky City competition assembly, only geniuses like Xuanhuan, Kresno, and others who have formed a virtual world have the qualifications to fight Yang Feng. The rest of the Warlocks are just small fries and can be beaten easily. In the floating palace, there are several seats which are occupied by infinity Warlocks, each of which can easily control a plane and compete with strong divine force rank gods. In the floating palace, there sit a total of 10 infinity Warlocks, 4 of which come from the Great Cloud dynasty, and the other 6 come from the Western world. Although the 10 infinity Warlocks didn't fight directly, but their life force fields constantly interwove and clashed, forming various weird phenomena. Were it not for the powerful purification force field opened in the floating palace, then once the life force spilled to the outside world, it could kill all life forms below the level 1 Warlock rank within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. If they wanted, the infinity Warlocks could easily blast apart a grade 9 plane and kill countless life forms that inhabit the plane. They are such terrifying existences. By releasing their life force field, infinity Warlocks can probe the other infinity Warlocks. Some newly promoted infinity Warlocks cannot accurately control their life force field, and their life force field will be suppressed by that of other infinity Warlocks. Suppressed infinity Warlocks are pushovers who will be taken advantage of. The life force fields of the 10 infinity Warlocks engaged in battles unthinkable for ordinary people, but the outcome is a tie. Clearly, the 10 infinity Warlocks aren't pushovers. Without coming to blows for real, they cannot decide the winner and the loser. A man in a scarlet robe looked at a huge crystal ball and snorted coldly. Humph! 10 people went to besiege 1 person. Is this how the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Kader dynasty do things? How disgraceful! Via the huge crystal ball, the infinity Warlocks can clearly see what's going on in the assembly. The scene of 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world going to besiege Yang Feng naturally entered their eyes. Although the infinity Warlocks weren't present in the lobby of the Secret Dragon Inn, but the fights between Yang Feng and Angelico and them didn't escape them. Seeing the 10 warlocks join forces to besiege Yang Feng, a flash of embarrassment streaked past the eyes of the Infinity Warlocks from the Western world. A white-haired and white-bearded Infinity Warlock from the Brest dynasty responded flatly, "Xuanhuan, this is just a competition between young people. Fighting people with numbers is a war tactic. They know how to gather their own strength and join forces against the enemy. I can only praise them for being smart. When we human warlocks fight against powerful enemies from other planes, don't we often join forces to defeat them? The Zhangji Plains warlocks are most expert at fighting together. Several first-rate Pinnacle Bright World warlocks using secret treasures can even contend against a weak junior Infinity Warlock rank freak. In the history of the Zhangji Plain, human warlocks have often united and used secret treasures to defeat and seal many powerful beings." Zhang Yuele's eyes shimmered angrily, and he uttered coldly, "Barbosa, you're spouting sophistry. This competition is a test the Time Lord created to select young geniuses, not a war with other race experts. In a war, any method can be used, but in a trial, using numbers is despicable." Among the 4 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty, a handsome man dressed in a green warlock robe, with 2 strokes of mustache on his face, said indifferently, "Zhang Yuele, Barbosa is right. There is nothing preventing them from working together in this competition. Working together is the basis for us human warlocks to defeat the powerful existences of other planes." Zhang Yuele's face fell, and he spoke frigidly, "Yi Xuanlong, why are you speaking up for them?" Yi Xuanlong glanced at the crystal ball. A cold ray streaked past his eyes, and he said flatly, "I'm just telling it as it is." Within the secret realm, Yang Feng operated the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of white Battle Demon armor quickly covered his whole body. Next, he pressed the ruler magic cube, and the ruler armor enveloped him as well. As quasi-moonlight warlocks with a virtual world, the combat power of the 10 warlocks is amazing. Without drawing support from secret treasures, Yang Feng may be defeated in a moment of carelessness. After equipping ruler armor, Yang Feng operated the law of space and stepped into a spatial gate. A spatial ripple surged beside Ol, and Yang Feng flew out of a spatial gate and punched Ol. The strange membrane enveloping Ol teleported him out of the secret realm in an instant. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng pointed with a finger at Almas, and a beam containing the aura of primal chaos and annihilation burst out of the finger and stabbed into Almas's head in a flash. A weird membrane instantly swallowed Almas and teleported him out of the secret realm. The 2 experts Ol and Almas were heavily wounded by Yang Feng not long ago, and they haven't recovered to their full strength yet, so Yang Feng took care of them first. 9 revolutions divine wind. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand, and violent wind blades containing the law of wind formed from 9 revolutions divine wind and slashed towards the remaining 8 warlocks. Eternal Holy Shield. Kresno silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a dazzling light shrouded his body and formed the Eternal Holy Armor. Eternal Sacred Armor is one of the strongest defensive secret methods of the Hall of Eternity. In terms of defensive power alone, it is above the Battle Demon secret method. Additionally, the Eternal Holy Armor can protect the soul of the caster and resist various illusions and attacks on the soul. In this respect, it exceeds the Battle Demon secret method by far. However, the Eternal Holy Armor does not have the heaven-defying effect of progressing along with the caster. 9 revolutions divine wind slashed onto Kresno's Eternal Holy Armor and collapsed, unable to hurt him. There was a flicker of strange light in Katrina's beautiful eyes, and her body fluttered, and then directly collapsed and disappeared, as if she disappeared from this space. Extraordinary Courtyard. The eyes of Bruzoni, a warlock from the Brest dynasty's Green Sea Forest, flashed coldly, and he silently recited an incantation and fished out a wood-carving secret treasure inscribed with numerous mysterious seals and pressed it against his chest. Bright green lights suddenly shone and formed a courtyard filled with countless strange, extraordinary plants in the void. An extraordinary plant wind order chrysanthemum opened, and its petals fluttered and swept the 9 revolutions divine wind. The 9 revolutions divine wind collapsed strangely, and the wind elemental particles inside it were absorbed by the wind order chrysanthemum. Chapter 544, Fierce Battle. Chapter 544, Fierce Battle. Translator, Xayamoj. Covered in strange seals, upper body bare. Chipiko from the Bajor dynasty's warlock group, Dark Demon Mountain, silently recited an incantation and swallowed a secret treasure evil ogre monarch bead. Along with flashes of light, he transformed into a 500-meter-tall evil ogre monarch covered in strange seals exuding an ancient and ferocious aura, and advanced moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. Wind blades formed from 9 revolutions divine wind cut open the skin of the evil ogre monarch, and blood flowed out from the cuts. Black gas rolled out, and the injuries on the body of the evil ogre monarch healed instantly, leaving no traces of injury behind. Angelico unleashed the Truth Empyrean imprint at once. The surrounding space distorted, and the wind blades went directly into the distorted space and disappeared. With long scarlet hair and an unruly and untamed expression, Correa from the Catered dynasty's Hand of Elements pointed with a level 6 secret treasure blazing scepter. Containing the law of fire, elemental flames incinerated and purified the 9 revolutions divine wind, and then turned into a flame dragon shooting towards Yang Feng. Elemental warlocks specialize in elemental spells, which can mobilize the power of various elements in heaven and earth. The power of elemental spells is a dozen or even dozens of times greater than that of the caster. Elemental warlocks are among the most powerful warlocks. Solely in terms of destructive power, they even surpass bloodline warlocks by far. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. A black-haired and blue-eyed, mixed-blood beautiful girl from the Catered dynasty's 6-star circle, named Inlin, took out a secret treasure sea god trident. The law of water surged, and boundless seawater suddenly surrounded her and formed a sea world. The dense wind blades slashed into the sea world and cut a large area of seawater, and then collapsed and dissipated. Holding a level 6 secret treasure dawn scepter, Brea from the Hall of Immortality exuded a sacred, powerful aura. As if they could purify all the filth and evil in the world, rays of dawn shot out from the dawn scepter and shone on the wind blades. Illuminated by rays of dawn, wind blades formed from 9 revolutions divine wind collapsed suddenly. In an instant, the 8 warlock geniuses easily smashed the wind spell cast by Yang Feng. At the same time, elemental flames blasted into Yang Feng. Black whirlpools appeared in front of Yang Feng and conveyed the elemental flames that could even burn moonlight warlocks into ashes into the small world inside him. Numerous devourers formed a black mechanical insect swarm and pounced on the elemental flames. Shortly after, the elemental flames were turned into high-energy crystals. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Angelico in a flash and punched him in the face with the speed of a clap of thunder. Angelico didn't expect that Yang Feng, who was subjected to the elemental flames that could incinerate moonlight warlocks, would appear in front of him. Coupled with his injuries, his reaction was a beat too slow, and he was blasted in the face by Yang Feng. A transparent membrane suddenly emerged and engulfed Angelico and teleported him out of the secret realm. When he dealt with Angelico, Yang Feng showed a smile. Took care of a troublesome guy. With the Truth Empyrean imprint, Angelico can freely manipulate the power and innate abilities of 9 transcendents. One-on-one, Yang Feng has nothing to fear, but in group battle, even though he was injured, his threat to Yang Feng was second only to Cresno and Brea. Die! Chipiko, transformed into the evil ogre monarch, shot a black beam of light containing the law of evil ogre barreling towards Yang Feng from his maw. Void ancient vine. A cold, indifferent look in his eyes, Bruzoni silently recited an incantation, and an extraordinary plant void ancient vine suddenly flew out, pierced into the void, and sealed the space. Void chains invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared around Yang Feng. Pitted against the void chains, it would take even moonlight warlocks a moment to break them. That moment is enough time for the evil ogre monarch to hit the target. Yang Feng extended his right hand, and a huge black vortex suddenly appeared, swallowed the black beam of light shot by the evil ogre monarch, and conveyed it into his small world. The evil ogre monarch is an advanced moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form after all. Even though the ruler armor and the battle demon armor weakened its full force strike greatly, but the strike still wounded him a little. His body ached all over. When the black beam of light shot by the evil ogre monarch entered the small world, it sent one devourer after another tumbling and finally blasted into the world ring and collapsed. The world ring shook a little. The remaining power of the black beam of light was swallowed up by the devourers. Yang Feng blurred into motion and knocked into numerous void chains. Sharp spikes ejected from the ruler series and cut the void chains apart, and Yang Feng flew towards the evil ogre monarch like a meteor. Absolute frost. There was a flash of coldness in Lin's beautiful eyes, and she pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident in her hand. A blue aura containing the law of ice gushed out from the sea god trident, containing a faint aura of an archgod from ancient times. Wherever the blue aura passed, everything froze. It looks like a path of ice is extending towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng paid the blue aura no mind. When the blue aura approached him, huge vortexes suddenly appeared and attempted to swallow it. When the blue aura slammed into the huge vortexes froze together with Yang Feng. Fuck! I messed up. Absolute freeze cast by Lin is too powerful. It exceeds the limit of my conveying ability. A horrible ice aura extended as if to freeze his soul, making him alarmed. Yang Feng originally planned to devour the blue aura, but the blue aura turned out to be far beyond his expectation. He messed up and was frozen. Eternal Holy Lance spell. Kresno threw a level 6 secret treasure Eternal Holy Lance engraved with numerous seals at Yang Feng with all his might, and the lance turned into a stream of light stabbing towards Yang Feng. Eternal Holy Lance spell is a weird spell containing the law of karma. This spell is extremely demanding and difficult to practice. But once unleashed, the Eternal Holy Lance will surely hit the enemy. No matter what spells are cast, the Eternal Holy Lance can't be evaded. After the spell is unleashed, it is already foreordained that it will hit the enemy. Faced with karma spells, even Warlock Emperor rank experts who aren't proficient in the law of karma won't be able to break away from them. 7-color Skyfire. Violent 7-color Skyfire burst out suddenly. The 4 types of elemental particles quickly transformed into berserk fire elemental particles that fused with 7-color Skyfire, which burned a large hole in the ice ceiling Yang Feng. Taken aback, Lin's eyes flickered with a dignified gleam. What a scary guy! His virtual world is so powerful. I'm afraid that it's more than twice as powerful as my virtual world. Absolute Freeze is an extremely powerful freezing spell Lin released with the help of the secret treasure Sea God Trident. She is very confident that even an advanced Moonlight Warlock would be powerless to escape once frozen by it. Now that Yang Feng has broken free of this spell, his power once again filled her heart with shock. Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist. As soon as he shattered the weird ice force, Yang Feng was forced to face the Eternal Holy Lance. There was a peculiar glint in his eyes, and he frantically extracted world force via the world ring, and then crushed a fist containing the power of primal chaos and annihilation into the Eternal Holy Spear. Primal chaos force erupted instantly, and the Eternal Holy Lance was sent tumbling back. The Eternal Holy Lance stabbed open a large bloody hole on Yang Feng's right hand. Were it not for the protection of the ruler armor and the battle demon armor, that blow would have ran through Yang Feng's right hand and crippled it. To break free from a karma spell like the Eternal Holy Lance spell, you can only meet force with force and destroy or blast away the Eternal Holy Lance with absolute power. Kresno was startled in his heart. How fearsome! He can even knock away my Eternal Holy Lance. Ever since Kresno cultivated the Eternal Holy Lance spell, he has never failed to inflict serious injuries once he cast it. This is the first time that he failed. After he knocked away Kresno's Eternal Holy Spear with one blow, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and bright light shone, and thousands of starry sky rippers emerged suddenly and flew towards the remaining 7 warlocks along with the rumbles of engines. Without resorting to external forces, Yang Feng is a boat that could be capsized by the 7 warlocks in a moment of carelessness. A bunch of tin cans. Elemental flames. Correa pointed at the starry sky rippers with the flame scepter in his hand, and elemental flames instantly split into numerous fireballs barreling towards the Starry Sky Rippers. Starry Sky Rippers hit by the fireballs ignited and exploded in midair. Chapter 545, Lightning All. Chapter 545, Lightning All. Translator, Xaymoch. Yang Feng's figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Correa, who has just cast a spell and punched out with the speed of a bolt of lightning. "I've been waiting for you, elemental firestorm." Smiling coldly, Correa silently recited an incantation, and a storm of fire capable of easily burning moonlight warlocks to cinders appeared around Yang Feng and engulfed him in an instant. Another scene that Correa could not believe took place. The storm of fire that could easily burn moonlight warlocks to ashes was devoured by whirlpools shortly after it engaged Yang Feng. Elemental warlocks are indeed very strong, but unfortunately for you, I can restrain your power completely. His gaze cold as ice, Yang Feng mused secretly and punched Correa in the head. A membrane suddenly appeared and enveloped Correa and conveyed him out. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest once more, and thousands of Starry Sky Rippers flew out and shot towards the remaining 6 supreme geniuses like meteors. Unless they number millions of units, Starry Sky Rippers won't be able to kill such geniuses. However, the thousands of Starry Sky Rippers have enough destructive power to destroy their life force field, forcing the supreme geniuses to destroy the Starry Sky Rippers in turn. Blazing Flower. Bruzoni silently recited an incantation, and a 100-meter-tall extraordinary plant blazing flower engraved with numerous seals, burning with white flames extended from the extraordinary courtyard. The blazing flower shot a beam of fire that blasted a large tract of Starry Sky Rippers apart. Taking advantage of the Warlocks engaging the Starry Sky Rippers, Yang Feng's body blurred, and he appeared before Inlin. Sea Guard. Pale from fright, Inlin pointed the sea god trident at Yang Feng, and sea water poured out and formed a huge sea barrier with her as the center. Primal Chaos Finger. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a beam containing the aura of primal chaos and annihilation suddenly shot towards Chipiko, who was transformed into the evil ogre monarch. Distracted by the Starry Sky Rippers, Chipiko, who was transformed into the evil ogre monarch, was hit by the primal chaos finger, and a membrane enveloped him and teleported him out of the secret realm. What a terrifying fellow. His combat strength is heaven-defying. It seems I can only use that move. When Brea saw this scene, his heart shook, and he silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of a hand. A golden coin engraved with numerous mysterious seals suddenly flew out and shot out chains formed from seals. When he saw this, Yang Feng's face changed dramatically, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. Immortal Seals. The Hall of Immortality's most powerful sealing spell. Sealing spells are queer. Once certain conditions are met, the caster may be able to defeat a stronger opponent. Human warlocks have used sealing spells to overcome many powerful existents more powerful than them. Using sealing spells, a dozen glorious sun warlocks can even seal a bright world rank freak. Although sealing spells are extremely powerful, but they're also subjected to severe restrictions. First, there aren't too many human warlocks who can master sealing spells. Second, to cast a sealing spell, the caster has to consume their soul origin force. Some first-rate sealing spells even require the caster to burn their own soul source to conjure them. If Brea burned his soul source to cast a sealing spell, then despite how strong Yang Feng is, it would be very difficult for him to resist it. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and the level 7 secret treasure lightning all appeared in his hand. A tremendous attractive force erupted from the lightning all and extracted life force from his body. In less than a breath of time, the life force inside Yang Feng was nearly drained by the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Sure enough, a level 7 secret treasure is not something I can use freely at present. Clenching his teeth, Yang Feng frantically extracted world force from the small world and poured it into the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. The lightning all suddenly radiated silver lightning that emitted crackling sounds, and then blurred and shot towards Brea. Wishful thinking. Magic steel thorns. Bruzoni screamed, and numerous magic steel thorns a dozen times harder than diamonds extended from the extraordinary courtyard and formed a wall of thorns blocking in front of Brea. Shield of ice. Inlin pointed with the sea god trident in her hand, and a huge ice shield suddenly appeared blocking in front of Brea. Holy shield! Kresno chanted an incantation and pointed with a finger, and a shield formed from light blocked before Brea. Elemental shield. Katrina cast a magic shield to block in front of Brea. With lightning coiling around it, the lightning all crushed into the magic steel thorn wall and shattered it. Following the magic steel thorns, lightning force entered Bruzzoni's extraordinary courtyard, and the extraordinary courtyard fragmented, and countless extraordinary plants collapsed. After the lightning all broke through the magic steel thorn wall, silver lightning smashed the 3 defensive spells Shield of Ice, Divine Shield, and Elemental Shield and swallowed Brea instantly. A membrane suddenly appeared and teleported Brea out of the secret realm. What a dreadful fellow! Is this his trump card? A level 7 secret treasure. To be able to use the power of level 7 secret treasures, this guy is terrifying. Seeing Brea being swallowed by the silver lightning of the lightning all, Kresno and the other 3 supreme geniuses felt palpitations. The power required to operate level 7 secret treasures is extremely frightening. As supreme geniuses of their respective major forces, Kresno and them have 1 or 2 level 7 secret treasures on them. But with their cultivation base, if they want to use a level 7 secret treasure, they'll have to drain their life force nearly dry and burn their soul origin. But now they saw Yang Feng use the level 7 secret treasure Lightning All, which intimidated the 4 supreme geniuses. If Yang Feng can freely control the level 7 secret treasure Lightning All, then even though the 4 of them joined forces, they will be hunted down one by one. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and thousands of Starry Sky Rippers were released again. A Starry Sky Ripper grabbed Yang Feng, stimulated its engine to the limit, and flew away. The lightning all drained the life force inside his body nearly dry. In a short period of time, his combat power fell drastically. It was even difficult to conjure a level 5 spell. Kresno immediately caught the truth of the matter and shouted. He exhausted his power. This is our only chance. We don't have much time. We must take care of him before he fully recovers. Although Yang Feng has consumed his life force almost entirely, but he can still draw on the world force to nourish his body and recover his power. After a while, he will be able to recover 70 to 80% of his combat power. This is the strength of a powerhouse who formed a world. Usually, world force can be stored by cultivating the world. Once in battle, world force can be extracted to fight. Such experts can compete with gods who burn divine force crystals to maintain their peak state at nearly all times. You think that level 7 secret treasures can be operated so easily? Void ancient vines. His gaze cold as ice, Bruzzoni pointed at Yang Feng, and void ancient vines pierced into the void and stabbed towards Yang Feng along the void. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and space disruptors suddenly flew out and released space disruption fluctuations that turned the surrounding space chaotic. Lost in the chaotic space, the void ancient vines could not lock on Yang Feng. Absolute freeze. Inlin pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident, and a blue breath freezing everything in its surroundings extended towards Yang Feng. The same spell will have no effect on me twice. Yang Feng sneered. A black mist blocking all probings emerged in his surroundings, and numerous devourers flew out of the world ring and covered his body. The blue breath froze Yang Feng together with the devourers. After just one breath of time, the blue breath was devoured by the devourers. Eternal Holy Lance. Kresno threw the Eternal Holy Lance with all his strength, and the lance turned into a beam that stabbed towards Yang Feng. You're indeed a most formidable supreme genius from the Western world. There is no way to escape this Eternal Holy Lance. Yang Feng glanced at the Eternal Holy Lance and frowned. With his left hand, he suddenly released a primal chaos finger barreling towards the Eternal Holy Lance. The Eternal Holy Spear ran through the beam of light formed from primal chaos finger and landed on the fingers of Yang Feng's left hand. It pierced through the ruler armor and the battle demon armor, blasted apart 2 fingers, and sent Yang Feng tumbling away. Pierced by the eternal holy spear, Yang Feng's right fist and left hand fingers kept dripping blood. The wounds showed no trace of healing. Never Heal is a frightening spell attached to the eternal holy lance. Chapter 546, Complete Suppression. Chapter 546, Complete Suppression. Translator, Xuanhuan. Enchanted with Never Heal, experts stabbed by the eternal holy lance in battle will bleed continuously and eventually die due to blood loss. Never Heal is a frightening spell. Even if it's someone as strong as Yang Feng, he'll have to prepare a special elixir. After taking the elixir, and coupled with his powerful life force, he'll be able to dispel Never Heal. But in a fight, the enemy won't give Yang Feng time to make his preparations. Yang Feng scanned his injured hands and mused. It seems that the ruler armor alone isn't enough. I must get a weapon secret treasure. Fighting others who wield weapon secret treasures barehanded is really vexing. Prior to this, Yang Feng has concentrated on creating the ruler armor and enhancing his own strength, and hasn't refined a weapon secret treasure exclusive to him. Now that he is fighting with supreme geniuses like Cresno, Yang Feng has discovered the shortcomings of not wielding a weapon secret treasure. Never Heal isn't even the most formidable spell that can be attached to a weapon secret treasure. There are weapon secret treasures like the God Armament Shadow Dagger enchanted with various curses and sealing spells. Once scratched by such a weapon secret treasure, it will inflict serious harm. Of course, the number of weapon secret treasures that are enchanted with such spells is very small. But they still exist. In the world of Warlocks, if you want to be invincible, you must have no shortcomings. Otherwise, if you aren't careful, a weaker opponent may defeat or even kill you. It is no wonder that despite how strong the 8 Warlock Emperors were, they have been defeated by others. Each of the 8 Warlock Emperors was extremely powerful, and has overwhelmed and suppressed countless peerless geniuses of the same era. But before they have reached the peak, each of them had suffered defeats. Every time they lost, they would become stronger, more perfect, and ultimately invincible. Yang Feng took a step forward, his body blurred, and he appeared in front of Cresno. Crushing the space in its wake, a primal chaos annihilation fist shrouded in primal chaos force blasted towards Cresno. Freebnovel.com. He's recovering so fast. Cresno's face suddenly fell. He crossed his hands and blocked in front of him. At the same time, magic shields appeared and enveloped him. The primal chaos annihilation fist penetrated one magic shield after another and eventually slammed into Cresno's arms, and a violent force broke out in an instant. Cresno slammed into the ground and blasted open a huge hole. There was a flash of dignity in Yang Feng's eyes. It wasn't enough to deal with him. The eternal holy armor spell is really something. Without taking the level 7 secret treasure into account, Primal Chaos Annihilation Fist is Yang Feng's strongest killing move. When he stimulates the world force inside him, almost no one in the same rank can resist his full strength strike. At his peak form, Yang Feng can perform this killing move only 20 times per day. More than that, and it will be a huge burden on his body and cause him harm. Despite being hit by Yang Feng's fist, Cresno hasn't been teleported out, which greatly exceeded Yang Feng's expectations. Fantasy Magic Flowers. Bruzoni chanted an incantation silently, and fantasy magic flowers with the faces of beautiful women growing on them released bewitching light from the extraordinary courtyard. Bewitching women oozing temptation flew out of the fantasy magic flowers. The bewitching women danced on top of the fantasy magic flowers. The beautiful dance seemed to be capable of sucking people's minds in. Fantasy magic flowers. This kind of extraordinary plant dance can confuse moonlight warlocks. Even some glorious sun warlock rank freaks may be fully absorbed in the dance and eventually devoured by the flowers. The extraordinary courtyard is truly extraordinary. Transcendent pupils. Yang Feng glanced at the fantasy magic flowers, and the confusion in his eyes faded in an instant. Countless seals appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the fantasy magic flowers. The enticing women dancing on the fantasy magic flowers emitted miserable screams, wilted and withered, and turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Rage of the Sea. Inlin pointed at Yang Feng with the sea god trident, and violent seawater suddenly condensed into a terrifying sea sweeping towards Yang Feng. Ignoring the sea, Yang Feng took a step forward and stepped into Bruzoni's extraordinary courtyard and slammed a primal chaos annihilation fist towards Bruzoni. Magic steel thorns, gold ancient vines, dragon teeth ancient trees, man-eating ghost vines. In the extraordinary courtyard, numerous powerful extraordinary plants capable of devouring Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses suddenly emerged and lunged at Yang Feng. The primal chaos annihilation fist shook slightly, and the extraordinary plants collapsed instantly, and then the fist containing the power of primal chaos and annihilation blasted Bruzoni in the abdomen. A membrane suddenly appeared and teleported Bruzoni to the outside world. The sea containing the law of water swallowed Yang Feng and pressed down on him like a mountain. This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. Inside the sea, even a Moonlight Warlock would have to expend a tremendous amount of power to display a fraction of their strength. This is indeed a powerful spell, but unfortunately, it has no effect on me. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Huge whirlpools suddenly appeared, devoured sea water, and conveyed the water into his small world. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and the sea that enveloped him was divided into two, opening a huge passage for him. He crossed the huge passage with a step, appeared in front of Inlin, and touched her in the forehead with a finger, and rays of light shone and formed a rune that sealed Inlin's power. Inlin's pretty face turned ashen, and her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She knew very well that she was far from being Yang Feng's opponent, but she never expected that the difference in combat power between her and Yang Feng was this great. In fact, among the 11 supreme geniuses from the Western world, Inlin isn't weak. However, the rage of the sea was restrained by Yang Feng's spell. If it was another warlock or even a Moonlight Warlock, they would have to expend a lot of power to get out from the sea. How foolish! Suddenly, Yang Feng sneered, extended his hand towards the void, grabbed Katrina by her porcelain neck with his left hand with 2 fingers missing, and pulled her out into the open. Black seal chains shot out from Yang Feng's left hand and bound Katrina firmly. Yang Feng tossed the 2 girls Katrina and Inlin aside, and his gaze locked on Kresno. Without giving Kresno any chance to speak, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he came directly in front of the former and smashed a primal chaos annihilation fist into him. Kresno crossed his hands and blocked Yang Feng's second punch by relying on the eternal holy armor spell, containing the power of primal chaos and annihilation. One punch after another slammed into Kresno. On the 6th punch, Kresno's eternal holy armor finally collapsed, and then a membrane covered him, and he disappeared from the secret realm. After taking care of Kresno, Yang Feng turned around, and his eyes fell on the 2 beautiful girls Katrina and Inlin. Katrina's beautiful eyes flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and she barked, "Yang Feng, what do you want to do? This secret realm is monitored by Infinity Warlocks. If you dare to do anything unsavory to me, they won't let you off." Before Inlin could react, Katrina uttered what she was going to say, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "I just want a kiss from you 2 beautiful girls. I won't do anything else to you." Yang Feng showed a wicked smile and beckoned with his hands, and Inlin and Katrina entered his arms. He lowered his head and forced a kiss of their cherry lips. After Inlin was kissed by Yang Feng, her eyes flickered with anger, and she roared in rage, "You bastard! I won't forgive you." Katrina's eyes flashed with joy, yet her face showed anger. "You asshole! You'll pay for this." Yang Feng smiled wildly and pointed with his finger. Magic light shone, and the spell that bound Inlin and Katrina was dispelled. "Haha! You're welcome to come at me to get revenge. However, in response, I will make you leave the secret realm." The 2 girls glared hatefully at Yang Feng, then blurred into motion and flew into the distance like shooting stars. The opportunity to enter the Time Sky City and achieve enlightenment under the Time Sky Pillar is extremely rare, and is very important to the 2 girls. They had no choice but to endure the humiliation and leave. Chapter 547 Promotion to a Moonlight Warlock. Chapter 547 Promotion to a Moonlight Warlock. Translator, Xuanhuan. In the floating palace, Life force fields churned and vibrated violently. If a great Warlock rank expert was here, they would be seriously injured or even killed. Barbossa smiled coldly. 1 against 10 and he still won. He, the Battle Demon Sect, has such a brilliant genius. Amazing! The auras of the other 5 Infinity Warlocks from the Western world churned and roiled. Obviously, they are rather unsettled. Every Warlock who formed a virtual world is a supreme genius in the world of Warlocks who can challenge existences higher by a rank than them. Warlocks who didn't form a virtual world will be left in the dust by gods, evil gods, dragons, and other extraordinary life forms from other planes. Warlocks who formed a virtual world can not only contend against gods and challenge beings higher by a rank than them, but they can also operate secret treasures far beyond their current realm and display fearsome power. The 10 Warlocks from the Western world were defeated by Yang Feng, which shocked even the Infinity Warlocks. The life force fields of the 4 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty vibrated violently, their minds clearly unsettled. Zhang Yuele sighed secretly, and then looked at Yi Xuanhuan with worry in his eyes. Remarkable! This Yang Feng is really remarkable. Unfortunately, he's from the Battle Demon Sect. Yi Xuanhuan is an Infinity Warlock from the Tai Yi Sect. Although the relationship between the Tai Yi Sect and the Battle Demon Sect isn't as incompatible as fire and water, but it is very bad. Several Battle Demon Sect's Infinity Warlocks died mysteriously shortly after their advancement. Reportedly, the Tai Yi Sect has something to do with it. If the Battle Demon Sect hasn't produced the 2 quasi-Infinity Warlock experts Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian who formed a virtual world, then it might have already been annexed by the Tai Yi Sect. Even so, Huang Yihe and Yu Wuxian are forced to be confined to the Battle Demon Sect, and cannot go out lightly. Zhang Yuele glanced at the other 2 Infinity Warlocks from the Great Cloud Dynasty and frowned. In addition to Yi Xuanhuan, these 2 may also harbor malicious intentions towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng is too powerful. Even the Western world's 10 strongest geniuses are not his opponents. For the other Infinity Warlocks of the Great Cloud Dynasty, such a genius is a thorn in their side. If Yang Feng can mature smoothly, then the future era will be his. His prestige will overshadow all the forces of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Battle Demon Sect will naturally do its utmost to cultivate and protect such a peerless genius, while all other forces will harbor evil designs towards him. In the secret realm, he really defeated them. The miracle that had 21.3% chance to take place didn't occur. Cornell dispelled the star world and sighed lightly. There was a flash of wisdom in his eyes. It seems that I have to change the way I get along with him and make the necessary investments. To have cultivated the Beijing astrology to this degree, Cornell is absolutely amazing. He foresaw that the probability of failure was too great, so he didn't participate in the siege of Yang Feng. Following flashes of starlight, weird seals appeared on Cornell's body, and his aura vanished, looking like he has become an ordinary person. He landed on the ground. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is held for 15 days. Within this period of time, Yang Feng operated the transcendent pupils to unscrupulously seized keys of time in the Time Sky City. Reckless Warlocks who fought with him for the keys of time were defeated and teleported out of the secret realm one after another. Just like Cornell, many Warlocks cast spells and secret methods to conceal their aura after they got hold of a key of time and hid. Despite how strong as Yang Feng is, he couldn't find the Warlocks who used various secret methods to hide. Within these 15 days, Yang Feng gathered a total of 63 keys of time. Additionally, he found friends such as Zhui Yifan, Zhou Feng, Kong Fangao, Wang Shulan, Zhang Jiqiao, Zhang Tiantian, and gave them a few keys of time. On the 15th day, the sky in the secret realm suddenly burst open, and white beams of light descended from the sky and shot towards the Warlocks with keys of time. Up.dfrmfgewebenvel.com. Yang Feng was enveloped by 58 white beams of light, and tremendous life magic energy poured into his body and frantically promoted his cultivation base. If it was an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock, they fundamentally wouldn't be able to bear life magic energy from 58 beams of light. But Yang Feng is a powerhouse who established a small world inside him. The portion of life magic energy that he couldn't absorb was sent into his small world. The world origin of the small world eagerly absorbed huge amounts of life magic energy, and the small world expanded rapidly. Each complete plane has a plane origin, which is also called a world will. The stronger the plane origin is, the stronger the world will be, and the more powerful experts it will accommodate and the more formidable treasures it will give birth to. For world origins, life magic energy is equivalent to food. A complete plane will automatically absorb various types of energy drifting in the universe and transform them into life magic energy to sustain itself. Plane origins that cannot absorb life magic energy will slowly wither and die. The same is true for the Zhangji plane. Via the power of queer laws, the Zhangji plane's plane origin extracts various types of force from the vast universe and transforms them into life magic energy, which in turn gives birth to precious treasures as well as magic stones and magic crystals. The world origin of Yang Feng's small world has not yet fully matured, and cannot absorb the various types of force from the universe. He can only feed the world origin by using a huge amount of magic crystals. Once the small world has transformed into a complete true world, it will devour various types of energy in the universe at all times, transform them into life magic energy, and nourish his body and soul. It will no longer need Yang Feng to feed it. Enveloped by the 58 beams of white light, Yang Feng's cultivation base quickly advanced to the Great Circle Starry Sky Warlock rank, and then the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank from Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank. After he reached the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank, Yang Feng no longer absorbed the life magic energy, and instead transmitted the tremendous amount of life magic energy into the small world. Just like the evolution of a demigod into a true god in the Feisua plane, the evolution of a Starry Sky Warlock into a Moonlight Warlock in the Zhangji planes is also the most important link. Based on Yang Feng's current cultivation base, he can already transform his Starry Sky core into a Moonlight core. However, in order to achieve the perfect transformation and lay the most powerful foundation, he still needs to make some preparations. Bathed in the light of the 58 white beams, Yang Feng disappeared. There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng opened his eyes and found himself in a vast space. A quasi-moonlight warlock rank rock wolf appeared in front of him. Do I have to get rid of it? A thought echoed in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. He smiled and flicked his hand casually, and wind blades formed from 9 revolutions divine wine suddenly slashed the rock wolf into pieces. As soon as the rock wolf was chopped into pieces, white light flew out of the rock wolf's body and entered Yang Feng. After a moment, Yang Feng's eyes showed a touch of joy. My soul force has improved a little bit. Sure enough, the Time Sky City is a great opportunity not to be missed. Compared to the body, it's much more difficult to strengthen the soul. To improve their soul force, warlocks can only upgrade their cultivation base. Each time they advance by a realm, the soul of warlocks will be strengthened by a fraction. Except for soul warlocks who exist as soul forms, the rest of the warlocks can hardly find secret methods to cultivate the soul. Although soul warlocks who have abandoned their flesh have grasped various soul secret methods, but none has ever reached the warlock monarch rank. In the end, the soul of soul warlocks will decay, and they will eventually die. Thus, not many people follow this path. To get a trace of soul force by disposing of the rock wolf, Yang Feng was naturally ecstatic. Before long, 6 quasi-moonlight warlock rank rock wolves appeared in the vast space. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. In this space, you killed monsters, and then other monsters appeared. Rinse and repeat. After killing 36 rock wolves, junior moonlight warlock rank rock wolves emerged. When 6 junior moonlight warlock rank rock wolves died, an intermediate moonlight warlock rank rock wolf appeared. After the first quasi-glorious sun warlock rank rock wolf was killed by Yang Feng, the soul force he absorbed made his starry sky core finally reach full circle, and it started to transformation into a moonlight core unwittingly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and tremendous intermediate moonlight warlock rank aura slowly spread from him. The remains of countless high-grade magic crystals littered his small world. Yang Feng's accumulation was very robust. Taking advantage of his soul reaching full circle, he broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the intermediate moonlight warlock rank in one fell swoop. Chapter 548, Time Sky Pillar. Chapter 548, Time Sky Pillar. Translator, Xayamoj. So this is Moonlight Warlock rank power. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and his eyes sparkled, looking like his gaze could distort space and destroy souls. With a thought, he saw that one half of his soul core has fully fused with the world origin of the small world, and the other half is suspended in the small world and exudes moonlight like rays that nourish the small world. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Moonlight Warlock is a name that the Time Lord gave the realm. In the first Warlock dynasty era, human warlocks with a small world were pinnacle experts. The soul core of such experts is divided in two. One half is integrated with the world origin, while the other half is turned into a star that unleashes moonlight. Once warlocks with a small world are promoted to glorious sun warlocks, the soul core suspended in the small world will turn into a sun, release dazzling sunlight, and nurture life in the small world. Yang Feng opened his eyes and looked around, and saw that the monsters that could offer soul force have disappeared. There was a bright light, and he disappeared from his original position, and then appeared in a small world that extended without end with 108 towers. FGEWebNvel.com. In front of Yang Feng, there is a giant pillar of light shining with countless runes rising into the sky. The pillar is changing all the time, as if it exists in the past, the present, and the future. Yang Feng just looked at the huge pillar of light, and boundless knowledge along with the original time text entered his head. The optical computer in Yang Feng's head rapidly recorded all those mysteries into the database. Light continued to flicker in the square, and one warlock after another was teleported into the square. That's Yang Feng. He's achieving enlightenment on secret methods recorded in the Time Sky Pillar. As soon as Xuanhuan appeared in the square, his gaze fell on Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. He took a few steps forward and wanted to cast a spell to interfere with Yang Feng's enlightenment. Just then, a queer fluctuation surged, and Xuanhuan returned to his position of a few seconds ago. This is a restriction set up by the Time Lord. You can't attack other people here. Understanding welled up in Xuanhuan's mind, and he sighed. He looked towards the Time Sky Pillar and began to comprehend the mysteries contained therein. Legend has it that the Time Lord cut off a section of the River of Time and refined it into a treasure, which is the Time Sky Pillar that contains countless secret methods and infinite mysteries. The law of time is really mysterious. Unfortunately, unlike the Time Lord, my constitution isn't compatible with the law of time. To gain comprehension in the law of time, it would take me double the effort for half the result. This mysterious Time Sky Pillar is of great benefit for me to form my own path, to gain enlightenment on my law, the law of devouring. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and he no longer focused his energy on the mysterious and profound time text, and instead began to comprehend the path he chose, the path of devouring. Shizu was a mechanical civilization, and energetics is one of its core subjects. Shizu undertook profound research on the subject. The culmination of Shizu technology, the Eternal Power Furnace, is a device that can extract and convert various types of energy in the universe. Thanks to the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom has been promoted to an incredible level. Coupled with hard work, he has fully grasped the principles of Shizu energetics, and has begun to merge them with the Zhangji Plane's Warlock knowledge. Once the two are fully fused together, Yang Feng's strength will rise to an incredible level, and he will create his own secret method and embark on the path of a Warlock Emperor. The Time Sky Pillar is a pinnacle secret treasure which contains countless mysteries, and has the extraordinary power to help others understand various secret methods. As an Empyrean-grade secret method that the Time Lord left behind, the time text is profound beyond compare. Even Yang Feng, who has eaten an apple of wisdom, is still unable to comprehend the original time text. But with the help of the Time Sky Pillar, this is no longer the case. This is what makes the Time Sky Pillar truly special. Yang Feng stared at the Time Sky Pillar with countless marvels flickering in his eyes, and a strange and profound rune containing the power to devour every force slowly condensed in each of his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, in the center of the secret dragon temple, in a huge square, lights shone, and the warlocks who have obtained a key of time suddenly appeared. Moonlight Warlocks, they have all promoted to Moonlight Warlocks. The Time Sky City is indeed a great opportunity. No wonder it will attract countless people to compete over it. Yang Feng glanced at the surrounding warlocks and found that Xuanhuan, Zhou Feng, Zhui Yifan, Kong Fangao, and others who entered the Time Sky City have all advanced to the Junior Moonlight Warlock rank, and their faces revealed traces of joy. There is a great hurdle between the Starry Sky Warlock rank and the Moonlight Warlock rank. The deeper and wider the foundation laid in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, the more difficult it is to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Moonlight Warlock realm. In the prosperous and flourishing Zhangji Plains continent, Great Warlocks are only ordinary soldier, Starry Sky Warlocks are regarded as experts, and Moonlight Warlock have entered the ranks of the strong. There are many Starry Sky Warlock geniuses who were stuck in this bottleneck throughout their life, unable to break through, and eventually died. The Time Sky City contains endless mysteries. Once you enter, it will allow you to smoothly break through the bottleneck and become a Moonlight Warlock. This is a great opportunity for any Starry Sky Warlock. Kong Fangao came from a mid-grade family in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and Starry Sky Warlock rank was originally his limit. However, after entering the Time Sky City, not only was he promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank, but his evolutionary potential has now surpassed that of ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. Gazes filled with anger focused on Yang Feng. Looking in the direction of the angry gazes, Feng Yang saw Cresno and several other supreme geniuses from the Western world. Since Cresno and them were kicked out of the secret realm by Yang Feng, they didn't get the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City, and thus are naturally filled with anger and even killing intent towards Yang Feng. As peerless geniuses who formed a virtual world, Cresno and them possesses battle prowess far beyond that of other warlocks of the same rank. They can even kill Moonlight Warlocks. However, much like Yang Feng, they need to consume a tremendous amount of resources to advance in rank. Now that they lost the opportunity to enter the Time Sky City, they have fallen behind by a lot. Cornell, Katrina, and Inlin were originally inferior to Cresno, Angelico, and Brea by several notches. But after gaining enlightenment in the Time Sky City, the three have surpassed Cresno and the other two by far. Such a huge contrast naturally made Cresno and the others furious, and killing intent welled up inside them. Yang Feng glanced at Cresno's party, and then ignored them. After being promoted to the Moonlight Warlock realm, Yang Feng's strength changed dramatically. Now he can easily kill Cresno and them without using any secret treasures. The surrounding warlocks who participated in the fight over the Keys of Time looked enviously at the dozens of geniuses who have advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Those who have promoted to Moonlight Warlocks looked at each other, and then formed circles of different sizes and went to the secret Dragon Inn. At night, in the luxurious chambers where Yang Feng stayed, a magic array flashed, and the sexy and beautiful Katrina flew out from the magic array. "Dear, I really missed you." As soon as she flew out of the magic array, Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she threw herself into Yang Feng's arms, a fragrance wafting out from her. She stared at Yang Feng in bewilderment, love overflowing from her crystal-clear eyes. As Yang Feng watched Katrina in his embrace, a chill erupted in his heart. Goddess of Love fantasy is a truly dreadful spell. Since he transmigrated into the Zhangji Plain, Yang Feng had a lot of women, but most of them were conquered by him with absolute strength and power. Even if some of them truly adore him, but they still maintain their ego. None of them love him as wholeheartedly as Katrina does. As long as he said it, Katrina would not hesitate to commit suicide, nor betray her warlock group. She will serve him wholeheartedly and view him as the heavens. If he dies, she will not hesitate to commit suicide after taking revenge. Yang Feng knew that Katrina has suffered the backlash from the Goddess of Love fantasy, so he had let her stay in the secret realm. For her, he even adopted a lascivious image and let Inlin stay. After all, a Moonlight Warlock rank holy daughter of the Hall of Eternity is much more valuable than Inlin. Yang Feng planted a kiss on Katrina's luscious lips and showed a smile. "I need Bumhager stone. Do you have any information on this type of stone?" After he became the ruler of one of the 4 major empires of the Fuso subcontinent, Yang Feng obtained numerous precious ore and gathered most of the ore that is necessary to upgrade to a level 3 stronghold. Now he only lacks a rare ore called Bumhagra stone in the Zhangji Plain. Bumhagra stone was originally very common in the Zhangji Plain, but when the third Warlock Emperor, the Transcendent Lord, found out that the ore can be used as the main material for secret treasures to control transcendence, the ore started to be mined and manufactured into many secret treasures to control transcendence. Chapter 549 Glorious Sun Warlock Monsters. Chapter 549 Glorious Sun Warlock Monsters. Translator: Zayamoj. Bumhagra stone is simple to process. Just a Moonlight Warlock rank alchemist is necessary to refine a secret treasure that can control Glorious Sun Warlock rank and Bright World Warlock rank transcendence. As such, it was mined wildly in the Third Warlock Dynasty. Starting with the Third Warlock Dynasty, Bumhagra stone has become a wildly mined strategic resource. Now it's rare to see the ore in the Zhangji Plain. The Battle Demon sect has obtained some Bumhagra stone in the past, but it immediately used it to forge various powerful secret treasures. Although Yang Feng has sent many of his men to gather traces of Bumhagra stone, but there is very little information. The only place where Bumhagra stone clearly exists is in the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal treasury. However, the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal treasury has extremely strict defenses. Even Infinity Warlocks will be throwing their life away if they force their way in. Only if you render enough meritorious deeds to the royal family might you be able to get some Bumhagra stone. Yang Feng already has a plan. If there's really no other way, then he will join the Great Cloud Dynasty's court, and then find a way to get some Bumhagra stone. Katrina revealed a lovely, thoughtful expression, and then clapped her lily-white hands and showed a smile. Bumhagra stone? Oh, that's right, among the planes I have traveled to, there is a grade 6 plane, the Andrak plane, which produces Bumhagra stone. In addition to this, the 36 primary material planes all produce Bumhagra stone. Yang Feng asked, Grade 6 plane? What's the situation in this plane? The upper limit of strength in the Andrak plane is weak divine force rank, aka Glorious Sun Warlock rank. We Warlocks receive suppression of the plane when we enter the plane. The stronger you are, the greater the suppression. Moonlight Warlocks will be suppressed to the Starry Sky Warlock realm. But with a virtual world, you can have a burst of your true power for a short period of time. The Andrak plane can accommodate 9 gods. At present, the plane has 7 gods in total. 4 are feeble divine force rank gods and 3 are weak divine force rank gods. The 7 gods control 7 states. The 7 states are the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, the Ice Blue State, the Narcissus Federation, the Gut Tamar Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame State, the Glun State, and the Norton State. The 7 gods are the Goddess of Ice, the God of Fire, the God of War, the God of Death, the Goddess of Love, the God of Justice, and the God of Murder. Among the 7 gods, the God of War, the God of Death, and the God of Justice are weak divine force gods, while the other 4 are feeble divine force rank gods. The God of Fire, the Goddess of Ice, the God of Death, and the God of War aren't gods of humans, but gods of other races. The 7 gods are locked in endless struggle. Katrina introduced. A peculiar glint swept past Yang Feng's eyes. What are the coordinates of this grade 6 plane, and who else knows of it? Katrina revealed a sweet smile and replied, I got the plane coordinates from an ancient relic site during my travels. Only I know of it. Every plane, even if it is only a grade 9 plane, is a huge asset. Although grade 9 planes cannot bear experts above the legend rank and lacks resources, but the souls of a grade 9 plane's intelligent life forms are very precious. Some a bit more conscientious Warlock groups generally use grade 9 planes as talent training bases. Cruel Warlocks, on the other hand, will use wicked secret methods to refine the intelligent life forms of grade 9 planes into soul stones to trade with abyssal fiends and infernal devils for various treasures. Every Warlock who knows the coordinates of a plane won't share them with other people lightly. Yang Feng also has a grade 9 plane he seized from the Shadow Prince Mecha, but he didn't disclose the plane's coordinates to anyone in the Battle Demon sect. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Perhaps one day Yang Feng will have to fall back to the grade 9 plane and use it as a footing to rise again. Once they reach feeble divine force rank or Moonlight Warlock rank, gods and Warlocks become difficult to kill. Even if they are killed on the spot, they may still be resurrected by various strange means. Yang Feng knows that there are several methods for the resurrection of Moonlight Warlocks recorded in the Battle Demon sect. As for gods, even if they die on the spot, but so long as there are believers constantly praying and calling their god name, then they may resurrect. The reason why there are so many treasure troves and relic sites in the various primary material planes is because they are fallback plans of gods, archgods, warlocks, and other powerful existences. Only after the erosion of time will the spell restrictions collapse, and those treasure troves and relic sites will appear in the world. For her not to tell the Hall of Eternity the coordinates of the Grade 6 plane, Katrina naturally had her own considerations. If he was in her shoes, Yang Feng also wouldn't tell the Battle Demon sect the coordinate of the Grade 6 plane. Katrina's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she smiled sweetly and uttered, "Dear, why don't we conquer that Grade 6 plane together?" Yang Feng responded with a gentle smile. "Okay, after you return to the Hall of Eternity, let's meet up in the Andrak plane." Katrina stared at Yang Feng's face with eyes full of affection. "Okay." Yang Feng looked at the lovely and beautiful Katrina, who was the #1 beauty of the Western world's young generation, in his arms with regret in his eyes. "Unfortunately, I can't eat this delicacy right now. What a pity. Katrina is the holy daughter of the Hall of Eternity." Of course, Yang Feng cannot reveal his relationship with her, or he will put Katrina in grave danger. Once Katrina loses her virginity to him, Yang Feng must be ready to cast aside all consideration of face with the Hall of Eternity. The Hall of Eternity is a powerful warlock group comparable to the Tai sect. Before Yang Feng has fully matured, he doesn't want to offend this huge behemoth if not necessary. The next day, the huge flying vessel of the Battle Demon sect left the City of Time and flew towards the Battle Demon sect. In this trip to the Time Sky City, the Battle Demon sect has obtained 4 Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. This is a great harvest. Now they must go back as soon as possible to hold a moonlight ceremony and raise people's spirits. "Who's there? Come out." On the huge flying vessel, one of the 3 glorious Sun Warlock elders, Xuanhuan, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with dazzling light, and he barked. The huge flying vessel, flying at a fearsome speed, stopped abruptly and shone with seals, and a level 7 barrier opened. The other 2 glorious Sun Warlocks, Lin Yichuan and Mo Hengxing, stared at empty space. "Mwahaha! As expected of the Battle Demon sect's elders, you have keen senses." A sickening stench was suddenly blown by the wind, and a disgusting person with a tall figure, a withered face, and tumors growing on his body flew out and revealed a sinister smile. The source of this content is freewebnovel.com. There are countless secret methods in the world of warlocks. Some bloodline secret methods can make warlocks good-looking and full of charm, while some weird secret methods can make warlocks look disgusting and ugly. For the sake of strength and longevity, many warlocks don't mind their appearance, nor even their form nor race. Zhao Hong spoke coldly. "Old monster corpse poison. To dare to block our way? Do you want to die?" The old monster corpse poison is a glorious Sun Warlock rank monster covered in corpse poison. 300 years ago, he massacred a city with a population of more than 10 million people to collect corpse poison. He is in the top 100 monsters on the Great Cloud Dynasty wanted list. Although the old monster corpse poison is tyrannically strong, far stronger than ordinary glorious Sun Warlocks, but he isn't the opponent of either of the 3 glorious Sun Warlock elders from the Battle Demon sect. The eyes of the old monster corpse poison flashed fiercely, and he uttered with a crazed smile, "Mwahaha! Those who are going to die today are you, damn lackeys of the court." A black hurricane blew over, and a bald, handsome young man wearing a secret treasure made from human skulls, enveloped by a wicked breath, stepped out of the hurricane, a smile on his face. Zhao Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. "Bones Demon Monk." Reportedly, Bones Demon Monk is a monk from another plane who was captured by a human warlock. After being transformed by several inhumane spells, he turned on his master. Following several fortuitous encounters, he eventually became a glorious Sun Warlock rank monster. The number of humans from the Zhangji plane who died in his hands has exceeded 10 million. A mirror suddenly flew out of the void, and a bewitching woman with a sexy figure enveloped by a transparent gauze flew out of the mirror. The women looked at Yang Feng in the crowd, an enigmatic smile on her face. Zhao Hong's eyes constricted. Mirror Witch, the mirror witches of mysterious origin. When she debuted, she appeared as mirror incarnations in different places. She has incurred the hatred of many small sects in the Great Cloud Dynasty and slaughtered 2 small sects whose strongest experts were Moonlight Warlocks. She is a glorious sun warlock with unfathomable strength, and is most difficult to kill. She has been defeated more than a dozen times, but every time she escaped easily. She is a most troublesome glorious sun warlock. Chapter 550, Huang Iha steps in. Chapter 550, Huang Iha steps in. Translator, Zayamoj. Zhao Hong uttered frigidly, Bones Demon Monk, Mirror Witch, do you want to become enemies with the Battle Demon sect? Bones Demon Monk and Mirror Witch are both glorious Sun Warlock rank powerhouses, but Zhao Hong and the other 2 glorious Sun Warlocks from the Battle Demon sect are confident that they can defeat them. Geniuses from the 10 great sects aren't existences that rogue practitioners like them can compare with. Who cares about the Battle Demon sect? Today, all of you will die here. The sky suddenly became dark, and dark clouds extending without end flew over from the distance, as if to envelope the whole world in darkness. The darkness twisted, and a man exuding the aura of apocalypse emerged and looked at the Battle Demon sect's experts with a look of ridicule. On the large ship, the eyes of warlock geniuses who only have a starry sky warlock rank cultivation base seemed to have lost their usefulness, and they couldn't see the man exuding the aura of apocalypse. One of the characteristics of bright world warlocks is the distortion of light. Even bright world warlocks who aren't proficient in the law of light are also shrouded in a strange life force field that distorts light. As long as they don't want to, no one below the Moonlight Warlock rank can see their true body. This is an innate ability of bright world warlocks which doesn't require the consumption of energy. Beishan Black Devil. It's you. Zhao Hong's face hasn't registered any changes until now. But when he saw the man shrouded in endless darkness, his countenance changed dramatically, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. The other 2 glorious sun elders of the Battle Demon sect also revealed looks of fear in their eyes. The further you are on the warlock path, the harder it becomes to advance. There are several major roadblocks on the warlock path. Once you break through these roadblocks, your strength will undergo a tremendous evolution. The first roadblock is the promotion to an official warlock from an apprentice warlock. The second is the promotion to a starry sky warlock from a great warlock. The third one is the promotion to a moonlight warlock from a starry sky warlock. The fourth is the promotion to a bright world warlock from a glorious sun warlock. The fifth is the promotion to an infinity warlock from a bright world warlock. The sixth is the promotion to a holy spirit warlock from a warlock monarch, and the seventh one is the promotion to a warlock emperor from a holy spirit warlock. Although Zhao Hong and them are geniuses of the Battle Demon sect who posses glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base and wield level 7 secret treasures, but compared with a bright world warlock, the power gap is still huge. Although the Beishan Black Devil is someone who became a junior bright world warlock just by a fluke, but he's still very powerful and can crush everyone on the flying vessel. Only when inside a powerful warlock tower may Zhao Hong and them be able to contend against the Beishan Black Devil. Otherwise, it'll be very hard for them just to escape from the Beishan Black Devil. Yang Feng watched the Beishan Black Devil with a dignified look in his eyes. This is a bright world warlock, so strong. He's just a junior bright world warlock. Yet he's so powerful. I'm still far too weak. After seeing the Beishan Black Devil, the pride that has swelled a little inside Yang Feng now that he is promoted to a moonlight warlock was shattered, and his thirst for greater power awoke. Zhao Hong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Beishan Black Devil, you dare to kill people from the Battle Demon sect? Aren't you afraid that you will be hunted down by the great elder of our sect? A look of derision in his eyes, Beishan Black Devil answered, Yes, old man Huang of your Battle Demon sect is indeed very strong. How about this, as long as you hand over Yang Feng? Then today's matter is over, and I'll let you leave here alive. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. Yang Feng. On the huge flying boat, The gazes of several starry sky warlock geniuses fell unconsciously on Yang Feng. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered, and he said, Beishan Black Devil? Who hired you? I'll pay you twice as much for you to kill them. There was a ferocious gleam in the eyes of the Beishan Black Devil, and he said with a smile, You should have some guesses about my employer. Besides, I need to maintain my credibility. How can I turn on my employer because of monetary rewards? Moreover, if I sell your Glorious Sun cores, I'll be able to get a hefty price for them. Glorious Sun Warlocks are extremely powerful and are the foundation of every major sect. The Battle Demon sect has no more than 20 Glorious Sun Warlocks. If the 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks died, it will be a huge blow to the Battle Demon sect. Beishan Black Devil, you dare to attack the people of the Battle Demon sect, you son of a bitch? A voice containing anger and killing intent sounded suddenly. Almost at the same time, a chain formed from countless seals emerged from behind the Beishan Black Devil and stabbed towards him. The face of the Beishan Black Devil changed greatly, and black skulls containing resentment of hundreds of millions of souls appeared around him. In the wake of the black chain, the black skulls emitting an evil breath were crushed. The black chain pierced into the Beishan Black Devil and sealed his power completely. Monarch Seal Chain. You are Huang Iha, Infinity Warlock. You have advanced to an Infinity Warlock. When the Beishan Black Devil turned his head, he saw Huang Iha sitting in the void holding a black chain, and despair welled up on his face in an instant. Originally, Huang Iha was a quasi-Infinity Warlock who could compete with Infinity Warlocks. Although the Beishan Black Devil wasn't the opponent of Huang Iha, but he has prepared several targeting secret treasures that could help him escape from the hands of Huang Iha. But Huang Iha is not only an Infinity Warlock now, but he has still mounted a sneak attack, and is wielding the Monarch-grade secret treasure Monarch Seal Chain. As such, the Beishan Black Devil has been suppressed in one strike, and all the secret treasures he has prepared have been rendered useless. The countenance of the old monster corpse Poison changed dramatically. His body swelled, and the tumors concealed on his body burst, and rancid black pus shot towards the flying vessel carrying the people from the Battle Demon sect. As long as Huang Iha is forced to focus on the flying vessel, then the old monster corpse Poison will have a glimmer of hope at survival. The Bones Demon Monk gritted his teeth, tore off a skull necklace around his neck, and threw it towards the flying vessel. With 9 heads exuding Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuations of power, the skull necklace shot towards the flying boat. The mirror which drilled directly into her mirror in an attempt to escape through the space inside the mirror. Bunch of scum, you dare to attack my Battle Demon sect? You're seeking death. With an indifferent look in his eyes, Huang Iha operated the Monarch-grade secret treasure Monarch Seal Chain in his hand, and tiny dark chains stabbed towards the 3 Glorious Sun Warlocks. A tiny black chain pierced into the black poisonous fog, and the fog contracted and formed the old monster corpse Poison, whom the chain pulled towards Huang Iha. To her dismay, the mirror which found out that she was unable to enter her magic mirror which has helped her escape even from Bright World Warlocks on several occasions. And then a black chain pierced her and pulled her towards Huang Iha. The Bones Demon Monk was also stabbed by a tiny chain, and then pulled towards Huang Iha. A frightened look on his face, the old monster corpse Poison screamed, Don't kill me! Please, spare my lowly life. I am willing to make a Styx oath to serve the Battle Demon sect forever. Please spare my poor little life. The lifespan of Glorious Sun Warlocks exceeds 3,000 years. The old monster corpse Poison has lived for more than 2,300 years, and still has several hundreds of years to go. He doesn't want to die just yet. Huang Iha glanced coldly at the old monster corpse Poison, and the latter's forehead burst open, and a Glorious Sun core flew into his hand. If you want to kill me, be my guest. I have lived for so long and had enough fun. Even if I die, I have no regrets. The Bones Demon Monk has just spoken, when a Glorious Sun core burst out of his forehead and entered Huang Iha's hand. Trembling, the mirror which knelt on the ground and pleaded bitterly, I was at the wrong. Great Elder Huang Iha, I implore you, don't kill me. I am willing to be your slave. I'll let you inscribe runes on my soul core. Please spare my life. I am willing to do anything. Huang Iha swept the mirror witch with a glance, and his eyes flickered with regret, saying, "I was going to make you the slave of my disciple. But unfortunately you cultivate a secret method that absorbs the yang qi of men and are no longer pure. You don't even have the qualifications to be my disciple's slave." With that, the mirror witch's forehead burst open, and a glorious sun core flew into Huang Iha's hand. At the same time, a magic mirror flew into his hand as well. Huang Iha showed a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Glorious sun warlocks are extremely formidable beings. Many glorious sun warlocks belong to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Except for some wicked sects, virtually no one dares to take action against a glorious sun warlock who has the status of an official in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The glorious sun cores are extremely rare and precious. The 3 glorious sun cores Huang Iha got are not a small fortune. Seeing Huang Iha easily kill 3 glorious sun warlocks, Yang Feng felt how powerful his teacher is. Huang Iha glanced at the Beishan Black Devil and said coldly, an indifferent look in his eyes, "Beishan Black Devil? Who sent you here? What a pity!" In a secret chamber shrouded in darkness, a cold sigh sounded, and a dagger black as ink stabbed into a statue that was the spitting image of the Beishan Black Devil. Chapter 551 Soul Extinction Curse. Chapter 551 Soul Extinction Curse. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Beishan Black Devil opened his mouth to speak. But suddenly, his body disintegrated and his soul shattered. The pieces of flesh that remained from his body wriggled and transformed into various evil creatures. But as soon as they were born, the creatures turned into black mist, which in turn turned into dust. When Huang Iha saw the Beishan Black Devil die in an instant, a gleam of apprehension streaked past his eyes, and he whispered, "Soul Extinction Curse!" A glint of apprehension also streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he revealed a bitter smile. "It's the Soul Extinction Curse, an evil spell that can even curse infinity warlocks to death as long as certain conditions are met. It seems that my performance in the Time Sky City competition assembly was too dazzling, arousing the killing intent of some people. In the Time Sky City competition assembly, Yang Feng defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world who have besieged him. The battle prowess and talent that he has displayed must have made some infinity warlocks feel threatened. If Yang Feng advances to the infinity warlock rank one day, the structure of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects will change dramatically." Yang Feng watched the ashes that are the remains of the Beishan Black Devil drifting in the air with an enigmatic glint in his eyes. However, coming from a great sect has indeed many benefits. If I was a rogue practitioner, then I would have been either assimilated or killed. If it was a rogue practitioner without any background who has not only defeated the supreme geniuses from the Western world but also expelled them from the secret realm, they would have been killed by now. Only a great sect such as the Battle Demon sect can resist all backlash. Huang Iha grabbed the Beishan Black Devil's bright world core, took a deep look into the void, snorted, and spread his tremendous Infinity Warlock rank aura in all directions. Infinity Warlock. He has promoted to an Infinity Warlock. This guy advanced to the Infinity Warlock rank. The Battle Demon sect's strength has increased again. In response to Huang Iha's aura, powerful consciousnesses hidden in the void disappeared. When Huang Iha was still in the Bright World Warlock realm, he could already defeat junior Infinity Warlocks who haven't formed a virtual world. Now that he has promoted to an Infinity Warlock, he has entered the ranks of the strong even among Infinity Warlocks. Those powerful beings spying in the shadows naturally don't want to fight with Huang Iha under these circumstances. Huang Iha retracted his Infinity Warlock rank life force field, and then landed on the flying vessel. "Greeting, Great Elder Huang." Zhao Hong and the other 2 elders took a step forward and greeted Huang Iha respectfully. Huang Iha nodded, then went to Yang Feng, and revealed a smile of satisfaction. "Fenger, you did a good job in the Time Sky City. You boosted the prestige of the Battle Demon sect greatly. Although the events that transcribed in the Time Sky City gave rise to a lot of potential enemies, but they also increased the prestige and raised the reputation of the Battle Demon sect greatly. With the rise of reputation, the Battle Demon sect will attract more geniuses to join the sect. As the number one great sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Tai sect is extremely famous, and the number of geniuses who chose to join the Tai sect is greater than that of the other 9 major sects by far. This showcases that fame is extremely important to the 10 great sects. Yang Feng smiled. It's all thanks to your teachings, teacher. A feeling of gratification welled up inside Huang Yihe, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Ha ha, well said." Although Huang Yihe hasn't given Yang Feng many pointers, but he gave him great authority, which allowed him to freely browse the information on various spell models and secret methods in the Battle Demon sect. The various spell models and secret methods of the Battle Demon sect have been enlightened on or brought back from other places by generations of geniuses, and they are extremely precious. Ordinary warlocks need to complete various missions and obtain contributions in order to exchange for some precious information of the Battle Demon sect. Yang Feng has read virtually all the information in the Battle Demon sect, and was able to combine the various bodies of knowledge of warlocks and Shizu technology to create frightening secret treasures such as Devourers and the Ruler Armor, and began to have a clear idea on his warlock path in the Moonlight Warlock rank. It can be said that the tremendous amount of information in the Battle Demon sect is more precious than the complete Empyrean grade secret method transcendent text. After all, there are 1 or 2 remnant volumes of Empyrean grade secret methods created by the 8 warlock emperors and archgods. Additionally, there are numerous secret methods created by modern warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon sect, as well all kinds of speculations, which widen Yang Feng's horizon. Without the support of the Battle Demon sect's huge amount of information coupled with the analysis of the Level 2 optical computer, Yang Feng's strength would not have improved so quickly and his foundation would not have become as deep. Huang Yihe frowned. However, it's the taller trees in the woods that get their tops blown off. Fenger, your performance this time was too stunning. You're bound to be the target of jealousy of many people. If Elder Zhao Hong hadn't notified me in time, then you might be in grave danger now. You need to be careful. Bright World Warlocks are bigwigs comparable to intermediate divine force rank gods. It should be noted that the Dark Elven Pantheon's primary god, the goddess Lolth, is just an intermediate divine force rank god. If Huang Yihe hasn't come in time, even with all his life-saving trump cards, Yang Feng would still be in grave danger. Yang Feng nodded. I understand. Huang Yihe spoke. After your moonlight ceremony, if you want to tread in the Great Cloud Dynasty, you must change your identity. Of course, it would be best if you went to explore another plane. After 100 or 200 years, when everyone has almost forgotten about you, you can appear in the open. The Zhangji Plains warlocks can freely travel between worlds. Once the need arises, they can hide in another world. Huang Yihe wants Yang Feng to go to another world to gain experience for a period of time and fade out of everyone's sight, and then come back. Infinity warlocks are extremely busy, spending decades or 100 years in closed-door cultivation. After a while, they will focus on other things. After all, Yang Feng is just a moonlight warlock, and is nothing in the eyes of Infinity warlocks. It is only out of an instinct to stifle danger in advance that Infinity warlocks would make a move on him. He still isn't worth for them to wait for hundreds of years or 1,000 years for him. For Moonlight Warlocks to promote to Infinity Warlocks, they have to break through 3 major bottlenecks. Many geniuses who have formed a virtual world are stuck in a bottleneck their entire life, and they may even die when forcing a breakthrough. Only after Yang Feng reaches the Bright World Warlock rank will the Infinity Warlocks truly consider him as a potential enemy. Yang Feng responded, Yes, teacher. With the Infinity Warlock Huang Yihe bringing up the rear, Yang Feng returned smoothly to the Battle Demon sect. The Battle Demon sect began to prepare for the Moonlight ceremony of Yang Feng and the other 3. For the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng and the other 3 promoting to Moonlight Warlocks at the same time is a great event. The Battle Demon sect wants to make this Moonlight ceremony even more grand. The Tyrannid subcontinent, the 3rd floor of the underground world, in a forest. Hellion experts hiding all over the forest stand guard. Covered in wounds, the 3 great warlock rank experts, the Pantheon Hellion Monarch, the Undying Hellion Monarch, and the Myriad Beasts Hellion Monarch are sitting together. The Undying Hellion Monarch gritted his teeth and cursed. Their offensive is getting stronger and stronger. Joanna, that damn whore. That fucking bitch raised by Yang Feng. The Pantheon Hellion Monarch spoke with a grim face. It is time to make up our mind. Ever since that new types of golem appeared, our living space has become smaller and smaller. Unless we submit to Joanna like the evil eyes, we have only one path to tread. That path. freeobnl.com. Arad lattice t chapter s at freeobnovel.com only. The faces of the three Hellion monarchs became gloomy. Their eyes flashed with fear, and they fell silent. That path is more dangerous than becoming a lackey of Joanna. Hello. We meet again. There was a light laughter, and the woods next to the three Hellion monarchs swayed and parted. The beautiful dark elf Joanna, exuding a heroic aura, emerged and looked at the three Hellion monarchs with a playful smile on her face. How times have changed. Joanna glanced at the three injured Hellion monarchs, and then looked around. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors, and other battle robots have surrounded the Hellion experts. Originally, Joanna was slightly weaker than any one of the three Hellion monarchs. But now that she commands 1,000 battle robots, the three Hellion monarchs and countless Hellion experts can only hide in this corner. The undying Hellion monarch said gravely, "Joanna, we are all darkness races of the underground world, so why are you hunting us for Yang Feng? Let us off, and we'll repay you 100-fold in the future." Chapter 552, Demon Emperor Cartman appears again. Chapter 552, Demon Emperor Cartman appears again. Translator, Xuanhuan. Joanna smiled slightly and replied, "Regrettably, Master said that you Hellions are too infectious. If you don't surrender, you must be killed to a man. In addition to conventional procreation, Hellions can use their blood and flesh to contaminate ordinary humans and turn them into Hellions. If it wasn't for the restriction of human warlocks, and if sufficient food could be secured, then Hellions could easily convert all the humans in the Tyrannid subcontinent into Hellions in only a month. Hellions are like a vicious virus rooted in the human race. Naturally, Yang Feng will not allow such monsters to exist unchecked. He sent Joanna to command the Dark Elves and a large number of battle robots to hunt the Hellions. You forced us to do this. Go to hell." There was a flash of despair in the eyes of the Pantheon Hellion monarch, and he fished out a black plate-like secret treasure and put it on the ground. Seals lit up on the black secret treasure, entered the void, and opened a gate. A vast, almost endless demon chi burst out of the gate. Mwahaha! Tyrannid subcontinent. The great demon Emperor Cartman is back. Accompanied by malevolent laughter, a huge black-furred hand extended from the gate, and tremendous moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power gushed out from the gate and permeated the space. Joanna's face fell. Demon Emperor Cartman? Damn it, this is a terrifying being from the demoness plane comparable to a feeble divine force rank god. We must not let him in. Otherwise, the Tyrannid subcontinent will be finished. Gunner robots fired their railguns, and beams of light hit the huge black-furred hand. A large amount of blood splashed, and numerous small wounds appeared on the huge black-furred hand. But then demon chi rolled out, and the small wounds quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Demons possesses tyrannical life force. Unless it is an injury that came from an attack containing laws, they can quickly heal. So long as the demon core is intact, some special demons can heal even if their head is chopped off and heart is scooped out. A pair of black fury hands extended from the gate and propped themselves up, and then the 10-meter-tall demon Emperor Cartman with the head of an orangutan. A horn on the head, seals engraved on the body, and black fur covering the body came out of the gate. Joanna turned into a stream of light and fled. She could clearly feel that in front of the demon Emperor Cartman. She was like an ant. He could kill her at any time if he wanted to. Dark elf, a top-quality good. Stay, be my toy. Enveloped in demonic chi, the eyes of the demon Emperor Cartman fell on the fleeing Joanna, and he sneered. He spread the fingers of his hand, and, as if it had a life of its own, a black beam of demonic chi shot towards Joanna. In a breath of time, the black beam of demonic chi hit Joanna, sealed her power in a flash, and started eroding her body. Bastard! Joanna clenched her white teeth and flicked her wrist, and a black magic cube appeared in her hand. Dazzling light shone, and the black magic cube changed into a black armor that covered her body. After developing the ruler armor, Yang Feng developed prototype magic cube symbionts and gave them to Joanna and the other women. The symbiont Joanna obtained is called Dark Walker, which is a special symbiont focused on underground world battle. It is inlaid with a precious moonlight core and equipped with many high-energy crystals. After the Dark Walker magic cube symbiont covered Joanna's body, Moonlight Warlock rank fluctuation of power erupted and eliminated the black demonic chi. When the Cartman felt the fearsome aura, his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Moonlight Warlock!" The reputation of the Zhangji Plains human warlocks is fierce in many planes. When Cartman felt the fearsome aura, his scalp turned numb. He came to this world with his true body. As such, if his true body died here, he would really perish. The 1,000 robots lunged dauntlessly at Cartman. A vicious gleam streaked past Cartman's eyes, and he roared and turned into a black stream of light that shot towards the 1,000 battle robots. After a moment of fierce battle, the 1,000 battle robots were smashed by Cartman. Some wounds appeared on Cartman's body, but after demonic chi rolled out, the small wounds quickly healed. While Cartman was entangled with the battle robots, Joanna has quietly disappeared with the help of the Dark Walker. Greed flitted across Cartman's eyes. She's not a true Moonlight Warlock. By drawing support from a secret treasure, she can somewhat simulate the power of a Moonlight Warlock. What a nice treasure. It enables a trifling great warlock to somewhat simulate the power of a Moonlight Warlock. It's definitely a god armament grade secret treasure. Freeobnovel.com. Greetings, Your Majesty Demon Emperor Cartman. The 3 great warlock rank Hellions came to Cartman and saluted respectfully. I need to replenish some blood. Cartman's eyes constricted, and he opened his maw and breached in. A frightening attractive force enveloped the whole forest, and Hellion experts flew into his mouth one after another. The 3 Hellion monarchs could only watch as their kin were sucked into Cartman's maw one after another. Although the 3 felt sad for their kin, but they didn't dare to show anything on their face. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Demons revere the strong and fight constantly. To be able to stand out and become a demon emperor rank powerhouse, he must be a ruthless character. If their faces register any changes, the 3 Hellion monarchs will be killed. After devouring almost half of the Hellion experts in the forest, Cartman closed his maw and exposed a look of satisfaction, and his aura increased. The 3 Hellion monarchs used a secret treasure to bring the demon emperor Cartman from the Demonist plane. However, the secret treasure didn't have enough power to bring him, so he had to consume a tremendous amount of his power to force his way over from the Demonist plane. Cartman took a deep breath and revealed a look of intoxication in his eyes. The Zhangji plane. It is indeed one of the most powerful planes. Here I do not feel any plane suppression. How great. This is a most suitable plane for us demons to live in. Different planes can hold experts of different ranks. Take a grade 9 plane as an example. It can accommodate legend rank, great warlock experts at most. Any powerful existence, even infinity warlocks, will be suppressed to the legend rank. If an infinity warlock wants to enter a grade 9 plane with their true body, they must destroy the plane original will of the grade 9 plane. But once the origin plane will of a plane is destroyed, the plane will die. The land will decertify, the different elements will dissipate, and the plane will eventually become an inhospitable wasteland. Apart from the 36 primary material planes and the Zhangji plane, many planes cannot accommodate powerful races. This is why so many powerful races covet the Zhangji plane and compete for it. Cartman glanced at the 3 Hellion monarchs and sneered. From now on, I am your master. You must assist me in opening a planar passageway to the Demonist plane. Understood. The 3 Hellion monarchs smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Yes, Your Majesty. There was a savage and cruel gleam in Cartman's eyes, and he uttered frigidly, Tyrannid subcontinent. I'm back. Yang Feng, you damn little cricket. How dare you to kill my avatar? I will crush you. The city of dark elves inside a large temple. The dark elven great matriarch Xuanhuan is kneeling on the ground. Behind her, there are numerous beautiful young dark elves prostrating themselves on the ground and chanting prayers. There is an idol in the center of the temple, and it looks somewhat similar to Yang Feng. This is an idol of Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisua Plain. With top-grade warp gates, Yang Feng's women can travel freely to different places. After Xuanhuan finished with her assignment in the Fuso subcontinent, she returned to preside over the affairs of the Dark Elves. Thump! With a loud noise, the gate of the temple was pushed open, and Xuanhuan stepped inside, her face ashen. Xuanhuan frowned, then waved her hand and said, "Everyone take your leave." The young dark elven priestesses stood up and left. Xuanhuan spoke lightly, "Xuanhuan, what happened? Aren't you supposed to be hunting Hellions? With 1,000 golems, you can't even take down some mere great warlock rank Hellions? If this is the case, then you're too incompetent." Xuanhuan has betrayed Xuanhuan at the time, although both are now Yang Feng's women, but the relationship between the two is still rather bad. Chapter 553, Suppression of the Demon Emperor Cartman. Chapter 553, Suppression of the Demon Emperor Cartman. Up.dfrmfgewebenvel.com. Translator, Zayamoch. Xuanhuan responded with a dignified look on her face. The demon Emperor Cartman was summoned from the demonist plane by the Hellions. As if she heard something trivial, Xuanhuan uttered calmly, "Oh, so that's how it is." Xuanhuan was surprised. Anger flared up in her beautiful eyes, and she snapped, "Xuanhuan, aren't you going to gather everyone and have them escape separately? Cartman is a Moonlight Warlock rank expert, and even human Moonlight Warlocks aren't his match. As for us Dark Elves, even if all of us united, we still won't be his opponent." Xuanhuan glanced at Xuanhuan with a playful look and said lightly, "This really isn't something that we can't handle. We should tell Master and let him handle it." Xuanhuan's slim eyebrows creased. "Master? He is nothing more than a Starry Sky Warlock." This time, the demon Emperor Cartman didn't come as an avatar, but with his true body. He is a Moonlight Warlock rank transcendent. No matter how strong Master's mechanical golems are, they're still not his opponent. After being caught by Yang Feng, Xuanhuan was forcibly subdued. Although she didn't dare to resist Yang Feng, but she was very unwilling. She leads soldiers to hunt the Hellion in the underground world and rarely serves Yang Feng with the other beautiful women. Without explaining, Xuanhuan smiled, took out a palm-sized communicator, and pressed it. After a while, Yang Feng's voice came from the communicator. "Xuanhuan, what's the matter?" Xuanhuan spoke in a coquettish voice. "Master, the Hellions on the 3rd floor of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world have used their ultimate heritage to summon the demon Emperor Cartman from the demonist plane. Reportedly, the Cartman came with his true body, and his strength is intact." Yang Feng responded, "I got it. I'll go deal with this matter." Suddenly, a vast demonic might swept from the outside and covered the city of Dark Elves. Under the pressure from the vast demonic might, the faces of Dark Elves below the level 1 Warlock rank turned pale, and they were forced to kneel or lie on the ground, unable to move. The Dark Elves from the level 1 Warlock to level 3 Warlock rank felt like there was a stone pressing on them, and fear flashed in their eyes. So this is the city of Dark Elves. Yang Feng's harem. Good, good. After I conquer this city, I'll kill all the Dark Elves inside using most cruel methods, all to let that bug Yang Feng know the end of those who offend me. A black cloud floated over from the distance, and Cartman's unruly and cruel voice sounded. When they heard the wicked voice, the Dark Elves in the city trembled, and even the faces of level 3 Warlock rank Dark Elves turned ashen. At the moment, they could display less than 30% of their power. Transcendent rank experts possess innate might. Gods have divine might, dragons have dragon might, demons have demonic might. Enveloped by might, existences below the legend rank will be able to display less than 30% of their power. It is due to their innate might that transcendents are aloof, and don't fear being besieged by experts below the Great Warlock rank. In the 8 Warlock dynasties era, Great Warlock rank experts were eligible as ordinary soldier. With enough Great Warlock rank experts, various magic arrays and secret methods can be used to threaten Moonlight Warlock rank transcendents. When Xuanhuan felt the frightening demonic might, her countenance suddenly changed greatly, and she shouted, "Yang Feng, Don't come here to throw your life away. Wait until you have reached the Moonlight Warlock rank, and then come back and take revenge for us. The demon monarch Cartman is here. It's really surprising. I didn't expect you to worry about me. Suddenly, Yang Feng's voice sounded inside the hall. The space twisted, and he walked out, looked at Joanna with a smile, and drew her into his embrace. Among the 3 legend-rank dark elves, Xuanhuan submitted to Yang Feng early on and offered herself fully. Both Joanna and Romulage are very proud. Joanna chose to lead troops and hunt other darkness races in the underground world. Romulage, as an assassin walking in the darkness, went to assassinate other darkness race experts. The 2 beautiful women are unwilling to wag the tail in front Yang Feng and beg him for his favor to get resources. Yang Feng originally thought that they didn't care about him, but apparently Joanna was a little concerned about his safety. Joanna embraced Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes misted over, and tenderness surged in her heart. Fool! What are you doing here? A Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse isn't an existence you can compete with. Even human Moonlight Warlock aren't the opponent of the Demon Emperor Cartman. Idiot! Cartman is a first-rate demon expert. In the same realm, only human warlocks who formed a virtual world or cultivated powerful secret methods have a deep foundation and have formidable secret treasures can contend against him. Otherwise, at least 3 human warlocks of the same realm are needed to defeat him. Xuanhuan looked at Joanna in Yang Feng's arms, and a streak of jealousy flickered in her pretty eyes. Be at ease, and take a look at my power. Yang Feng smiled and took a step forward with Joanna in his arms. Ripples appeared in space and swallowed him. In the air above the city of dark elves, ripples emerged in space, and Yang Feng with Joanna in his embrace walked out, looking like a pair of immortals. It's him, the mighty god Ian. It's Yang Feng, our ruler. Damn it. I'm so envious of Joanna. The beautiful dark elven soldiers on the ground looked up at Yang Feng and Joanna, and their eyes flickered with envy. Under Xuanhuan's management, the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent began to worship god Ian. They abandoned the goddess Lolth completely. Of course, the dark elves are just pseudo-believers of Yang Feng, but this doesn't prevent them from admiring Yang Feng. After all, dark elves admire the strong by nature. That's Yang Feng? How did he comprehend the law of space? Isn't he a level 2 warlock? How is it possible for him to comprehend the law of space? The undying Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellion monarchs were stunned when they saw Yang Feng, unable to believe their eyes. The information of the undying Hellion monarch is several years out of date. Since they have been pursued by Joanna, information has become increasingly difficult to obtain. They didn't even know that Yang Feng has previously broken through and become a Starry Sky Warlock. The dark cloud tumbled and roiled, and Cartman slowly walked out and stared at Yang Feng with a flash of dignity in his eyes. Cartman uttered solemnly with an imposing look on his face, Yang Feng, you have advanced to a Moonlight Warlock. Shock flickered in the eyes of the undying Hellion monarch in them, and they trembled and revealed looks filled with fear. Moonlight Warlock! Joanna stared at Yang Feng with anticipation and indescribable joy sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Moonlight Warlock. You have promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Dark elves revere and admire the strong. At the beginning, Joanna was forced to surrender to Yang Feng. But deep down, she looked down on him who was just a trifling level 2 warlock who defeated them with mechanical golems. It wasn't until Yang Feng has promoted to a Starry Sky Warlock that her opinion of Yang Feng has changed. Now that she heard that Yang Feng has advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank, Joanna's heart trembled and her eyes sparkled with anticipation and indescribable joy. She felt that Yang Feng was 10 times more handsome than before. Yang Feng smiled, and intermediate Moonlight Warlock rank might spread from him as the center. Although Moonlight Warlock rank might isn't as impressive as Demonic Might, but it pressured the undying Hellion monarch and the other 2 Hellion monarchs, and their eyes shimmered with fear. They didn't expect that a mere level 2 warlock would grow to this point in just over a dozen years. Intermediate Moonlight Warlock. Your speed of cultivation is fearsome. But now I can't leave you be even more so. Yang Feng, today you die. Eyes radiating frenzied light, Cartman smiled ferociously. An advanced Moonlight Warlock rank demonic chi surged inside him, and sharp blades ejected from his joints. With a thought from Yang Feng, a white, transparent battle demon armor covered him. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out and shot towards Cartman. A grave look in his eyes, Cartman slammed a fist containing berserk demonic chi into the true God Empyrean imprint. Numerous chains suddenly shot out from the true God Empyrean imprint and pierced into Cartman, and then pulled him into the imprint. After the true God Empyrean imprint suppressed the demon Emperor Cartman, it shook for a while, and then a strange seal that vaguely showed Cartman's likeness appeared on the imprint's surface. Chapter 554 Musings. Chapter 554 Musings. Translator, Xuanhuan. Dumbfounded, Joanna's cherry lips parted slightly, and a look of disbelief overtook her face. Suppressed? The demon Emperor Cartman was suppressed just like that. So strong. How formidable. In the city of dark elves, the hearts of countless beautiful dark elves shook. Their pretty eyes sparkled with anticipation. Their lovely bodies trembled, their slender legs rubbed, and they revealed bewitching looks. Following the law of the jungle, dark elves struggle to survive in the underground world. Only the strong can survive. If you're strong, the dark elves must obey you. In such an environment, the respect for the strong is ingrained in the bones of the dark elves. Seeing Yang Feng defeat Cartman with their own eyes is more useful for those beautiful dark elves than aphrodisiacs. Go to hell! Yang Feng glanced at the 3 Hellion monarchs and flicked a finger, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared and turned into a violent fire dragon that shot towards the 3 Hellions. The 3 Hellions turned into 3 fireballs. After struggling for a while, they turned into ashes. Amazing! When did he become so amazing? As Joanna watched the 3 Hellion monarchs that she has regarded as her enemies being slain by Yang Feng like ants, her heart shook, and then she looked at Yang Feng with allure in her eyes. Eyes sparkling with anticipation, Joanna revealed an indescribable charm and whispered in Yang Feng's ear, "Take me back. I want you." The valiant Joanna, who became gentle and lovely, was even more beautiful. Smiling brightly, Yang Feng stepped into the void and disappeared. Romulage stepped out of a dark corner and looked in the direction Yang Feng disappeared, and a wave rippled through her beautiful eyes. She spoke softly, "Moonlight Warlock. The speed at which his strength progresses is truly astounding." Tyrannid subcontinent, in the Rose Garden. Sitting in a garden, the mesmerizing and beautiful Carolina, with a noble temperament, silently watched a beautiful, extraordinary plant enchanted with spells. After a long time, she sighed and said, full of complex emotions, "Moonlight Warlock, he is promoted to a Moonlight Warlock." Carolina was originally the #1 female genius in the Tyrannid subcontinent. Within this subcontinent barren of resources, she stubbornly cultivated to the pinnacle great Warlock realm. Relying on the resources provided by Yang Feng, Carolina broke through in one fell swoop and became one of 2 Starry Sky Warlocks in the Tyrannid subcontinent. She is extremely proud and arrogant. But Carolina is still a junior Starry Sky Warlock, while Yang Feng is already a Moonlight Warlock. The gap between the two is getting bigger and bigger, making her envious. After a moment of thought, Carolina adjusted her frame of mind, and a smile appeared on her face. "Moonlight Warlock. Only a Moonlight Warlock is worthy of me," Carolina mused. "It seems I have to be a little more proactive, or I'll be left at the dust by Cordelia." Unlike the proud, aloof, and noble Carolina, Cordelia has given herself to Yang Feng much like Cheyenne. Regardless of her status, she serves Yang Feng with Eunice and Judy. She is brazen and is willing to do any position. Naturally, Yang Feng has doted on her very much. With Yang Feng's support, Cordelia's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. She may break through and become a Starry Sky Warlock at any time. Ever since Cordelia betrayed Carolina, the 3 most beautiful flowers of the Rose Garden are no longer close. Now Carolina can still rely on her Starry Sky Warlock cultivation base to suppress Cordelia. But once Cordelia breaks through to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, Carolina may be suppressed by Cordelia instead. After all, Yang Feng favors Cordelia much more than her. If it wasn't for Clarissa's support, Carolina would be in great distress by now. After all, a mere starry sky warlock is nothing in Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng spent a comfortable vacation in the Tyrannid subcontinent. After his body and mind relaxed enough, he returned to the Battle Demon sect. This trip to the Tyrannid subcontinent has further strengthened Yang Feng's determination to climb to the top. Previously, the Demon Emperor Cartman was almost invincible in Yang Feng's eyes. If Yang Feng has remained in the Tyrannid subcontinent at that time, he would have died at Cartman's hands by now. At the time, when Yang Feng heard the information about the continent, he immediately left for the continent. He knew that without strength, disaster may befall him one day. The Tyrannid subcontinent is indeed extremely barren in terms of cultivation resources. Here, a low-grade magic crystal is already regarded as a treasure. But with its population of more than 10 billion people, the Tyrannid subcontinent is a big piece of meat in the eyes of wicked warlocks, fiends, hellions, devils, and other evil life forms. Without enough strength, his position as the lord of the Tyrannid subcontinent won't be stable. A few months later, the invitation letters sent by the Battle Demon sect have spread throughout the Great Cloud Dynasty, and then the representatives sent by forces of different sizes converged towards the Battle Demon sect from all over. After the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, Yang Feng's name has spread to many prefectures and provinces of the Great Cloud Dynasty by Starry Sky Warlock geniuses. Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. Prior to the Time Sky City Competition Assembly, Yang Feng's name was only known to some large families and major forces that valued intelligence gathering. But now warlocks in many places of the Great Cloud Dynasty knew about Yang Feng's existence and achievements. The fame of the Battle Demon sect has also expanded with the spread of Yang Feng's reputation. Compared to Shi Shui's Moonlight Ceremony, the various forces who received an invitation prepared much more luxurious gifts this time. On the day of the Moonlight Ceremony, bells rang in the Battle Demon sect and announced the official start of the Moonlight Ceremony. In the Battle Demon Hall, Lu Wuchen sat in the seat of honor and watched the many experts in the hall with bright eyes. For Shi Shui's Moonlight Ceremony, the majority of forces have sent Moonlight Warlock rank representatives. But this time 6 Glorious Sun Warlock rank experts have come. Whether it is the quantity or quality, this time's Moonlight Ceremony is far grander than Shi Shui's. When Yang Feng and the other 3 stepped into the Battle Demon Hall, countless eyes focused on them. He's here. Yang Feng is here. It's Yang Feng. He is Yang Feng? Xuanhuan and the other 2 are personal disciples of 3 great elders. They are peerless geniuses who can battle junior Moonlight Warlocks while in the quasi-Moonlight Warlock realm. In the Battle Demon Hall, gazes full of apprehension and jealousy of countless people are gathered on Yang Feng. Few people pay any attention to Zhang Hanshan's trio. The representatives who came from all over the Great Cloud Dynasty possesses a Moonlight Warlock rank cultivation base or higher. They don't care about ordinary Moonlight Warlocks. But Yang Feng, who has defeated 10 freakish experts who formed a virtual world, is another story. There was a streak of frustration in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes. These people don't care about us. They only have eyes for junior disciple brother Yang Feng. Walking together with a monstrous genius is really stressful. Frustration also streaked past the eyes of Zhuo Yifan and Zhou Feng. The Moonlight Ceremony is the most glorious moment of warlocks. Once they step into the Moonlight Warlock rank, they are comparable to gods. It is extremely difficult for warlocks to promote to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Within 100 years, even a great sect like the Battle Demon sect may not bear a Moonlight Warlock. If it wasn't for the trip to the Time Sky City where Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 obtained tremendous benefits, it would take them at least 200 or 300 years to promote to the Moonlight Warlock realm for them to be fully prepared and successfully promote to the Moonlight Warlock rank. Of course, they could also force the advancement. However, that would involve the danger of failure and death. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Feng's group of 4 came to beside Lu Wuchen, sat down, and overlooked the representatives of the major warlock forces. The Battle Demon sect's inner court disciples and true disciples looked at Yang Feng and them with envy. Moonlight Warlocks are the backbone of a sect. Any Moonlight Warlock is qualified to open their own branch in the Battle Demon sect and gain tremendous privileges. A bewitching woman in a purple dress followed by 4 disciples dressed in Bright Moon School robes strode into the hall. She is the Bright Moon School's elder Meng Yunhan. Meng Yunhan smiled sweetly and said, "Bright Moon School's Meng Yunhan. Well met, senior disciple Brother Lu. I want to congratulate you and your esteemed sect on acquiring 4 Moonlight Warlocks. In less than 10 years, your esteemed sect has obtained 5 Moonlight Warlocks. This is a sign of great prosperity." Lu Wuchen responded with a smile. "Junior disciple Sister Meng, please take a seat." Meng Yunhan took the 4 disciples to their seats. Her gaze filled with mixed emotions fell on Yang Feng, and she sighed inwardly. In less than 3 years, he has advanced to a Moonlight Warlock from a great Warlock. In this world, there are indeed monsters that can cause others despair. Chapter 555, 10 Heroes and 7 Stars. Chapter 555, 10 Heroes and 7 Stars. Translator, Zayamoj. As experts comparable to gods, Moonlight Warlocks are valued no matter which plane they go to. Even during the 8 Warlock dynasties era, Moonlight Warlocks were powerful existences. One Moonlight Warlock hardly appeared for every 100 million ordinary people. Meng Yunhan is also a genius. In her days, it only took her 20 years to advance to a Starry Sky Warlock from an apprentice Warlock. This cultivation speed is enough to put to shame the number 1 female genius of the Tyrannid subcontinent Carolina. However, when it came to the Moonlight Warlock rank, Meng Yunhan spent 368 years to reach this realm. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary Warlocks take upwards of 700 years to become Moonlight Warlocks. When she thought that Yang Feng has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock from a Great Warlock in less than 3 years, envy welled up in Meng Yunhan's heart. Before long, Glorious Sun Warlock rank elders leading people from the 4 great sects, the Star River sect, the Golem Gate, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate, came to give their congratulations. A beautiful woman in yellow and a handsome young man followed by 4 women and 4 men entered the hall. Among the 4 men and 4 women, there is a young man with an unruly expression, a rune that looks like a snake engraved on his forehead, and a frenzied aura. That is the Scarlet Flame Demon Snake Xuanhuan Luo, the Moonlight 9th hero from the Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars. It's him, the Moonlight 9th hero Xuanhuan Luo. Sure enough, the Tai sect won't let this chance to attack the Battle Demon sect slip past their fingers. Yang Feng's performance in the Time Sky City was too dazzling, and now most of the Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty know of his name. After all, he's a peerless genius who confronted 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world. The Tai sect must knock him down a peg. As soon as they saw the young man, the faces of the representatives from different Warlock groups suddenly changed, and they commented. Yang Feng stared at the young man with a dignified look in his eyes. A Moonlight 10 Heroes expert. Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars are the strongest 17 Moonlight Warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Moonlight 7 Stars are arranged in accordance with Ursa Major's 7 Stars and are situated above the Moonlight 10 Heroes. This ranking is a tradition inherited from the 4th Warlock Dynasty, the Star Dynasty. There were only the Moonlight 7 Stars in the Star Warlock Dynasty era, and the 10 Heroes tradition was added by the Magic Note Dynasty. As the strongest dynasty in the Zhangji Plain, the Great Cloud Dynasty has many Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. Every Moonlight Warlock is a genius among geniuses who went through who knows how many hardships to reach this step. Many peerless geniuses among Starry Sky Warlocks are trapped at the doors of the Moonlight Warlock rank. Their entire live, they can only reach the Quasi-Moonlight Warlock rank. The Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars are located at the apex of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight Warlocks. It goes without saying that each of them has great strength and tremendous potential. Now that Yang Feng advanced to a Moonlight Warlock, he can easily handle some rogue practitioner Quasi-Glorious Sun Warlocks. But against a 10 Heroes rank opponent, he has no assurance of victory. After all, he has promoted to a Moonlight Warlock a short time ago. The beautiful woman in yellow said lightly, "The Saint Lotus sect's Zhao Ilian. Well met, senior disciple Brother Lu. I want to congratulate you and your esteemed sect on acquiring 4 Moonlight Warlocks." The handsome young man smiled and said, Tai yi sex Zhang Xianchong. Well met, senior disciple Brother Lu. I want to congratulate you and your esteemed sect on acquiring for Moonlight Warlocks. Lu Wuchen wrinkled his brows imperceptibly, glanced at Xuanhuan Luo, and said flatly, Thank you. Please take your seats. Zhao Ilian and Zhang Xianchong took the 8 disciples to their seats. Inside the hall, many gazes fell on Zhao Ilian and Zhang Xianchong. Almost everyone knew about the struggle between the Tai sect and the Battle Demon sect. Moonlight 10 Heroes experts like Xuanhuan Luo fundamentally are busy people. They either guard planes and suppress the indigenous people, carry out research, adventure in dangerous secret realms, or conquer other planes. The Moonlight 10 Heroes and 7 Stars experts fundamentally won't waste their time on other people's moonlight ceremonies. But since Xuanhuan Luo is here, he clearly harbors evil intentions. Under the gaze of many people, Xuanhuan Luo sized up Yang Feng. The atmosphere in the hall became weird at once. At this moment, a tall and handsome middle-aged man with a gloomy aura and half of the face marked with queer seals strode into the hall. Behind the middle-aged man followed 4 young warlocks wearing the Saint Demon Sect's clothes. One of the young warlocks is a dashing young man with eyes bright as stars, extraordinary temperament, and a smile on his face, and he exudes dazzling confidence and powerful aura. He is not the least bit inferior when compared to Xuanhuan Luo. The Moonlight 10 Heroes' 3rd hero fiend noble son Suoli. Why is he here? Why did people from the Saint Demon Sect come here? When the representatives saw this, their countenance changed slightly, and they discussed animatedly. The Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect, one exploited archfiends, archdevils, evil ogres, kindred, and darkness life forms, while the other dug up the corpses of powerful existences and used them to carry out various kinds of taboo spell research. The behavior of the 2 great sects is extremely savage, and thus, they are ostracized by the other 8 great sects. However, archdevils, archfiends, and other formidable beings are extremely powerful. As long as you get their favor, sacrifice enough offerings, and understand the rules of dealing with them, you will make rapid progress in cultivation. Although the Saint Demon Sect and the Corpse Demon Sect have a bad reputation, but they are very powerful. In terms of the number of Moonlight Warlocks alone, the Saint Demon Sect surpasses the sum of the Battle Demon Sect and the Bright Moon School. However, when dealing with archdevils, archfiends and the like, the sect is subjected to the constraint of their power, and thus has very few Bright World Warlock rank experts and above. The Saint Demon Sect only has 1 Infinity Warlock and 2 Bright World Warlocks. Even so, with the huge number of Moonlight Warlocks, the Saint Demon Sect has occupied many planes and wields huge power. In the ranking of the 10 great sects, it is above the Battle Demon Sect. The Saint Demon Sect has never participated in moonlight ceremonies of other sections. But now it sent someone to participate in a moonlight ceremony of the Battle Demon Sect, which naturally is astonishing. The warlock with half of the face marked with queer seals smiled and uttered, Saint Demon Sect's Kai Sheng. Well met, senior disciple Brother Lu. I want to congratulate you and your esteemed sect on acquiring for Moonlight Warlocks. Lu Wuchen responded coldly, Thank you. Please take a seat. Kai Sheng didn't mind it. He led his people to the seats designated for the Saint Demon Sect, and then uttered with a smile, Senior disciple Brother Lu, this is Suoli, a no-good disciple of my sect. I heard that your sect's Yang Feng defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world during the Time Sky City Competition Assembly and greatly increased the prestige of our great cloud dynasty. This foolish disciple isn't convinced and wants to compare notes with Yang Feng. Since Yang Feng is here, why don't we let them have a match? What do you think? Lu Wuchen's face sank, and he spoke coldly. Yang Feng has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, while Suoli is already the 3rd hero of the Moonlight 10 Heroes. I don't agree to them fighting. Each of the Moonlight 7 Stars can defeat weaker Glorious Sun Warlocks, while each of the Moonlight 10 Heroes can easily defeat Quasi-Glorious Sun Warlocks and contend against some weak Glorious Sun Warlocks. However, Yang Feng has just promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. According to common sense, even if he was stronger, it is virtually impossible to defeat a figure from the Moonlight 10 Heroes. After all, the Moonlight 10 Heroes are warlock geniuses who have advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank more than 100 years ago. and each of them possesses amazing battle prowess. As the sect master of the Battle Demon sect, Lu Wuchen naturally didn't want Yang Feng to be humiliated by Suoli. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. In the Zhangji Plain, there are many cases of arrogant and proud warlock geniuses committing suicide on the spot after being defeated and humiliated. In other cases, the sole origin of warlock geniuses is injured during a match, following which they are unable to achieve a break in their life. They become depressed and wilt away. Suoli's eyes flashed fiercely, and he spoke in provocation. Yang Feng, are you an ostrich that hides its head in sand? If you don't dare accept my challenge, then take a hike and shout 3 times the Battle Demon sect is inferior to the Saint Demon sect. Otherwise, I will challenge all of the Battle Demon sect's Moonlight Warlocks and destroy them. I will let everyone see what the Battle Demon sect's Moonlight Warlocks amount to. Kai Sheng barked angrily. Impudent! Suoli, you're too impudent. Yang Feng has defeated 10 supreme geniuses from the Western world. So how could he be an ostrich that hides its head in the sand? How could he refuse our challenge? To spout so much nonsense in the Battle Demon sect, you're really presumptuous. After we return, I will notify the sect master and let him punish you. Even though Kai Sheng berated sternly, but the words he spoke were meant to attack Yang Feng. Everyone understood what he was doing, but no one spoke out. When Lu Wuchen was about to reprimand Suoli, he was silenced by Kai Sheng's words, and his eyes flickered with anger. The Saint Demon sect is a bit stronger than the Battle Demon sect. Since Kai Sheng has already scolded his disciple, Lu Wuchen can't show his anger. Yes, Elder Kai. Suoli bowed his head, then looked up at Yang Feng in provocation. Evidently, he didn't put to heart the words Kai Sheng has just spoken. Chapter 556. Breaking Evil Ogre Fiend's Sword. Chapter 556. Breaking Evil Ogre Fiend's Sword. Translator, Zayamoj. Watching Suoli, Yang Feng suddenly smiled lightly and said, Interesting. Since you're courting death, then I'll oblige you. I accept your challenge. Let's fight. Lu Wuchen's face countenance changed dramatically. Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled in response. Sect Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. He's just a waste that hasn't formed a virtual world. It's just that his cultivation base is slightly higher. In my eyes, he's paltry. Even though I have promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, but such a good-for-nothing is not my opponent. Suoli's face twitched and his eyes radiated frigid killing intent. Although he has amazing battle prowess and can contend against weak junior Glorious Sun Warlocks, but the fact that he hasn't formed a virtual world has always been the biggest emotional scar in his heart. Warlocks who haven't formed a virtual world are destined not to be invincible experts in the same rank. The standard of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 Stars is that they must have a virtual world. Although Suoli possesses amazing combat strength and has even been infinitely close to the Moonlight 7 Stars Alcade 1 star at one point, but he still couldn't become one of the Moonlight 7 Stars. In the end, he was surpassed by rising supreme geniuses. This is his reverse scale, 2. Yang Feng didn't hesitate to touch his reverse scale, which filled the other party with anger and killing intent. Lu Wuchen frowned slightly and then waved his sleeve. Since you have made up your mind, then I won't advise you anymore. Bright light shone inside the hall. The space rippled, and an arena emerged. His face gloomy, surging with killing intent. Suoli blurred into motion and flew into the arena. Yang Feng stepped into the arena as well. Yang Feng, you're really stupid. If you kept your head in the shell like a well-behaved tortoise, I would have no way to take a hold of you. Yet who knew that you'd rush in to throw away your life? Let me show you the strength of a member of the Moonlight 10 Heroes. A ferocious look on his face, Suoli spread the fingers of a hand, and an armor engraved with countless seals and embedded with 9 fiend heads suddenly flew out and covered him. After Suoli equipped the armor, the eyes of the 9 fiend heads embedded in the armor turned and focused on Yang Feng. A gloomy and ferocious aura spread from Suoli. Suoli flipped his hand, and a sword black like ink forged from the vertebra of a Glorious Sun Warlock rank Evil Ogre, engraved with numerous seals, appeared in his hand. 9 fiend armor, Evil Ogre Fiend Sword. Xuanhuan isn't playing around. The 9 Fiend armor is a level 6 secret treasure made from the essence of 9 Moonlight Warlock rank fiends. The Evil Ogre Fiend Sword is a level 6 secret treasure made from the bodies of 9 Moonlight Warlock rank Evil Ogres, and the vertebra of a Glorious Sun Warlock rank Evil Ogre. These 2 level 6 secret treasures are evil and cursed, and any one of them can curse Moonlight Warlocks who wield them to death. Dozens of Moonlight Warlocks have already died because of these 2 vicious secret treasures. For Xuanhuan to be able to subdue them, he is really something. Once, a quasi-glorious Sun Warlock was cut a little by the Evil Ogre Fiend's sword and cursed to death. Since he took out these vicious secret treasures, it seems like Xuanhuan doesn't want to just compare notes. When the representatives of the major forces saw Xuanhuan use the 2 secret treasures, their faces changed greatly, and gleams of apprehension shimmered in their eyes. The 9 Fiend armor and the Evil Ogre Fiend sword are wicked level 6 secret treasures enchanted with curses that harm both the wielder and the opponent. These 2 secret treasures are even more terrifying than some level 7 secret treasures. Some of the weaker junior Glorious Sun Warlocks aren't willing to easily fall out with Xuanhuan because of these 2 wicked secret treasures. It was mostly by relying on these 2 secret treasures that Xuanhuan was able to join the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 10 heroes. Yang Feng looked at Xuanhuan, and a warning flared up in his mind. He sensed an instinctive threat of death from Xuanhuan. He willed, and a white battle demon armor suddenly appeared and covered him. The highest realm of the battle demon secret method, White Battle Demon. He really succeeded in cultivating it. White Battle Demon is a realm that only the 4 great elders have reached before. To be able to reach this realm, he's indeed the number 1 genius of our sect. The eyes of many inner sect disciples and true disciples of the Battle Demon sect flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. The Battle Demon secret method is vast and profound, and it gets harder to practice it the further you progress. In the Battle Demon sect, many Moonlight Warlocks who haven't specialized in the secret method would reach the Gold Battle Demon realm at most. Glorious Sun Warlocks who have specialized in the secret method will reach the Black Battle Demon realm at most. Only the 4 great elders have reached the White Battle Demon realm previously. Now that they saw Yang Feng use this secret method, the disciples of the Battle Demon sect naturally became excited. When Lu Wuchen saw this, a complicated glint flickered in his eyes, and he sighed lightly. White Battle Demon? What a talent! When practiced to the pinnacle, the Battle Demon secret method can resist countless spells, and can erupt with 5-fold combat power. Integrating offense and defense, it's more amazing than many Empyrean-grade secret methods. The only shortcoming of this secret method is that it's a combat secret method, not a secret method that can let people practice cultivation until the Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlock rank. The more powerful the Warlock, the greater the effect of the Battle Demon secret treasure on them. Lu Wuchen has practicing this secret method for many years. Nevertheless, he is still in the Black Battle Demon realm. When he saw Yang Feng operate the White Battle Demon, he naturally felt somewhat upset. Yang Feng pressed the ruler magic cube, and it changed into a set of black armor that covered him. Go and die! With a sinister look on his face, Xuanhuan slashed out, and numerous freaks with malevolent and distorted faces shot out from the Evil Ogre Fiend's sword and lunged at Yang Feng. These freaks are strange phenomena formed by the souls of slain enemies and the host's life force. As soon as the weird freaks appeared, the arena became dark, and the surrounding scenery seemed to freeze in time. A weird coldness filled the arena at once. Complete silence pervaded the surroundings. The space distorted, and the arena has become a weird and distorted domain. A despairing and berserk aura pervaded the domain. These freaks are most expert at creating some weird phenomena. They can appear and disappear like ghosts and frighten the target. By absorbing the despair and fear of the target, they grow stronger and eventually end up killing the target. In the queer freak domain, even Glorious Sun Warlocks who don't know how to resist the freak domain will be tortured to death. Yang Feng clearly felt that wisps of gloomy breath pierce through the ruler armor, 90% of which were blocked by the Battle Demon armor. But the remaining gloomy breath almost froze his blood. Up.dfrmfgewebenvel.com If it was before he promoted to a moonlight warlock, Yang Feng would have been eroded by the gloomy breath, unable to move. That's a strong freak domain. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Yang Feng smiled coldly, and then silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. The true god Empyrean imprint flew out. Radiating bright light, the imprint shot out chains formed from seals piercing towards the twisted, weird space. Mournful screams came from the surrounding space as the chains pulled the transparent, distorted freaks out from the void and sucked them into the true god Empyrean imprint. The true god Empyrean imprint has inherited the might of the transcendent Empyrean imprint, and as such it can suppress gods, fiends, demons, devils, evil ogres, and other creatures. It's one of the best secret methods to restrain the freaks. Even though spells like 7-color Skyfire and 9 revolutions Divine Wind can restrain freaks, but they are less effective than the true god Empyrean imprint. The distorted space collapsed inch by inch and revealed the alarmed Suoli. Yang Feng pointed at Suoli, and the true god Empyrean imprint turned into a stream of light that shot towards Suoli's head. Suoli's eyes flashed fiercely. Suddenly, the sword carrying dense demonic power slashed towards the true god Empyrean imprint. Numerous evil ogre and fiend faces emerged from the evil ogre fiend sword and formed a river of filth that attempted to erode and pollute the true god Empyrean imprint. After slaying countless fiends and evil ogres and absorbing their souls, the level 6 secret treasure evil ogre fiend sword formed the river of filth that can contaminate many level 6 secret treasures. Even level 7 secret treasures will erode and turn into drags when daubed with the water of the river of filth. With the support of Yang Feng's life force, the true god Empyrean imprint shone brightly. Suddenly, the demon Emperor Cartman inscribed on the imprint twisted, opened his mouth, and swallowed the river of filth. All of a sudden, seal chains shot out from the true god Empyrean imprint, wrapped around the evil ogre fiend's sword, twisted hard, and broke the evil ogre fiend's sword into pieces. The evil ogre and fiend souls trapped inside the sword gushed out abruptly, and then were sucked into the true god Empyrean imprint. After it lost the souls, the evil ogre fiend's sword decayed and disintegrated. Suoli released a heart-wrenching scream. My evil ogre fiend's sword! 1. Alcade. 2. Reverse scale. Chapter 557, Defeating Suoli. Chapter 557, Defeating Suoli. Translator, Xayamoj. Even though human warlocks have created all kinds of formidable secret treasures by imitating many powerful beings, but after all, they are mere imitations. In the same rank, the physique of human warlocks are much weaker than that of other powerful beings. Even a supreme genius like the first Warlock dynasty's Time Lord, who had a special constitution, was somewhat weaker than archgods known for their physical strength. To breach this gap, human warlocks spare no expenses to forge secret treasures. It was by relying on powerful secret treasures that human warlocks have defeated one powerful race after another and become the pinnacle of existence in the world. For the third hero Suoli, the evil ogre fiend sword constitutes 30% of his battle prowess. Now that the evil ogre fiend sword was destroyed, his combat strength decreased significantly, ejecting him out of the Moonlight 10 heroes. Now he no longer is able to contend against Glorious Sun warlocks. After seeing this scene, Kai Shang became furious, and tremendous Glorious Sun warlock aura dispersed from him, ready to attack Yang Feng. Son of a bitch! For warlocks who use fiend, devil, or other evil life-form bloodlines to practice cultivation, their cultivation speed is much faster, their lifespan is much longer, and their battle prowess is much greater than that of ordinary warlocks. But at the same, their shortcomings are also great. One of the shortcomings is the difficulty these warlocks have in controlling their emotions. Within the sphere of influence of the Saint Demon sect, Kai Shang is like an overlord and can snuff out the fire of life of whomever he wants. When he saw the evil ogre fiend's sword being destroyed by Yang Feng, his eyes bulged from anger, and killing intent filled him. The evil ogre fiend sword is not a mere level 6 secret treasure. When used well, this peerless sword that has various strange and wicked abilities can even slay some Glorious Sun warlock rank freaks. There are not many such treasures in the Saint Demon sect. As such, it's natural for Kai Shang to get enraged. Humph! Lu Wuchen snorted coldly, released terrific Great Circle Glorious Sun Warlock rank aura that instantly covered the entire hall, and unleashed killing intent that he locked on Kai Sheng. If Kai Sheng dares to take action in the Battle Demon Hall, Lu Wuchen will kill him here and now. The Battle Demon Hall is enchanted with countless spells. In here, even a Bright World Warlock will be easily suppressed by Lu Wuchen. Shocked by Lu Wuchen's powerful aura and killing intent, the red in Kai Sheng's eyes slowly receded, and he recovered some clarity. He looked at Lu Wuchen with apprehension. After the true God Empyrean imprint devoured the evil ogre fiend's sword, the seal chain continued ahead and stabbed into the 9 fiend armor. One after another, phantoms made from demonic force were dragged into the true God Empyrean imprint from the 9 fiend armor. No! My 9 fiend armor! With a look of despair, Suoli issued another scream, and then the 9 fiend armor covering his body shattered. When he lost the 9 fiend armor and the evil ogre fiend's sword, the evil aura emitted by Suoli disappeared at once and gave way to the aura of a common pinnacle moonlight warlock. Tears of blood flowing down his face, eyes shot with blood. Suoli, looking like a specter, bellowed, "Yang Feng, how dare you destroy my 9 fiend armor and evil ogre fiend's sword? I want you to die. You must die. Die a miserable death." The Saint Demon Sex warlocks like to use the power of fiends, evil gods, and other wicked life forms. In turn, they can be easily eroded by the evil power, become cruel and murderous, and easily lose their reason. Devil Grand Duke Batista in the 7th floor of the infernal world. My flesh and soul, my everything, I am willing to. His eyes bloodshot, Suoli chanted a weird incantation, and a fearsome aura spread from him. A black, twisted channel slowly emerged, and a despair-inducing aura poured out of the twisted channel. When Yang Feng sensed the terrifying aura, his face suddenly fell. This isn't something I can handle. Is this a spell where the caster sacrifices everything of theirs to a powerful existence of another plane in order to have them take action? The infernal world is formed from a section cut off by devils from the endless abyss running through countless planes. Countless devils live in the 9 floors of the infernal world. The infernal world's devils are different from the archdevil plane's archdevils. Devils are existences that 9 infinity warlock rank archdevil grand dukes created with archdevils as the base. The 7th floor's Devil Grand Duke Batista is a pinnacle infinity warlock rank existence. In the infernal world's 7th floor, even a warlock monarch rank existence may not be his opponent. Even if this formidable existence just sends a projection that possesses Suoli, it isn't an existence that Yang Feng can contend against. Stop it! Suoli, you idiot! We concede! Kai Sheng's face changed drastically. He snapped and spread the fingers of his hand, and black gas flew out from his hand, shrouded Suoli, and formed black seals that sealed the ladder. The black chains pulled Suoli out of the arena and dragged him to beside Kai Sheng. freewebnovel.com. Once the sacrificial offering was completed, Suoli will die without the shadow of a doubt, and his soul will fall into the hands of the Devil Grand Duke Batista and be turned into a devil with great potential. If Suoli and Yang Feng died together, then Kai Sheng wouldn't mind. But this is the Battle Demon Hall. Even if he summons a projection of the Devil Grand Duke Batista, he will be easily killed, and everything will become the Battle Demon Sect's spoils of war. By then, Suoli will not only die in vain, but also make a contribution to the Battle Demon Sect. Kai Sheng naturally won't let this happen. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. After losing the 2 level 6 secret treasures that best suited him, Suoli's strength fell to the level of an ordinary pinnacle moonlight warlock. Even so, he is still a pinnacle moonlight warlock, and is ranked among the Saint Demon Sect's top 20 moonlight warlocks. Kai Sheng won't give up such a powerhouse lightly. Lost. A moonlight 10 heroes warlock lost to him. Astounding. He has just advanced to a moonlight warlock, yet his strength is already this frightening. What a terrifying fellow. With his present strength, only the Moonlight 7 stars are his opponent. In the Battle Demon Hall, the representatives of different warlock groups watched Yang Feng with jealousy and envy in their eyes. Yang Feng broke trough and promoted to a moonlight warlock just a few months prior. For this reason, the Saint Demon Sect's Kai Shang came with the Moonlight 10 heroes Suo Li to challenge Yang Feng. He wanted to defeat Yang Feng and inflict an emotional scar upon his heart. If he could seriously wound Yang Feng's soul, that would be the best outcome. The evil ogre fiend's sword secret treasure was wicked and contained various incredible abilities. Once cut by it, even your soul will be polluted. Once their soul is polluted by the evil ogre fiend's sword, Moonlight Warlock rank experts might not be able to cure their soul after years or even decades. Standing in the arena, Yang Feng looked at the Tai East Sect's Xuanhuan Luo and said with a faint smile, "I'm very interested in the Moonlight 10 heroes. Xuanhuan Luo, why don't we take this chance to compare notes about spells?" Eyes filled with enigmatic looks focused on Xuanhuan Luo. The Battle Demon Sect disciples revealed looks of excitement. A few years ago, the Tai Sect's Yuanyang came to the Battle Demon Sect and swept numerous geniuses of the young generation. If Yang Feng hadn't stepped in, the Battle Demon Sect would have lost a lot of face. When they saw Yang Feng challenge the Tai Sect's Xuanhuan Luo, the Battle Demon Sect disciples showed excited expressions. The countenances of the other Tai Sect geniuses suddenly changed slightly. There was a peculiar gleam in Zhang Xuanchong's eyes, and he spoke flatly. "There's no need, as the third hero, Suo Li ranks above Xuanhuan Luo in the Moonlight 10 heroes. Since you defeated Suo Li, then Xuanhuan Luo is not your match." Much like Kai Shang, Zhang Xianchong has brought Xuanhuan Luo because he wanted to give Yang Feng a lesson and pour water on his prestige. But since Yang Feng easily defeated Suo Li, he naturally won't let Xuanhuan Luo fight the other party. Yang Feng looked at Xuanhuan Luo in provocation and saw that the latter had a serene expression, as if he hadn't seen the former's look of provocation. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and assessed secretly, "This guy is a bit harder to deal with than that idiot Suo Li." Since Zhang Xianchong took a big step back, Yang Feng naturally couldn't continue to be aggressive. He returned to his seat and looked at the representatives of various warlock groups. The rest of the Moonlight ceremony was very calm and peaceful until the end. Just as the Moonlight ceremony was about to end, a voice suddenly came from the outside. The Great Cloud Dynasty Angel Jia arrived. Under the eyes of everyone, a middle-aged eunuch with a gloomy expression, and wearing a magnificent eunuch's robe stepped into the hall. The middle-aged eunuch was surrounded by 20 Starry Sky Warlock rank guards. The middle-aged eunuch looked around majestically and asked indifferently, "Yang Feng, come and take your orders." Yang Feng got up from his seat and came to before the middle-aged eunuch. "I am Yang Feng." All the people present stood up immediately. Lu Wuchen got up from the seat of honor and stepped off the dais. The middle-aged eunuch took out a golden imperial edict from a jade box and opened it. Suddenly, dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and terrifying might similar to divine might permeated the hall. Chapter 558 Imperial Court Summon. Chapter 558 Imperial Court Summon. Translator, Zayamoj. Under the pressure of the terrifying might, warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock rank were forced to kneel on the ground, trembling. Only Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above can resist the might emitted by the Imperial Edict. After going through the Great Warlock and Starry Sky Warlock rank, and then advancing to the Moonlight Warlock rank, the soul of human warlocks has undergone tremendous changes. At this point, human warlocks no longer fear divine might, demonic might, dragon might, and the like. The middle-aged eunuch saw the Moonlight Warlock standing upright, frowned slightly, and said with a solemn expression, "By the heavens' wheeliness and the Emperor's decree, the Battle Demon Sect's Yang Feng, who has both integrity and talent, is hereby summoned to go to the Holy Cloud Capital to pay His Majesty the Emperor respect and assume a post." When the middle-aged eunuch announced the Imperial Edict, the Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above bowed slightly to show their respect for the royal family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Imperial Court is the strongest force, and the royal family controls most of the Imperial Court. Unless the 10 great sects and 8 great families unite seamlessly, it is impossible to subvert the royal family. Therefore, the people of the great sects and families still have a certain awe of the Imperial Court. Yang Feng relied flatly, "I'm grateful to His Majesty." Follow Current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. After hearing the Imperial Edict, many warlock representatives looked at Yang Feng with envy and jealousy. and the same is true for many warlocks from the 10 great sects. In addition to the disciples that the 10 great sects and 8 great families sent to the imperial court to serve, the imperial court still has the right to conscript 1 or 2 moonlight warlocks every so often. Under normal circumstances, the imperial won't exercise this right. After all, it has countless experts, holds control of more than 100 planes, and possess countless resources. There have been many experts who are focused on cultivation recruited by the imperial court, among which there is no lack of glorious sun warlocks and bright world warlocks, and there are even infinity warlocks. The most powerful moonlight warlocks in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Moonlight 7 Stars, serve the imperial court as officials. For His Majesty the Emperor to actively summon Yang Feng to the Holy Cloud capital, he clearly wants to put the latter in an important position. Generally, after the disciples of the 10 great sects advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank, they will join the imperial court and grasp part of the power of the Great Cloud Dynasty and obtain tremendous cultivation resources. At the same time, they will safeguard the interests of their respective sects. It is very advantageous for the disciples of the 10 great sects and 8 great families to join the imperial court. As for warlock geniuses who are actively recruited by the imperial court, they are future pillars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The middle-aged eunuch took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered, "Yang Feng, please arrive at the cloud capital within 3 months. I will now go back and report the completion of my task." Yang Feng asked, "Excuse me, sir, may I have your name?" The middle-aged eunuch smiled lightly. "I am called Lu Fu." "Yang Feng, goodbye." With this, Lu Fu, escorted by the 20 Starry Sky Warlocks, turned around and strode out. The moonlight ceremony ended shortly after Lu Fu left, and Yang Feng returned to the immortal Huang Palace and told everything that transcribed to Huang Iha. Huang Iha pondered for a while, and then said, "A summon of His Majesty the Emperor? It seems that your performance in the Time Sky City was really dazzling. What's your plan?" Yang Feng answered, "Originally, I planned to go to the astral realm to collect cultivation resources, but with the imperial edict, I can only go to the cloud capital." Originally, Yang Feng had planned to enter closed-door cultivation for a period of time and further cultivate the transcendent pupils, and then go to the Andrak plane to obtain enough Bumhagra stone to create a level 3 optical computer. Next, he wanted to travel the Great Cloud Dynasty under an alias. The Emperor's summon has disrupted all of Yang Feng's plans. Huang Iha spoke with a smile. "The Holy Cloud capital is a place where people of different walks of life mingle. There are many opportunities there. Fenger, you don't need to worry. You are now a moonlight warlock. Even if the imperial court assigns you a post, you'll have little to do. With enough assistance, you may even enter closed-door cultivation. Moonlight warlocks may spend decades or even 100 years on research. Most moonlight warlocks focused on the practice of cultivation aren't willing to be distracted by ordinary affairs. Therefore, the Great Cloud Dynasty will provide them with many assistants who can handle most affairs. Only some major events will require the attention of the Moonlight Warlocks. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, many warlock groups like to hide behind the scenes and manipulate states like puppets to collect resources for them. Different from the Tyrannid subcontinent, the continent has abundant resources, a vast area, and has experienced the 8 warlock dynasties. The warlocks here have rich experience in the exercise of power and practice of cultivation. The greater the power, the more cultivation resources you can obtain, the smoother your cultivation will be, and the higher your cultivation base will be. As long as there are enough assistants, then even if warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank and above enter closed-door cultivation for decades or even a century, it won't affect the operation of the state. Take Yuan Yi, who guards the demonic realm, as example. He spends most of his time on cultivation and research of secret methods. He won't take action if there is no major event. Yang Feng felt relieved after hearing this. As the backbone of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Cloud Capital is not only filled with powerhouses, but also has at least 10 infinity warlocks. Many human warlock geniuses gathered in the Cloud Capital in the hopes of joining the Imperial Court and obtaining various secret methods and cultivation resources. In the Cloud Capital, great warlocks and starry sky warlocks can be seen everywhere, and there is even no shortage of moonlight warlocks and glorious sun warlocks. It is not an exaggeration to call it an extremely dangerous place. Even infinity warlocks don't dare to act presumptuously inside the Cloud Capital. Otherwise, they may be eliminated. Yang Feng originally planned to travel to the cloud capital after he reached the glorious Sun Warlock rank. After all, the stronger he was, the easier it will be for him in the cloud capital. Huang Yihe waved his hand, and a stand-in doll engraved with seals flew into Yang Feng's hand. Since His Majesty has decreed for you to go to the cloud capital, there is nothing to do about it. This is a stand-in doll. If someone uses a soul extinction curse on you, this stand-in doll can die instead of you once. As the casting distance increases, the power of common spells decreases. Separated by a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers, Infinity Warlocks can kill Starry Sky Warlocks at most. Soul extinction curses are very queer. Separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, the caster can curse the enemy through some casting mediums without the power of the curse decreasing in the slightest. Such curses are intractable. Yang Feng took the stand-in doll inscribed with seals and spoke with a look of gratefulness in his eyes. "Thank you, teacher." Huang Yihe smiled and handed a jade card engraved with more than a dozen seals to Yang Feng. "I have a few friends whom I haven't seen for many years in the cloud capital. You can go to them with this jade card and ask them to take care of you." "Yes, teacher. Now, if you have any questions about cultivation, just ask away." "Okay." One after another, Yang Feng consulted Huang Yihe about all kinds of problems he encountered in cultivation. In a few words, Huang Yihe dispelled all doubts that Yang Feng encountered in his cultivation. As if a fog blocking his advancement has cleared, Yang Feng could now see farther ahead. The Cloud Province is a greater province that houses the great Cloud Dynasty's royal family. At the time, with the Cloud Province as the base and the help of the 10 great sects and the 8 great families, the founding emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty began his conquest. After defeating numerous warlock groups, he took control of the Eastern world and created the Great Cloud Dynasty. It was because of this achievement that the 10 great sects and the 8 great families have been able to become the top forces in the Eastern world. At the same time, in order to defend their rights, these top forces send numerous warlock geniuses to join the imperial court and become officials of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Cloud Province. Inside a luxurious flying boat flying towards the cloud capital. Amazing! Strolling alone inside the luxurious flying boat, Yang Feng looked at the snow-white glossy floor. On huge crystal panels inlaid in the surroundings, a beautiful female celebrity sang with great emotion, and a dozen girls danced seductively behind her. Made from mirage crystals and enchanted with various spells, these huge crystal panels can transmit images. In the continent, many spells have been commercialized. Since magic stones can be mass-produced, there are many simple secret treasures that use magic stones available on the market. Magic lamps, TV-like magic tablets, magic chariots, and other such secret treasures have become very popular in the continent, and even ordinary people can use them. Of course, these secret treasures that use life magic energy can only be used in cities equipped with super-large purification devices. Once ordinary people leave these cities, they may be eroded by the powerful life magic energy and become strange monsters when using these secret treasures. Only official warlocks can freely utilize all kinds of simple secret methods that use magic stones as energy source and truly enjoy the conveniences brought by the magic civilization. Yang Feng looked around and exclaimed, "Apart from the lack of internet and some special electrical appliances, many conveniences brought by Earth's science and technology are realized here by using spells, as expected of the most advanced and powerful human warlock civilization." Chapter 559, Panic Aboard the Flying Vessel. Chapter 559, Panic Aboard the Flying Vessel. Translator, Xuanhuan. In fact, it isn't that spells cannot form an information network. In the Feisua plane, the weave network used by the goddess of the weave is a magic network more advanced than Earth's internet. If you use the principle of the weave, you can build a magic network more powerful than the Earth's internet. Pretty much anything that warlocks can think of, they can achieve by using spells. The 7th Warlock Dynasty's the Magic Note Lord has developed a magic network that spread across the entire Zhangji plane, and it was named Magic Note First Magic Network. With the Magic Note First Magic Network, the Magic Note Lord had a much tighter grip on the Zhangji plane than any other warlock emperor. After the collapse of the 7th Warlock Dynasty, The Magic Note First Magic Network was the first thing the Revolutionary Army destroyed. When the 8th Warlock dynasties the Dawn Lord rose to the throne, he also wanted to build a magic network that spanned the entire Zhangji Plain. But alas, he was met with the unified resistance of the Western world and the Eastern world, and ultimately had to give in. Once a magic network is successfully constructed, a dynasty will be able to firmly control the Zhangji Plain, and warlock groups such as the Battle Demon sect and the Tai sect will slowly be reduced to vassals and lose their independent status. Because of this fact, it's impossible to build a magic network that covers the entire Zhangji Plain. Nevertheless, the major forces have secretly established their own magic networks. As someone in the upper echelon of the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng knows that there are magic networks built in several important planes controlled by the Battle Demon sect, which enables the sect to have a firm control over said planes. But in the Battle Demon sect itself, there is no magic network, and there are very few TV-like magic tablets. Unless their cultivation base has reached the Moonlight Warlock rank, Warlocks aren't allowed to equip their abodes with items like magic tablets on the basis that they may get addicted to the implements and lose the spirit to push forward. When Yang Feng first arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, he spent most of his time on practicing cultivation and traveling the world in pursuit of cultivation resources. He very seldom took time to tour the prosperous Great Cloud Dynasty. As such, when he saw the surrounding marvels, it felt novel to him. The Eastern world is indeed a most prosperous place. The Fuso subcontinent is already far more prosperous than the Tyrannid subcontinent, but it still cannot compare to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Looking like a low-level warlock who has boarded a luxurious flying vessel, Yang Feng admired the surrounding scenery along the way. Due to fear of being the target of assassination plots, Yang Feng adopted the alias Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan was a real person. He was an ordinary quasi-moonlight warlock who attempted to forcefully advance to a moonlight warlock during an adventure and eventually died. By chance, Huang Yihe obtained Zhao Fan's possessions. He handed Zhao Fan's identity as well as all of his information to Yang Feng. Using a secret method, Yang Feng changed into Zhao Fan's likeness and headed to the cloud capital. In this way, no one except for Huang Yihe knows of Yang Feng's whereabouts. Yang Feng is safe once he enters the cloud capital. Yang Feng came to his seat, sat down, and looked at the two girls sitting to his left. One girl wore large sunglasses and a big hat. She has lily-white skin, long black hair, and a slender and sexy figure. The other girl is cute, beautiful, and full of youthful vitality, and has short hair, delicate features, and a petite and exquisite figure. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and short shorts, exposing her slender legs and arms. Yang Feng glanced at the two girls, scanned them with his spirit force, and determined their cultivation base, Level 1 Warlock and Level 3 Warlock. As he has offended a lot of forces, Yang Feng is very cautious on this journey. The girl with short hair suddenly raised her eyebrows, glared at Yang Feng with vigilance, and shouted in her lovely voice, "Uncle, don't look at people lecherously, or I will say that you've sexually harassed me. You can't scan other people with spirit force. That's not only impolite but also illegal." Understood. The girl wearing a pair of large sunglasses also raised her eyebrows and gazed at Yang Feng, and a silent pressure spread from her. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "I'm sorry, I was in the wrong. It is very impolite to scan other warlocks with spirit force in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, when scanned by spirit force, the weaker party is like an open book for the stronger party to peruse. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, this is a minor illegal act. In cruel secret realms and other planes, the strong are respected and can be reckless. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the laws are strict. Here, even Starry Sky Warlocks cannot use their spirit force to scan ordinary people and other warlocks at will." The short-haired girl snorted, and then fished out a magic tablet and fiddled with it, no longer paying attention to Yang Feng. "Humph! A half-assed apology." The girl wearing a pair of large sunglasses reclined on the spacious chair and closed her eyes. Yang Feng also reclined on his chair and rested his eyes. With a slight tremor, the huge flying boat suddenly rose and flew into the sky. Rumble! Suddenly, tremendous noise echoed in the flying vessel. The flying vessel's barrier was destroyed, and a huge hole emerged on the side of the flying boat. One after another, black-gowned warlocks exuding great warlock rank life force rushed in through the huge hole. The leader of this group is a man with short hair and an eye patch engraved with fiend seals covering his left eye. A great warlock in a white uniform suddenly emerged from the cockpit of the flying vessel and barked, "What do you want?" The great warlock in a white uniform is one of the 3 great warlock guards aboard the flying vessel. The warlock with an eye patch engraved with fiend seals covering his left eye spoke coldly, "Kill him!" A sinister smile on his face. A black-gowned warlock turned into an abyssal fiend and conjured Blink. He suddenly appeared behind the warlock in white, stabbed the latter in the chest, dug out the heart, and devoured it. "Murder! Help! No, don't!" Screams reverberated in the flying boat. Almost 70% of people aboard the flying vessel are official warlocks. However, most of these warlocks are mostly ordinary research-type warlocks cultivated by academies. They are mostly low-ranked warlocks who reached their cultivation base by using piles of magic stones and elixirs. They aren't expert at fighting. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Level 1 warlocks can get rid of such Level 2 and Level 3 research-type warlocks by employing queer spells and elixirs. With the strict laws in the Great Cloud Dynasty, these research-type warlocks may never seen murder in their entire life. Now that they saw someone die right in front of their eyes, they lost composure and screamed in fear. The eye-patch warlock uttered coolly with a gloomy expression, "Shut up! Those who don't shut up will die." The black-gowned warlocks transformed into abyssal fiends. Exuding thick demonic chi, they stared at the passengers of the flying boat with fierce expressions. Under the suppression of the more than a dozen great fiends, the faces of hundreds of passengers changed greatly, and they didn't dare to move. The eye-patch warlock sneered and strode towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned, and his eyes shimmered with a glint of doubt. "Was I exposed? My camouflage should be perfect, right? How could I be exposed? And if I was exposed, why would Starry Sky warlocks come after me?" "Scram!" The eye-patch warlock glanced at Yang Feng with contempt and barked. Pretending to be frightened, the Yang Feng trembling quickly got up and moved away. The short-haired girl glanced at Yang Feng with disdain. Face pale, body trembling, the beautiful short-haired girl looked at the eye-patch warlock in fear. The eye-patch warlock's gaze swept past the short-haired girl and fell on the girl wearing sunglasses, and he said with a smile, "Miss Murong Yuling, please stand up. My master fell in love with you at first sight. He invites you to come visit him." Murong Yuling took off the big sunglasses and revealed an enchanting and mesmerizing face. Sitting in a corner, Yang Feng stared at Murong Yuling, curious. "Isn't this girl the celebrity I just saw?" Murong Yuling knitted her fine eyebrows and asked, "Who is your master?" The eye-patch warlock smiled and answered, "You will know soon enough." Murong Yuling uttered coldly, "To dare to hijack this flying boat and kill people here, aren't you afraid of the Demon Hunting Division?" This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com. The Demon Hunting Division is a department of the Great Cloud Dynasty tasked to suppress powerful criminals at the Great Warlock rank or above. Each member of the division is a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert or above, while the chief of the division is an Infinity Warlock powerhouse. In order to preserve the order of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Demon Hunting Division has captured and eliminated numerous Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Sun Warlock rank monsters, sowing fear in the hearts of powerful warlocks. Although those hunting dogs are indeed strong, but they cannot catch us. Miss Murong Yuling, stop delaying. My patience has a limit. Although I don't dare to kill you, but I don't have any problem killing other people. The eye-patch warlock smiled, grabbed the neck of the short-haired girl, and lifted her up. Chapter 560, Eliminating the Fiend's Hands Warlocks. Chapter 560, Eliminating the Fiend's Hands Warlocks. Translator, Xuanhuan. When the short-haired girl was grabbed by the neck, her face turned red quickly, and she struggled wildly, kicking and hitting the eye-patch warlock. But no matter how she struggled, she could not break through the man's life force field, and could only look death in the eyes with fear and despair on her face. Watching the struggling girl inching towards death, the eye-patch warlock revealed a smile of intoxication. It's really fulfilling to watch a beautiful girl wilt away in your hands. A look of pain of her face. The short-haired girl conveyed a thought. Despaired. Don't kill me. Save me. I don't want to die. Murong Yuling creased her fine eyebrows. Stop. I will go with you, so let her go. She is innocent. The eye-patch man showed a cruel smile and said elegantly, Miss Murong Yuling, I'm sorry, but I cannot oblige you. Watching beautiful things wilt away in my hands is my hobby. She is going to die because you were too slow. The eye-patch man has just spoken, when several huge wind blades shot out from the back and chopped him along his life force field into more than a dozen fragments. I died? No, I don't want to die. When the head of the eye-patch warlock saw the pieces of his body, it issued miserable screams and finally fell to the ground, a look of horror and despair on its face. The eye-patch warlock is a starry sky warlock, and his life force enabled him to survive for a short time after being cut to pieces before eventually dying. The short-haired girl fell on the floor, coughed a few times, and stared at Yang Feng with incredulity. Are you a starry sky warlock? Yang Feng answered with a smile. Yes, I am a starry sky warlock. The short-haired girl had a grateful look on her face. But suddenly, her expression changed, and she shouted, Thank you for saving me. Be careful. Fluctuations emerged in space, and four abyssal great fiends appeared next to Yang Feng via blink and stabbed with their hands towards his heart from 4 directions. Hurricanes suddenly emerged next to Yang Feng, and wind blades containing the law of wind cut the 4 abyssal great fiends into pieces in an instant. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and extended his hand into the void, and wisps of queer wind drifted inside the flying vessel. An abyssal great fiend barked, Stop, or we will start slaughtering everyone in this flying boat. The abyssal great fiend's words have just fallen, when the weird wind spread all over the flying vessel, and silence ensued. The more than a dozen abyssal great fiends shattered and turned into a weird torrent of flesh and blood that was blown out of the flying boat. So strong. So that's a starry sky warlock. A combat-type starry sky warlock. A combat-type starry sky warlock. Astounding. In the huge flying boat, the research-type warlocks stared at Yang Feng with reverence in their eyes, and some even showed looks of worship. The warlock civilization of the Great Cloud Dynasty is extremely developed, but most people generally practice cultivation until they become official warlocks, and then look for work to eke a living. After all, most people are ordinary and, unlike geniuses, cannot practice cultivation until the Great Warlock or Starry Sky Warlock rank. There are many geniuses in the Battle Demon sect, but many of them are trapped in the Great Warlock realm. Nevertheless, the Battle Demon sect also has a large number of Starry Sky Warlocks, and that's because apart from having many geniuses, the sect also has a deep foundation. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, in some remote places, a Starry Sky Warlock is enough to dominate the area. The short-haired girl, full of youthful vitality, stared at Yang Feng with excitement and worship in her beautiful eyes. Amazing! Visit freeobnovel.com for the Est Envel reading experience. When the short-haired girl saw the abyssal great fiends that could suppress her being easily killed by Yang Feng, a seed of worship was planted in her heart. Who are you? To kill my men. Do you want to become mortal enemies with the fiend's hand? Accompanied by an eerie voice, a handsome warlock with a vicious air about him wearing a black gown and exuding quasi-moonlight warlock rank might walked in from the large hole. When a level 1 warlock put on a pair of glasses similar to the scouter glasses and looked at the warlock who just came in, their face changed dramatically, and they cried out, Quasi-moonlight warlock, he's a quasi-moonlight warlock. What, a quasi-moonlight warlock? How come there's a quasi-moonlight warlock here? It's over, we're dead. When the passengers aboard the flying vessel heard that it was a quasi-moonlight warlock, their countenance changed dramatically, and fear and despair flashed in their eyes. Moonlight warlocks are experts comparable to gods. With an area of effect spell, a moonlight warlock can kill 95% of the passengers. As for the quasi-moonlight warlock, he can easily kill everyone aboard the flying boat. Fiend's Hand, that's a warlock group that has recently emerged. It is said that their leader is a moonlight warlock. Moonlight warlock. The Fiend's Hand still has such a terrifying expert. Suddenly, there was a commotion inside the flying vessel, and the passengers looked even more afraid. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, Moonlight Warlocks are elusive, legendary characters whom ordinary Warlocks don't dare to oppose. Fiend's Hand? I haven't heard of it. It seems that it's just a third-rate wicked Warlock group. After a moment of thought, Yang Feng didn't find the name of this group among wicked Warlocks groups that he cannot provoke. Wicked Warlock groups are similar to Earth's criminal organizations, and are composed of evil and unscrupulous individuals. For the sake of treasures like soul stones and blood essence, these evil warlocks don't mind massacring entire cities. The strongest wicked warlock groups can even rival the 10 great sects and the 8 great families. Because they are being persecuted by the Great Cloud Dynasty, these warlock groups are hiding in the shadows, and it is difficult to find their tracks. The handsome quasi-moonlight warlock looked arrogantly at Yang Feng and sneered, "Give up resistance and let me set up a restriction on you, and then join the Fiend's Hand or die." Yang Feng turned his hand, and a level 5 secret treasure lightning dagger inscribed with lightning seals suddenly appeared in his hand. Numerous electric arcs danced, and a dazzling beam of lightning shot out of the lightning dagger, pierced through the quasi-moonlight warlock's life force field, and stabbed into him, and countless lightning serpents engulfed him. "No! Lightning secret treasure. Why do you have a lightning secret treasure? Don't!" Accompanied by miserable screams, the quasi-moonlight warlock was turned into flying ashes by the lightning. Only a storage ring and a starry sky core remained. As the ruler of the Fuso subcontinent's Nishino state, Yang Feng has numerous secret treasures in his possession. Although he doesn't have many level 6 secret treasures, but he does have a lot of level 5 secret treasures. As fine level 5 secret treasure, the lightning dagger is comparable to some weaker level 6 secret treasures in terms of power. This is why it was able to insta-kill a quasi-moonlight warlock. After he killed the quasi-moonlight warlock, Yang Feng took a step and appeared next to the huge hole. He saw that a black shuttle has turned into a black beam of light and flew into the distance. Yang Feng frowned. If he used his true power, he could naturally destroy the black shuttle. But Zhao Fan doesn't have the power to destroy the fleeing black shuttle. The captain of the flying boat took all the staff to express his gratitude to Yang Feng. "Mr. Thank you very much for repelling those wicked people. On behalf of everyone aboard this flying vessel, I would like to give you our sincere thanks." "Okay." Yang Feng answered indifferently and returned to his seat. Eyes sparkling with anticipation, Murong Yuling spoke with an expression of gratitude. "I am Murong Yuling. Mr. Thank you for your help. If it wasn't for you, I would be toast this time." Yang Feng said, "It's nothing." The short-haired girl quickly came to Murong Yuling and said enthusiastically, "Miss Murong Yuling, my name is Lan Chuxia. Would you please give me an autograph?" Murong Yuling smiled sweetly, took out a pen, and gave Lan Chuxia an autograph. When Lan Chuxia got the signature, she smiled at Yang Feng and said, "Mr. Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been strangled by that pervert." Yang Feng chuckled. "Anyone else in my shoes would have done the same. Otherwise, the world would lose an adorable girl." Chapter 561, Spirit Singer. Chapter 561, Spirit Singer. Translator, Zayamoch. After chatting with them, Yang Feng learned some basic information about the two girls. Murong Yuling is a beautiful girl who has become a celebrity in the Cloud Province. She is a spirit singer who cultivates a special secret method, and her singing has a strange magical power. When immersed in her singing, even starry sky warlocks will experience an increase in their spirit force. In the Archgod era, there was a beautiful archgod called Moonlight Sonata. Moonlight Sonata had a miraculous ability. Her singing could increase people's soul force. During her time, Moonlight Sonata sang on the Moon Sacred Mountain every 100 years. Every time she sang, countless archgods would come from all over the Zhangji Plain to listen to her singing. When the Time Lord raised his army against the archgods for the third time, the archgod Moonlight Sonata sang the Moon God's Soul Suppression Song and killed a good friend of the Time Lord and wounded heavily the Time Lord himself. Later, the archgod Moonlight Sonata was slayed by the Time Lord. Legend has it that when Moonlight Sonata was slayed, The Time Lord also suffered an injury to his soul by her moon god soul suppression song, and thus died prematurely. In the Archgod era, there were many Warlock Emperor rank Archgods. Before the Time Lord advanced to a Warlock Emperor, he has lost many times and suffered numerous injuries. After he became a Warlock Emperor, although no legend of his defeat was passed down, but according to the historical records, he was severely injured several times. Spiritsingers are bloodline warlocks artificially manufactured by the second Warlock dynasty's taboo lord by using some blood essence found in a relic of Moonlight Sonata. The early Spiritsingers also possessed some of the power of the Archgod Moonlight Sonata, and their singing could raise the soul force of infinity warlocks. After the passage of time, the bloodline of Spiritsingers has become thinner and thinner, to the point that it is already incredible that the singing of modern Spiritsingers can make the spirit force of people increase. The number of people with Spiritsinger bloodline in the Great Cloud Dynasty is great, but few can awaken the power of the bloodline. Morong Yuling is a level 3 bloodline warlock who has awakened Spiritsinger bloodline. With the power of Spiritsinger, she has swept the Cloud Province and gained countless fans. She has even many Moonlight Warlock and Glorious Sun Warlock rank fans. Lan Chusha is a student in an advanced Warlock school in the Cloud capital. The Great Cloud Dynasty has popularized Warlock education and has founded elementary, intermediate, and advanced Warlock schools. Elementary Warlock schools teach a variety of basic bodies of knowledge and how to promote to an apprentice Warlock. Intermediate Warlock schools teach knowledge that enables apprentice Warlocks to advance to official Warlocks. Advanced Warlock schools teach knowledge and spells for level 1 Warlocks to promote to Great Warlocks. Ordinary people who aren't talented enough to enter the major Warlock groups promote step by step in accordance with this model, and then join the Imperial Court after graduation. Via merit points, they get more advanced secret methods and resources. Within the Great Cloud Dynasty, magic stones can be mass-produced through some peculiar extraordinary plants. As such, magic stones in the Great Cloud Dynasty are rather inexpensive, so many people can buy them for cultivation. If their soul aptitude is higher than level 2, then basically anyone can practice cultivation until the level 1 Warlock rank. When Yang Feng joined the Battle Demon sect, he has skipped countless cumbersome steps, and has reached the current Moonlight Warlock realm. If he hasn't joined the Battle Demon sect, then he would be studying in an advanced Warlock school at this time. He would have to compete with the geniuses of advanced Warlock schools for a slot in the Imperial Court. Time flew by as they chatted, and the Cloud Capital appeared before everyone's eyes. Yang Feng glanced at the Cloud Capital and praised, "That's the Cloud Capital. How splendid!" The Cloud Capital city wall is a towering city wall 1,000 meters tall engraved with countless seals. Atop the city wall, there are numerous 9-story tall Warlock towers. Apart from the Warlock towers, there is a statue every 100 meters atop the city wall. The statues are of dragons, fiends, and other formidable extraordinary life forms. In the center of the Cloud Capital, 36 dragon-shaped clouds hold a city in the air. The city in the city suspended in the clouds is the Great Cloud Dynasty Center, the Cloud Aerial Royal City. The Cloud Capital is divided into 5 zones. The first is the Transcendent Zone, where only Moonlight Warlock rank experts and above and the Great Cloud Dynasty's central officials, as well as their family members, can reside. The Transcendent Zone is located near the Cloud Aerial Royal City. The second zone is the Noble Zone. Only the aristocrats may live in that area. The third is the Wealthy Zone, although anyone can purchase property in that area, but the number of magic stones required is astronomical and is directly calculated in magic crystals. People who aren't rich simply can't afford to live there. The fourth is the Commoner Zone. My family lives near the St. Blue Advanced Warlock Academy. Mr. Xiaofan, come and visit me when you have time. By the way, Mr. Xiaofan, where do you live? Lan Chusha smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and asked. Yang Feng smiled. I live in the White Oak Villa district in the Wealthy Zone. As a quasi-Moonlight Warlock, although Xiaofan's net worth was far lower than that of true Moonlight Warlocks, and he could not live in the Noble Zone, but buying a small villa in the Wealthy Zone isn't a problem. Updated from freeobnul.com. Lan Chusha's pretty eyes flashed with excitement, and she said in a lovely voice, the White Oak Villa district, A villa there costs at least 10,000 magic crystals. Mr. Zhao Fan, can I visit you sometime? Yang Feng spoke with a smile. Of course. You are welcome to visit me at any time. After a while, the huge flying boat stopped at the boatyard outside the cloud capital. When they entered the cloud capital, Yang Feng and the two girls each went their merry way. Yang Feng entered the White Oak Villa district with Zhao Fan's identity and started his life as Zhao Fan. Yang Feng left some tracks outside the cloud capital in order to create the false impression that he came from another place, and tried to test whether the people behind the scenes would risk exposure and attack him near the cloud capital. A month later, Yang Feng stepped into the cloud capital with his original identity and directly entered the Transcendent Zone and the Call to Service Hall. The Call to Service Hall is an institution of the Great Cloud Dynasty specially in charge of receiving those who have been recruited by the Great Cloud Dynasty but have no assigned duties. As someone summoned by the Emperor's imperial edict, no one dared to make things difficult for Yang Feng. Soon all procedures were completed, and he moved into the Call to Service Hall. Yang Feng. A voice sounded in the Call to Service Hall, and Yang Feng turned around and saw Zhang Langwen and a young man coming his way. Zhang Lang said with a forthright smile, Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is my friend Li Yang. Li Yang, this is my friend Yang Feng, the person who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the West World in the Time Sky City. Li Yang uttered with a friendly smile, Hello, Yang Feng. Yang Feng also uttered with a smile, Hello, Li Yang. Zhang Lang chuckled. Let's go to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace together. The girls there are very good. As long as you have enough magic crystals, you can even enjoy beautiful Moonlight Warlock rank girls. Yang Feng responded after a moment of thought. Moonlight Warlock rank girls, you say? Are they captives from other planes? Moonlight Warlock rank experts are transcendents, and every one of them can establish a sect in the Great Cloud Dynasty. No matter which force they go to, they will attract offers of recruitment. It is impossible for them to become prostitutes. Zhang Lang said, Yes, they are captives from other planes. The Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace belongs to the 8 great families, the Zhang family. Other plane experts who have been suppressed by the Zhang family are sent to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace. The Zhang family is one of the 3 major slave traders in the Great Cloud Dynasty. If you want to buy or sell slaves, go to the Zhang family. The Great Cloud Dynasty banned the enslavement of its citizens and the citizens of states who formally signed an international agreement with the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, people from other planes are not covered by the legal protection of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Therefore, the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace can openly use slaves from other planes to service people. When Yang Feng's group of 3 came to the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace, they asked for a luxurious private room and ordered fine food. After they took their seats, Zhang Lang asked, Yang Feng, which department are you planning to enter? Yang Feng answered, I'm not too clear about the Cloud Capital's affairs. The Imperial Court is divided into the civilian and military branches. Moonlight Warlocks who have been summoned generally enter the military branch. In the military branch, there are the Royal Guards, City Guards, Field Forces, Frontier Troops, and Regional Troops. The Great Cloud Dynasty currently isn't in conflict with any external forces. As such, if you join the military branch, you'll be idle. It will be very difficult to make contributions and obtain resources. Apart from those, there is still the Demon Hunting Division, the Demon Suppression Division, the Barbarian Suppression Division, and the other Plane Development Division. The Demon Hunting Division is responsible for suppressing freaks and wicked warlock groups in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division is responsible for subduing the Demon Realm and other similar places. The Barbarian Suppression Division is fighting against barbarians who worship barbarian gods. The other Plane Development Division goes to other planes to suppress the local aboriginals and develop their territory for the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Great Cloud Dynasty is very rich in resources. But to get resources, you must use merit points in exchange. These 4 divisions are currently the most dangerous divisions of the Great Cloud Dynasty. But it is there that you can obtain a large amount of merit points in the shortest time. Yang Feng, which division are you going to join? Let's join one together so that we can take care of one another. Zhang Lang said. 1. Zhang Lang, he's a bright moon school disciple. He should be the Moonlight Warlock who gave Yang Feng a hand in the Fuso subcontinent by killing some Moonlight Warlocks. Chapter 562, Trap. Chapter 562, Trap. Translator, Xayamoj. Yang Feng considered carefully. The Demon Hunting Division specializes in suppressing evil warlock groups of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The evil warlock groups native to the Great Cloud Dynasty are deeply hidden and very powerful, and the most powerful among them even have infinity warlocks. Yang Feng has a lot of enemies in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After thinking for a while, he discarded the idea to join the Demon Hunting Division. The Demon Subduing Division goes to dangerous places like the Demonic Realm. When he went to the Demonic Realm before, Yang Feng has used his huge mechanical legion to gain a tremendous amount of merit points. But that kind of thing can't be repeated. After all, the freaks in the Demonic Realm aren't stupid. If Yang Feng uses the mechanical legion to clear up the freaks in the Demonic Realm repeatedly, the Bright World Warlock rank freaks won't stand idly by. The Barbarian Suppression Division resided in a place called the Barbaric Realm southeast of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Barbaric Realm is said to be the place where the 7th Warlock Dynasty's Magic Note Lord and a Warlock Emperor rank being have fought. The natural laws in the Barbaric Realm were shattered by the Magic Note Lord and the Unknown Being. With its natural laws broken, the Barbarian Realm is a natural magic ban domain. Elemental Warlocks are particularly vulnerable there. Except for the first spell, many spells of human Warlock cannot be conjured in the Barren Realm, let alone large area of effect meteorological spells. Barbarians are humanoids with human and barbarian giant blood who live in the Barren Realm. They are natural body-tempering warlocks. Adult barbarians possess level 3 body-tempering warlock rank strength. Barbarians believe in barbarian moonlight warlock rank existences which they call barbarian gods. In the barbarian realm, barbarian gods have amazing combat power, far exceeding ordinary human warlocks. Even infinity warlocks have died in the barbarian realm. Yang Feng weighed again and finally chose not to enter the Barbarian Suppression Division. The power source of his battle robots is high-energy crystals inside them, not the energy of heaven and earth, and so they can display 100% of their fighting strength in the Barbarian Realm. However, there are many Barbarian God rank experts in the Barbarian Realm, and many human warlocks of the Barbarian Suppression Division die there each year. It's not a place suitable for farming merit points. The other Plane Development Division is a department that is specifically responsible for attacking and capturing different planes. There are restrictions on the rank of experts that many other planes can accommodate. Yang Feng is leaning towards this department. Yang Feng said, "Other Plane Development Division. We can choose another plane to develop and earn merits." Zhang Lang chuckled, "Haha, I think so too. Most of the aboriginals of other planes are stupid. Even suppressed by the world origin, we can still crush them." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Lang spoke, "Come in." A succubus with short purple hair and a sexy figure dressed in black leather exuding an alluring charm, a dragon girl with horns exuding dragon might, and an elf exuding a natural and youthful aura walked into the room. When the 3 beautiful women entered the room, they said with cheerful smiles, "I am Ali, Sana, Annie. Greetings, sirs." Yang Feng's eyes lit up a little when he saw the 3 beautiful women enter the room. The 3 of them each have their own charm. They have extraordinary temperament and are only slightly inferior to stunning beauties like Carolina and Cheyenne. Besides, these 3 beauties are at the Starry Sky Warlock rank, which adds to their charm. Starry Sky Warlocks aren't uncommon in the Great Cloud Dynasty, although their status is far inferior to that of Moonlight Warlocks. However, Starry Sky Warlocks are experts who can proclaim themselves hegemons of an area. Those who can practice cultivation until the Starry Sky Warlock rank are geniuses among human warlocks. The feeling of intimacy with Starry Sky Warlock rank girls is very different from that of ordinary human girls. Zhang Lang's gaze fell on the succubus, and he said carelessly, "Yang Feng, these 3 beauties are ranked top 3 in the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace. If I wasn't a Moonlight Warlock, it would be impossible to have them accompany us. Choose one first." Knowing that Zhang Lang is a womanizer, Yang Feng just smiled and chose the dragon girl Sana. Overjoyed, Jiang Lang took the beautiful succubus Ali into his arms. The beautiful elf Annie went to Li Yang. Yang Feng asked, "Aren't there supposed to be moonlight warlock rank girls in the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace? Why don't you call them to accompany us?" Jiang Lang replied regretfully, "There are only 2 moonlight warlock rank girls in the Myriad Flowers Immortal Jade Palace, and they cost 1 million magic crystals a day. I can't afford such beauties. An average human who, unlike Yang Feng, hasn't implanted a plane seed inside them will have to spend more than 100,000 magic crystal to reach the Junior Starry Sky Warlock rank. 1 million magic crystals isn't a small number for a moonlight warlock like Jiang Lang, although he can fork out this sum. But he feels that it isn't worth to spend so many magic crystals just to lay with a moonlight warlock rank girl." While enjoying the intoxicating girls and delicious food, Yang Feng and the other 2 talked about this and that and became more intimate with one another. Yang Feng found that Jiang Lang's friend Li Yang has wide-ranging knowledge and has his own unique insights on cultivation. He has traveled many places. As the 3 were chatting, and the door suddenly burst open, countless pieces of wood spattered, and an unruly, domineering boy about 16 or 17 years old stepped into the room. 5 other boys wearing gorgeous warlock gowns followed behind the boy. At a glance, you could tell that the boys come from extraordinary backgrounds. The boys were guarded by 8 great warlocks. The unruly and overbearing-looking boy opened his eyes wide, pointed at Yang Feng's group of 3, and cursed, "You sons of bitches, you dare mess with my woman? Are you sick of living? Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and cut off your member and throw you into the palace as eunuchs. Ha ha! To touch my woman. Do you want to die? If these 3 lose their member, it'll make for a fine spectacle." The 5 boys wearing gorgeous warlock gowns showed cruel smiles. Yang Feng frowned, feeling that something was off. Suddenly, Li Yang transmitted his voice. "That boy is the 308th prince. He's unruly, overbearing, and ruthless. His mother's family is the 8 great families, the Shinto family. Every year, many people die in his hands. He is both stupid and vicious. If he wasn't the son of His Majesty, he would have died many times over already. Someone is scheming against us. The average lifespan of emperors of the Great Cloud Dynasty is more than 1,000 years. Coupled with a 3,000-strong harem, the number of princes and princesses they bear is great. You bunch of ants, screw off." Jiang Lang's eyes flashed fiercely, and he bellowed. He erupted with a moonlight warlock rank life force field that covered the 308th prince along with the other boys. The 308th prince and the other arrogant boys were all playboys who reached the level 1 warlock rank by consuming elixirs. Enveloped by the moonlight warlock rank life force field, they were immediately forced to kneel on the ground, shivering. Suddenly, the 308th prince trembled, spat out a mouthful of black blood, bulged his eyes, and died. Murdered. His Highness was murdered. The 3 girls in the arms of Yang Feng and the other 2 screamed in horror. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. Without compassion for the fairer sex, he slapped the dragon girl, and a violent force exploded and blasted her into countless fragments in an instant. Jiang Lang drew his sword and chopped out. Sword rays flickered and chopped the succubus along with the other people in the room into countless pieces. Li Yang pointed with his finger, and wind blades sliced the elf beside him into numerous pieces in a flash. Yang Feng waved his hand, and 7-color skyfire suddenly appeared, rolled out towards the bloody remains in the room, and burned them to ashes. Queer marks shot out from the corpses and barreled towards Yang Feng in order to brand him. 7-color skyfire burned the weird marks to ashes shortly after. Frigid killing intent shimmered in Yang Feng's eyes, and he spoke chilly. "We have fallen into a trap. The other side is bound to strike with the speed of a clap of thunder. Let's flee. If we stay here any longer, we'll die. The crime of murdering a prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty, even a battle demon sect genius like Yang Feng cannot shoulder it. Once arrested, he is sure to die. Although the battle demon sect has tremendous power in the imperial court, but the cloud capital is the domain of the royal family. The battle demon sect has just a few high officials here, and it is impossible to exonerate Yang Feng and them." The other 2 nodded. Without further ado, the three turned into streams of light and flew towards the outside. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. To kill His Highness the 308th Prince in the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. What gall? Turn yourselves in. Or do you want to implicate your families and friends? A bellow rose in the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace, and 6 moonlight warlocks, 3 men and 3 women, suddenly flew out of the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. 2 men and 2 women blocked in front of Yang Feng, while the other man and woman blocked in front of Zhang Lang and Liang respectively. The defensive arrays in the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace began to activate, and magic shields suddenly appeared and covered the Myriad Flowers' immortal Jade Palace. Chapter 563, Carving Out a Bloody Path. Chapter 563, Carving Out a Bloody Path. Translator, Zayamoj. Yang Feng's face was cold. With a thought, the white battle demon armor enveloped him instantly. At the same time, he pressed the magic cube in his hand, and the ruler armor covered his body. A handsome middle-aged man with a refined temperament watched Yang Feng and said coldly, "Yang Feng, give up resistance at once. Otherwise, not only will you die, but you will also implicate the battle demon sect. Anyone who stands in my way shall die." Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he extracted world force from the world ring and poured it into the level 7 secret treasure lightning all. Violent lightning flickered and turned into a torrent of lightning that swept towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. He silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and countless seals formed a shield in midair. In a flash, the violent torrent of lightning pierced through the shield, stabbed into the middle-aged man, and turned his body into ashes inch by inch. "No, don't!" The Moonlight Warlock issued a scream filled with endless regret, and then his head, which was the only thing that remained of him at this point, also turned into ashes. "You killed Zhang Lai. Die, you bastard!" Eyes shot with blood, a beautiful Moonlight Warlock roared and pointed at Yang Feng with the level 6 secret treasure scepter in her hand. Black like ink, capable of attacking the soul, the Scarlet Soul Wind suddenly emerged and swept towards Yang Feng. The Scarlet Soul Wind is a queer wind from the netherworld. No matter how strong they are, but if they don't practice a special secret method, then even Moonlight Warlocks will be seriously wounded or even killed by the Discarnate Soul Wind. When blown by the Discarnate Soul Wind, even Glorious Sun Warlock rank experts who don't cultivate special soul secret methods will be rendered immobile, and then will be besieged. In this case, I'll let you meet your companion so that your journey to the netherworld goes more smoothly. There's no need to thank me. Without retreating, Yang Feng blurred into motion and plunged into the Discarnate Soul Wind. Whirlpools suddenly emerged around him, swallowed the Discarnate Soul Wind, and conveyed it into the small world inside him. Countless devourers flew out abruptly, pounced on the Discarnate Soul Wind, and devoured it completely. Yang Feng instantly appeared in front of the beautiful woman and slammed a Primal Chaos Annihilation fist into her, and the force of Primal Chaos and Annihilation erupted and poured into her. "How can this be? How can you ignore the Discarnate Soul Wind? Impossible!" A look of incredulity on her face, the beautiful warlock screamed, and her body collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust. Only the Moonlight Core remained. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Feng killed the female warlock. A spear cutting through the void like a shooting star appeared behind him. Another warlock changed into a frost giant 100 meters tall, clenched his fists, and punched out. Boundless ice force gushed out in an instant and turned into a world of ice and snow that swept towards Yang Feng. Smiling coldly, Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation. His figure blurred, and he stepped into another dimension. Although it seems that he is still in this world, but in fact, he is no longer in this space. There was ripple in space, and the female warlock wielding the spear strangely teleported in front of the frost giant's fist. "No! Somebody save her!" The frost giant screamed and tried to stop, but his huge fist still hit the female warlock, who had a look of horror in her eyes. The violent freezing air instantly entered and froze the beautiful warlock into an ice sculpture, and then a violent force surged and shuddered her into ice debris. FRYOUBnovel.com. You degenerate. You killed your beloved with your own hands. How reprehensible. Let me send you on your way. Yang Feng barked, cast blink, appeared on the head of the frost giant, and barreled his fist towards the other party's head. I'm sorry, little May. I'm sorry. The frost giant originally wanted to resist, but after hearing Yang Feng's words, his face twisted into despair, and he gave up resistance. Yang Feng blew the other side's head into pieces and took the moonlight core. After Yang Feng killed the frost giant, a spatial undulation enveloped him, and he appeared behind the moonlight warlock who engaged with Zhang Lang. Next, he pointed with a finger, and 9 revolutions divine wind suddenly durst out and shredded his lower body. Then, he extended his hand, and numerous seals shot out from his hand and stabbed into the head of the moonlight warlock and sealed it. Yang Feng tossed the head into an empty dimensional badge. As long as the moonlight warlocks haven't cast a spell to disrupt the space, Yang Feng can use the law of space to engage in incredible fighting. The face of the last moonlight warlock fell, and she retreated briskly and shouted, I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'm not part of the Jiang family. I was recruited. Spare me. I'll let you set up a soul restriction. Just don't kill me. Yang Feng pointed with a finger. Suddenly, the true God Emperorian seal flew out, and black seal chains shot out and stabbed directly towards the female warlock. Don't resist, otherwise you will die. There was a look of struggle in the female warlock's beautiful eyes, but then she finally sighed and gave up resistance, allowing the seal chains stab into her and entangle her soul. Li Yang's eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam. So strong! In such a short period of time, he killed 4 moonlight warlocks. No wonder he's a peerless genius who suppressed 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City. Li Yang's origin is extraordinary, and ordinary moonlight warlocks are not his match. But if he was besieged by 4 moonlight warlocks, he could only choose to escape. In such a short period of time, Yang Feng slayed 4 moonlight warlocks, which is simply too shocking. Break! Zhang Lang looked at the magic barriers covering the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace and roared. An array of sword chi 100 meters long soared into the sky and sliced the barriers open. Yang Feng's group of 3 turned into streams of light and flew out of the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace. Visit FRYOUBnovel.com for the best novel reading experience. To frame us, the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace doesn't deserve to exist. Li Yang glanced at the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace, and killing intent streaked past his eyes. He took out a spherical secret treasure and threw it towards the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace. When the spherical secret treasure fell on the ground, it burst open and turned into raging flames that filled the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace. In the wake of the flames, everything turned to ashes. Blood-curdling screams rose in the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace. To commit murder in the cloud capital, presumptuous. Outside the myriad flowers' immortal jade palace, 100 warlocks dressed in white demon hunting division warlock gowns appeared, each of which exuded starry sky warlock rank aura or above. The 10 people heading the group are moonlight warlocks. Such a force can even suppress a glorious sun warlock. Demon hunter division. Sure enough, there are layers to this plot to kill us. Since this is the case, then go to hell. Mechanical legion summon. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and the space around him rippled, and 200,000 battle robots hidden inside his small world suddenly flew out and rushed towards the 100 demon hunting division warlocks. A dense rain of light shot towards the 100 demon hunting division warlocks, and magic shields appeared around the warlocks. Countless rays of light shattered the magic shields of 3 starry sky warlocks and devoured them. Numerous starry sky rippers erupted with Mach 10 speed, plunged into the midst of the demon hunting division warlocks, and fought frantically. Almost instantly, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he disappeared from the battlefield. Zhang Lang blurred into motion and fled towards the north. Li Yang crushed into the wall of an ordinary home and cast a spell to escape elsewhere. Under the siege of the 200,000 battle robot, the demon hunting division experts died one after another. The 10 Moonlight Warlocks were also entangled by the siege of battle robots, unable to get away and pursue Yang Feng. In a dark alley, a handsome middle-aged man with white hair walked unhurriedly with his hands behind his back. An advanced glorious Sun Warlock rank fluctuations of power slowly spread from him. Yang Feng, you're really something else. No wonder you're a peerless genius who defeated 10 supreme geniuses of the Western world in the Time Sky City in one stroke. If I didn't come in person, then you'd be able to escape. Do you surrender, or do you want me to take action? You're going to die if I have to take action. Chapter 564, Escape. Chapter 564, Escape. Translator, Xayamoj. Glorious Sun Warlock. You're a bureau chief of the Demon Hunting Division. Who set us up? What do they want to do? Even if we are to die, you should at least tell us the reason behind this farce. A shadow twisted and formed into Yang Feng's true body. He stared at the unfamiliar glorious Sun Warlock warily and asked coldly. The Demon Hunting Division has 1 division chief, 4 deputy division chiefs, 36 bureau chiefs, and 72 deputy bureau chiefs. The division chief is an Infinity Warlock, the 4 deputy division chiefs are Bright World Warlocks, the 36 bureau chiefs are Glorious Sun Warlocks, and the 72 deputy bureau chiefs are Moonlight Warlocks. In terms of strength alone, the Demon Hunting Division is equally matched with the Battle Demon Sect. Fearsome advanced Glorious Sun Warlock rank might spread from the Demon Hunting Division bureau chief, and he took a step forward and answered calmly. No one has set you up. You murdered His Highness. If you don't surrender at once, then you will die here today. This is Cloud Capital, not even Infinity Warlocks can escape from here. Surrender. Before his words have fallen, the Demon Hunting Division bureau chief suddenly waved his hand, and a level 7 secret treasure lock god chains shot towards Yang Feng. The level 7 secret treasure lock god chains is a standard secret treasure provided to the Demon Hunting Division bureau chiefs. Although it cannot compare to some special level 7 secret treasures in terms of power, but it still surpasses level 6 secret treasures by far. Many Glorious Sun Warlock rank freaks have been suppressed by the Demon Suppression Division, thrown into the dark prison, and turned into test subjects for taboo research, and they all loathe the lock god chains. The Great Cloud Dynasty clearly states that no one is allowed to use citizens for research purposes. However, slaves captured in other planes and evil warlocks deprived of all human rights are an exemption. The dark prison is a place that many evil warlocks fear. Once they are apprehended and thrown into the dark prison, life will be a constant torment. If they refuse to be hunting dogs of the Great Cloud Dynasty, they will be reduced to test subjects. Yang Feng suddenly retreated briskly, slammed into a house next to him, and plunged inside. Suddenly, a moonlight core along with a portion of the ruler armor shot out from the ruler armor, turned into a robot exuding Yang Feng's aura, and rushed towards the lock god chains. This content is taken from freowebnovel.com. Numerous chains stabbed into the robot at once, and countless seals rose on the robot's body and sealed the moonlight core, making the robot unable to move. The Demon Hunting Division bureau chief exclaimed in admiration, "What a wonderful golem! It carries your soul aura, and can even deceive the lock god chains. Amazing! Unfortunately, no matter how you struggle, there's no use. Even the Moonlight 7 stars cannot escape from me." The Demon Hunting Division bureau chief is called Dong Rue, and he comes from humble origins. Starting with elementary warlock school, he overcame numerous hurdles and joined the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division. After hunting countless freaks and obtaining a large amount of resources, he finally advanced to the Glorious Sun Warlock realm. freeobnovel.com. Against ordinary junior Glorious Sun Warlocks, Dong Rue only needs to strike once with the lock god chains to suppress and seal them. Yang Feng, however, was able to escape once, which he couldn't help but praise. Shit! Suddenly, Dong Rue's countenance changed greatly. He could feel a fearsome fluctuation of power and spatial fluctuation come from the house, and he blurred into motion and rushed into the house. The moment before Dong Rue entered the house, Yang Feng disappeared in a top-grade warp gate. The moment Yang Feng entered the top-grade warp gate, it activated the self-destruction sequence. In an instant, Dazzling light and boundless heat along with debris blasted toward Dong Rui. A powerful life force field appeared around Dong Rui and blocked the explosion that could seriously injure ordinary moonlight warlocks. Do you think you can escape from me this way? You're too naive. Dong Rui's eyes flashed with anger, and he waved his hand, and an exquisite astral gate suddenly flew out and landed on the ground. The astral gate radiated light, and a whirlpool appeared in its center. Dong Rui stabbed his hand into the astral gate. In the astral boundary, a hand suddenly extended from the void. The hand opened, and an eye appeared in the center of the palm. The eye turned, looked towards the depth of the astral boundary, and locked on the plane Yang Feng has escaped to. Found you! An eerie voice sounded next to Yang Feng, and a strange feeling of being watched arose in his heart. He felt like the surrounding temperature has lowered. The next moment, the exquisite astral gate exploded, and tremendous backlash force erupted and cut off Dong Rui's hand. The hand was left behind in the astral boundary. To open a gate that leads to the astral boundary isn't easy. You must spend a great amount of resources to build a true astral gate. That simple astral gate that Dong Rui has used was a secret treasure specially crafted by the Demon Hunting Division to track down and lock the position of enemies who fled into the astral boundary. It cannot be operated for a long time. Dong Rui frowned and uttered slowly. An unknown world. He fled to an unknown world. To be able to escape to another plane from the cloud capital, what treasure was that? Warp gates is the crystallization of Shizu technology. Once activated, they can enable people to easily cross great distances and even teleport to other planes. Warp gates are much more outstanding than the Zhangji plane's planar passageways that lead to other places. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. When Yang Feng was operating in the cloud capital as Xuanhuan, he secretly set up several places with warp gates in order to use them to save his life at a critical moment. Dong Rui had a thought, and his eyes shimmered with greed. The coordinates of an unknown world. Do I report them, or keep them for myself? Despite being of humble origins, Dong Rui gradually promoted to an advanced glorious sun warlock. He has to look for resources himself. As such, he knows the pain of practicing cultivation without resources. He wouldn't have been able to practice cultivation until the glorious sun warlock realm were it not for the treasures he has acquired after killing evil warlocks. If you take out the coordinates of an unknown world, you can sell them for a sky-high price. If you conquer and gain full control of that world, then even if it is just a grade 9 plane, it will still have tremendous value. Dong Rui, is it settled? A bland voice sounded in Dong Rui's ears. Startled, Dong Rui immediately broke out in cold sweat and responded respectfully. Deputy Division Chief Lu. Yang Feng used some unknown secret treasure to escape to another plane of unknown coordinates. Here are the coordinates of the plane. Lu Xuanhuan is one of the 4 Deputy Division Chiefs of the Demon Hunting Division, a bright world warlock rank expert. He is cruel and merciless, and the number of evil warlocks that died at his hands is astronomical. Even many people from the Demon Hunting Division have disappeared when on a mission with him. Of the people who climb to a high position in the Demon Hunting Division, no one is kind-hearted, as those people would have died early on in confrontations with evil warlocks. When Dong Rui saw Lu Xuanhuan come in person, he didn't dare to conceal anything, and immediately reported everything. He didn't even dare to hide the coordinates of the other plane for fear of becoming a sacrificial lamb on some mission. What secret treasure did he use? There was a ripple in space next to Dong Rui, and a handsome boy dressed in casual clothes came out and said full of dignity, "The secret treasure has already exploded, and only these remains are left." Dong Rui spread the fingers of his hand, and a pile of debris left from the top-grade warp gate appeared in his hand. Dong Rui originally wanted to study the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate himself. If he could restore it successfully, it would be a life-saving secret far superior to countless other secret treasures. But when Lu Xuanhuan appeared, he could only offer the latter the remains without any fuss. Advanced reconstruction. Lu Xuanhuan chanted an incantation and pointed at the wreckage of the top-grade warp gate, and blue light shrouded the wreckage. The wreckage suddenly turned back into the top-grade warp gate. Dong Rui praised promptly, Deputy Division Chief Liu, you are a man of remarkable abilities. To be able to cultivate advanced reconstruction to this degree is amazing. To reach the top, children of humble origins have to invest more than 100 times the effort than children from large families or sections. They not only must practice cultivation, but also refine their people's skills. Dong Rui has paid a price unimaginable to ordinary people to become one of the 36 bureau chiefs of the demon hunting division. It looks impressive but is useless. After all, advanced reconstruction is not the time text's time reversal. Lu Xuanhuan sighed faintly and waved his hand, and the top-grade warp gate collapsed into debris immediately. The Time Lord's most powerful secret method was time reversal. No matter how badly he was injured, he could use time reversal to go back in time and return to his peak state. It was thanks to this most formidable secret method that he proclaimed himself a hegemon in the Archgod era. Of course, when it comes to attacks of Warlock Emperor rank experts, then even with time reversal you still can't achieve full immunity. Injuries involving laws, even the Time Lord had a hard time curing them. However, during a fight, time reversal is certainly a heaven-defying spell. No one else except for the Time Lord has ever cultivated this spell successfully. Chapter 565, Andrak Plane. Chapter 565, Andrak Plane. Translator, Xayamoj. When the Time Lord used time reversal, then even when seriously injured by an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, he could reverse the flow of time and completely restore himself. Of course, the further he went back in time, the more power time reversal consumed. Even the Time Lord could return to a state of 10 minutes ago at most when faced against Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Lu Xuanzhen's advanced reversal can restore the remains of a level 4 secret treasure at most. It has little effect on the top-grade warp gate, only able to restore its shell. Lu Xuanzhen said indifferently, Yang Feng has great potential. Dong Rui, I want you to bring back his soul core at all cost. Dong Rui felt a chill in his heart, and responded respectfully, Yes, Deputy Division Chief Liu. I will take my men to the plane and bring back Yang Feng's soul core. Lu Xuanzhen nodded his head, and then his figure blurred, and he disappeared. After Lu Xuanzhen disappeared, Dong Rui's expression turned gloomy, and a gleam of resentment streaked past his eyes. Frubuvel.cm. As someone who climbed up from the very bottom, Dong Rui strove to avoid disasters. Yang Feng not only is the most remarkable genius of the Battle Demon sect, but also possesses heaven-defying treasures like the top-grade warp gate and knows the coordinates of an unknown plane. He doesn't want to provoke such a peerless genius. When dealing with Yang Feng, Dong Rui only used the capture-type secret treasure lock god chains. He didn't use his strongest defensive secret treasure because he didn't want to kill the other party. Now Lu Xuanzhen is forcing him to go to the other plane to kill Yang Feng, which left Dong Rui resentful. If it was up to him, he wouldn't take on such a task. The Andrak plane inside an underground secret chamber. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and pointed with his finger, and the true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out, and numerous black rune chains shot out from the imprint and pierced into him. A fuzzy and distorted shadow was ripped out from Yang Feng's body by the rune chains and sucked into the true God Empyrean imprint. As soon as the shadow was removed, Yang Feng felt his body relax, and the feeling of being spied on disappeared. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless devourers were released from the small world. The devourers pounced at him and looked for curses. Warlock's secret methods are mysteries and ever-changing. Although Yang Feng has grasped the time text, the transcendent text, and the taboo text, but he doesn't dare to be careless. The three great texts is profound and mysterious. When cultivated to the pinnacle, they will exhibit unparalleled might. However, it is also true that some of the secret methods recorded in the three great texts are less refined than those of the modern era. After all, many modern secret methods were created after countless geniuses carefully studied the 8 great texts and carried out their own research. The dense swarm of devourers covered Yang Feng's body. Suddenly, an attractive force erupted on the side of his abdomen, and transparent light was absorbed and digested. Yang Feng immediately felt elated, and the ineffable sense of danger disappeared. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. The demon hunting division is really scary. If I wasn't cautious enough, I might not be able to escape from that underhanded bureau chief. With the transcendent text as the base coupled with the battle demon sex data and Shizu technology, the true god Empyrean imprint Yang Feng created still wasn't able to eliminate all the spells Dong Rui has cast on him, which illustrates how troublesome of an opponent Dong Rui is. When all the curses inside him were cleared, Yang Feng immediately left the cave. But before leaving, he used a spell to erase his aura and all traces. Is this plain suppression? If I don't use the power of the small world, I can exert Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank power at most. Yang Feng was riding a leopard he has tamed. As he headed for the Narcissus Federation, he silently sensed the changes in his body. Apart from the 36 primary material planes, the plane origin will of many planes will suppress foreigners whose strength surpasses the Starry Sky Warlock rank. Take the Infernal World as example. If a Warlock Monarch rank expert enters the Infernal World, they will stand no chance against any one of the 9 Infinity Warlock rank Devil Grand Dukes. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Other Plane Development Division is a department specialized in suppressing rebellions in other planes and attacking other planes. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty's Warlocks are extremely powerful, but they frequently suffer setbacks in low-grade planes. They cannot exert their full strength due to the suppression of the plane origin will. The limit of power this plane can bear is at the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. After a while, I can still recover my Moonlight Warlock rank power. In the 8 Warlock Dynasties era, the Zhangji plane has conquered countless planes. Human warlocks have detailed records on how to conduct wars on other planes. There are several methods to break the suppression of a plane origin will. The first is to defeat the plane origin will with absolute power. Severely injured, the origin plane will no longer be able to interfere with human warlocks. The second is to mask your soul aura with a secret treasure and disguise yourself as a native of the plane and dupe the plane origin will. The third is to separate a part of your soul, throw it into the plane, and merge it with an infant. This is equivalent to being reborn as a native, and you will no longer receive the suppression of the plane origin will. The fourth is to find the plane origin will and use a spell to seal part of the plane origin will in your body. This is equivalent to becoming a native of the plane and will lift the restriction on your power. Of course, the Andrak plane is a grade 6 plane, and the limit of power that it can accommodate is at the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. If a Bright World Warlock lifts the restriction of their power inside the Andrak plane, they will be rejected by the plane and expelled. Even if an aboriginal of the Andrak plane breaks through to the Bright World Warlock realm, they will be rejected by the plane all the same. Wearing a plane origin will scanner that looks like a string of wooden beads on his wrist, Yang Feng scanned the Andrak plane and began to analyze the plane origin will. Nano-robots of blasphemy in his clothes began to operate, and distorted and configured his soul aura until it was identical to that of an aboriginal of the Andrak plane. Countless data flowed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he quietly read the information given to him by Katrina. In the Andrak plane there are 7 gods, the goddess of ice, the god of fire, the god of war, the god of death, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder. The 7 gods are in control of the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom, the Ice Blue State, the Narcissus Federation, the Gut Tamar Kingdom, the Scarlet Flame State, the Glun State, and the Norton State. Of the 7 gods, the goddess of love, the god of justice, and the god of murder are human gods, while the goddess of love and the god of justice are allies. The god of murder is a neutral god. Consequently, the Narcissus Federation and the Bramble Sparrow Kingdom are allies. When Katrina infiltrated this world, she joined the Narcissus Federation. She runs a huge force in the Narcissus Federation. On the way, Yang Feng suddenly turned his head and looked to the left. He saw 7 tall and sturdy freaks that looked like devils with bare upper body and a black scimitar in their hand fighting 30-plus humans far away. There was a flash of curiosity in Yang Feng's eyes, and he observed carefully, "Are those the Gut Tamar Kingdom's Death Warriors?" The Gut Tamar Kingdom's Death Warriors don't understand magic. The black scimitars they wield are queer. Once a scimitar breaks the skin, black gas will enter the human's body and erode them completely, turning them into a black corpse. The more than 30 human experts are shrouded in green light similar to Qi and Warlock life force that strengthens their physique. The humans can barely fight the 7 Death Warriors. Yang Feng glanced at the weapons in the hands of the Death Warriors, and his eyes brightened and flickered with excitement. Law of death. Those weapons have a trace of the law of death. No, it's not the law of death, but death force. Yang Feng's god clone in the Feisuo plane has control over the law of shadows and the law of massacre, and he covets the law of death and the law of war. The grade and potential of the law of death is far greater than those of the law of shadows. If Yang Feng kills the god of death of this plane and seizes the god of death's godhead, then his god clone in the Feisuo plane will quickly promote to a weak divine force rank god. Yang Feng glanced at the more than 30 human experts and shook his head. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method is too lacking in terms of combat. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method is the secret method that the goddess of love cultivated in her early days. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method can enable people to practice cultivation until the demigod realm, and is divided into 15 levels. The 30-plus humans have cultivated this to the 9th level at most, and are not the opponents of the Death Warriors. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. With a thought, the life force inside Yang Feng turned, and he cultivated the first level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method in one breath of time. At the same time, he walked towards the Death Warriors. Every time Yang Feng took a step, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method broke through by a level, and by the time he took the 12th step, he cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method to the 12th level, which was equivalent to the pinnacle Great Warlock realm. Yang Feng waved his hand, and ribbons made of green light suddenly shot towards a Death Warrior. Shortly after the ribbons swept the Death Warriors, it stabbed itself with the scimitar in its right hand, and death force poured into it and turned it into a pile of dust. Chapter 566, Inquisition. Chapter 566, Inquisition. Translator, Zayamoj. Green ribbons swept the Death Warriors, and then the Death Warriors stabbed themselves with the scimitar in their hand. Black gas poured into the Death Warriors and corroded them into piles of ashes. The 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, coupled with Yang Feng's battle experience, isn't something that the Death Warriors can contend against. A burly man with blonde hair came to Yang Feng and uttered with gratitude, "Hello, I am Beta. Thank you for saving us. Our master invites you for a meeting." The remaining 20-plus guards also looked at Yang Feng with gratitude. Yang Feng smiled and walked towards a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses with extraordinary life-form bloodline. When he boarded the bright luxurious carriage the size of an RV, Yang Feng saw a handsome blonde boy with fair skin sitting in the carriage. There is a pair of beautiful twin girls kneel sitting next to the handsome boy, looking at the boy with affection in their eyes. No matter the handsome boy or the beautiful twin girls, there is an extraordinary temperament and charm about them. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light. What a beautiful boy! The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method is indeed a first-rate secret method to enhance looks. In terms of combat, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method can be described as mediocre. However, those who cultivate the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method become more and more good-looking. The handsome boy asked in an aloof, cold tone, "Who are you?" Yang Feng frowned slightly, and then answered crudely, "I am Ol." The face of one of the twin girls flickered, and she shouted sternly, "What gall? Before you is the 6th successor of the Narcissus family, young Master Bardini. To talk to the young master in such a rude tone. Are you sick of living, you commoner? Narcissus family?" There was a flash of contemplation in Yang Feng's eyes. The goddess of love originated from the Narcissus family. After the goddess of love ascended to godhood 10,000 years ago, the Narcissus family was left in charge to run the Narcissus Federation. As the 6th successor of the Narcissus family, pride has seeped deep into Bardini's bones. The other twin barked, "Kneel and apologize to young Master Bardini at once." Bardini watched Yang Feng with a look of pride on his face. In his eyes, except for the aristocracy, the rest are not worthy of his attention. Even though he was rescued by Yang Feng, but he takes it for granted. Yang Feng smiled mischievously, glared, and operated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, and Great Warlock rank might permeated the carriage. The beautiful twins are ordinary humans. Under the terrifying Great Warlock rank might, their pretty face paled and their petite body shivered suddenly, and a gleam of fear streaked past their eyes. Legend. You are a legend rank powerhouse. Bardini's eyes brightened, and his attitude became cordial at once. Your Excellency, please forgive me for my lack of manners. In the Narcissus Federation, there are less than 20 legend rank experts, and each one of them is a backbone of the Federation. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. In the Narcissus family, there are only 3 legend rank guards. As for demigod rank powerhouses, there is only one in the entire Narcissus Federation. Even if it is Bardini, but he has to take legend rank powerhouses seriously, not daring to anger them at will. Although he has a very high status, but if a legend rank powerhouse wants to kill him, it'll be as easy as killing a chicken. And even if a legend rank expert does kill him, but as long as they hide in the God of Death's Glun state or another race state, the Narcissus Federation will be helpless to do anything about them. Bardini is just the 6th successor. If he wants to be the first successor, the support of a legend rank powerhouse is absolutely vital. Yang Feng spoke with a forthright smile. Recently, other states' monsters have been very active in the Narcissus Federation. I plan to join the Inquisition to tear those monsters into pieces, and then become part of the Inquisition's Big 3. When Bardini heard that, his complexion changed dramatically, and he became even more respectful. But he didn't dare to continue to pursue a close relationship with Yang Feng. The Inquisition is the most notorious organization in the Church of the Goddess of Love. Every year, the Inquisition burns not a small number of heretics at the stake. The infamous name of the Inquisition can make children cry. Under Katrina's secret instigation, the relationship of the Ice Blue State, the Scarlet Flame State, and the Norton State with the Narcissus Federation has become increasingly antagonistic, and many experts of the 3 states have sneaked into the Narcissus Federation, setting off billows. The Church of the Goddess of Love fought countless battles with the experts of the 3 states, and even lost 3 legend rank powerhouses in the process. Many experts of the Inquisition have also died. Under these circumstances, Yang Feng will definitely be put in an important position when he joins the Inquisition. But the Inquisition's Big 3 are cutthroats among cutthroats. If Bardini is too close to Yang Feng and gets implicated, it will be troublesome. The Holy Fairy City is the capital of the Narcissus Federation. It was in the Holy Fairy City that the Goddess of Love has ascended to godhood and become a true god. 3,000 years ago, the Goddess of Love has established her own divine country and stabilized her position and rule. Although the Goddess of Love is only a feeble divine force rank god, but within her divine country, even weak divine force rank gods will be suppressed. Before she had a divine country, the Goddess of Love may still die in one-on-one fight against a weak divine force rank god. But now, as long as she doesn't leave her divine country, she is invincible in the Andrak plane. In this world, humans are so good-looking. Or is this the effect of the green flower immortal spirit method? When he entered the Holy Fairy City, Yang Feng looked around and found out that most of the humans here are very good-looking. The old character Yang Feng has changed into is tall and handsome. But in the Holy Fairy City, he looks ordinary. While admiring the scenery, Yang Feng made a beeline for the Inquisition. The Inquisition of the Church of the Goddess of Love is located in a relatively remote place west of the Holy Fairy City. The Inquisition is notorious, and the land around it is barren as no merchant dares to open shop there. Recently, the Inquisition has fought countless times with experts of the 3 states, and has incurred many casualties. Therefore, it is now publicly recruiting experts of the Narcissus Federation. Although the Inquisition has a notorious reputation, but it offers very good treatment. Additionally, after joining the Inquisition, you can get judicial immunity. This recruitment has attracted countless experts from the Narcissus Federation. As soon as Yang Feng arrived at the recruitment site, he saw more than 1,000 experts waiting to be screened. 5th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. Next, a handsome Inquisition expert with a wicked aura looked indifferently at the experts present and said flatly. One after another, experts coming from all over of the Narcissus Federation operated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method, and green light lit up. Within the Narcissus Federation, the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method is the most powerful method. The first 10 levels are very easy to cultivate, and can help people practice cultivation until the Junior Great Warlock rank. As for the last 5 levels, They are controlled by the Narcissus Federation. Only by joining the Inquisition or serving the aristocrats can you obtain them. Originally, there were other secret methods in the Narcissus Federation, but most of them were incomplete and could not be cultivated until the Great Warlock realm. Moreover, the green flower immortal spirit method can be obtained everywhere. This is why few people in the Narcissus Federation practice other secret methods. A girl with several sword scars on her face, a sexy body, a grim expression, and shot hair came forward and released bright green light of the 9th level. The eyes of the Inquisition expert showed emotion. 9th level of the green flower immortal spirit method. Not bad. What's your name? The short-haired girl replied grimly. I am Rayleigh. To reach the 9th level, that's impressive. So young. She must be really talented. The eyes of many experts shimmered with envy and jealousy. Most of the people present only practiced the green flower immortal spirit method to the 4th or 5th level, which is equivalent to the level 2 Warlock rank. The 9th level represents a pinnacle level 3 Warlock rank powerhouse. Even within the Inquisition, they are experts. The Inquisition expert said indifferently. Next, Yang Feng took a step forward, and radiant green light of the 10th level burst out from his body. Legend. A legend rank powerhouse. This is a legend rank powerhouse. A commotion erupted, and everyone looked at Yang Feng with excitement and shock in their eyes. There are fewer than 20 legend rank powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation, and each one of them is a bigwig whom ordinary people cannot meet easily. Now that a legend rank powerhouse appeared next to them, it naturally caused a huge sensation. 1 Vervi. Chapter 567 Siege. Chapter 567 Siege. Translator. Xuanhuan. The Inquisition expert was also moved. Legend rank powerhouse. Although there are countless experts in the Inquisition, but the number of legend rank powerhouses doesn't exceed 5 people. For such a powerhouse to want to join the Inquisition, it left the Inquisition expert somewhat at a loss of what to do. Legend rank powerhouses are first-rate powerhouses in the Narcissus Federation. For legend rank powerhouses to join the Inquisition, only the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love or the Inquisition's Big Three can negotiate with them. Besides, this is the first time that a legend rank powerhouse took the initiative to join the Inquisition. I am Canis. What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? A tall, blonde, handsome man wearing a black gown has appeared at some point in time. He walked over unhurriedly, stared at Yang Feng with a peculiar gleam in his eyes, and chuckled. The complexion of the Inquisition expert changed greatly, and he bowed and uttered respectfully, Greetings, Lord Magistrate. As if he hasn't heard anything, Canis's gaze full of curiosity fell on Yang Feng. A crude expression on his face. Licking his lips, Yang Feng acted the part of a boorish legend rank expert. My name is Ol. I've been cultivating bitterly in the Boron Mountain for 30 years before I reached the 10th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. I heard that by joining the Inquisition I can act tyrannically, and can get the later volumes of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method as well as cultivation resources. So here I am. I may not be good at much, but I'm pretty good at killing. Yang Feng is aware that the Demon Hunting Division has already locked on this plane. Sparing no cost, the forces in the Great Cloud Dynasty who want to kill him will send countless experts to after him. By joining the Inquisition, Yang Feng can use the Inquisition's network to collect the resources he needed. At the same time, he'll wait for an opportunity to use the Andrak Plains forces to strike at his pursuers. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks are really formidable. Just the Demon Hunting Division alone is enough to quell all resistance of the Andrak Plain. However, in the Andrak Plain, the Zhangji Plains human warlocks will be suppressed. Even Infinity Warlocks will be suppressed to the Glorious Sun Warlock rank. In this plane, even if an Infinity Warlock comes, Yang Feng will dare to attack them. But Warlock's secret methods are queer. In order to prevent others from seeing through him, Yang Feng can only disguise himself as a coarse, greedy, and lustful character. Canis's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he spoke with a smile of appreciation. Ol, the Inquisition needs people like you. As long as you work for the Inquisition, you can get virtually everything you want. I just received a big mission, and now you all are my subordinates. As long as you perform well, women, money, and power will all be yours. Canis tossed a thin secret book flying towards Yang Feng. This is the 11th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method. Yang Feng took the secret book, revealed a look of excitement, and uttered, "Thank you, sir." In the square, more than 1,000 experts watched the secret book in Yang Feng's hand with envy in their eyes. Their heads filled with the glory and riches promised by Canis. The experts were quickly put under his command. Yang Feng and Rayleigh were both given a position. A few days later, in front of a vast aristocratic manor, Canis glanced at the aristocratic manor and ordered coldly, "Kill everyone inside. You are free to loot the things inside as you wish." The eyes of the more than 1,000 cutthroats turned red at once, and they revealed looks of excitement and rushed towards the aristocratic manor. As soon as the cutthroats broke into the manor, they killed anyone they saw. Before long, the manor was bathed in blood. Mixed in with the cutthroats, Yang Feng's face was expressionless. He scanned the area with his soul force immigrating spirit force and grasped the situation of the entire estate. Above the ground, the majority of people are ordinary humans. Below the ground, there are more than 300 other race soldiers hiding. The Inquisition's black dogs. Damn it, those black dogs are here. After the 1,000-odd cutthroats rushed into the manor, bellows and the sounds of fighting resounded. Ice Blue State soldiers with long silver hair and sparkling and limpid body, Glun State soldiers that resembled humans enveloped in raging flames, and Norton State soldiers about 2 meters tall with the head of a wolf and the body of a human rushed out from the manor and engaged with the Narcissus Federation's cutthroats. Arad Lattice T Chapter RS at freeobnovel.com only. The goddess of ice is an ice fairy made of pure ice elemental particles. Ice fairies are descendants of icy extraordinary life forms and humans. The god of fire is a magma giant, and his people are magma life forms with and without human bloodline. The god of war is a Moyindu wolf, and his people are descendants of Moyindu wolves and humans. The Zhangji Plains human warlocks have suppressed countless planes and warped the plains' aesthetics. Many extraordinary life forms take human form, copulate with humans, and give birth to many strange species. On an individual basis, these other race warriors are a notch stronger than human soldiers. However, these other race soldiers are divided into 3 uncoordinated groups that don't trust each other. Therefore, the human soldiers are beating them back. "Canis, you dare to come and cause me trouble. You shall die today." An arrogant voice resounded in the manor, and a 3-meter-tall man with the outward appearance not too different from that of a human covered in flame runes, bathed in flames, stepped out slowly. When the man appeared, flames flickered, and 10+ humans beside him turned into fireballs and issued miserable screams. The man exuded pinnacle legend rank aura. "Canis, surrender or die." A Moyindu wolf with a wolf head and a human body appeared behind Canis and blocked his path of retreat. "Canis, the Inquisition has abandoned you. Join us, and you can live." Accompanied by bright laughter, a beautiful woman with silver hair, porcelain skin, and a white rune on the forehead came out of the shadows and blocked behind Canis. Canis narrowed his eyes. A chill surged in his heart, and he said coldly, "Buguni Charudi Kafina, who sold me out?" Canis's raid on the mansion was a secret. Prior to this, all information was completely blocked by him. No one knew about his whereabouts except for a few high-level officials in the Inquisition. The information he got from the Inquisition stated that there was only an expert who has just entered the legend rank in the manor. But there turned out to be 3 legend rank experts, which is obviously problematic. The 3 legend rank experts around Canis are each a bit stronger than him. With the 3 joining forces, his path of escape is almost completely sealed. Despite how arrogant he is, he still can't help but despair. A terrifying aura erupted from a shadow, and a dazzling sword ray slashed towards the Moyindu wolf Charudi. Caught off guard, the Moyindu wolf Charudi was sliced in 2 at the waist. The Green Flower Immortal Spirit Method's green ribbons suddenly stabbed at the lava giant Buguni. Runes appeared on the green ribbons and suppressed the flame shield around Buguni, and sealed the fire force inside him. Buguni's face fell. He operated his innate ability, and violent flames erupted instantly, turning him into a huge man of fire. Under Yang Feng's exquisite control, the green ribbons suddenly combined into one, pierced through the flames, and stabbed Buguni 10 centimeters below his heart. A green rune suddenly formed, and Buguni felt like something has severed the power inside him, and trembled slightly. Enveloped by fire force, the green rune crumbled gradually. But suddenly, a dazzling sword ray severed Buguni's head, and blood splashed. Yang Feng stepped out of the shadows and glanced at Kafina, and then blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards her. Yang Feng operated the green flower immortal spirit method, and green ribbons shot out from his hand and stabbed towards Kafina from different angles like vipers. Kafina's face flickered, and she erupted with ice force and changed into an ice storm that swept towards the green ribbons. Swept by the violent ice storm, numerous green ribbons were frozen in ice. At the same time, Yang Feng was also frozen in ice. "Haha, sweetie, I'm here." A hearty laughter sounded behind Kafina, and a fist slammed into her abdomen. Suddenly, numerous green ribbons shot out, entangled and stabbed Kafina, and sealed her power. Chapter 568, Kafina. Chapter 568, Kafina. Translator, Xayamoj. Canis stared at Yang Feng's back, a look of shock in his eyes. This guy is so strong and ferocious. Canis has practiced the green flower immortal spirit method to the 12th level already, yet he might not be Kafina's opponent. However, Yang Feng, who has reached the 10th level of the green flower immortal spirit method, has defeated Buguni, Cheruti, and Kafina. Canis was stupefied, unable to believe his eyes. Hugging Kafina, who has her power sealed, Yang Feng laughed wildly and planted a deep kiss on her lips. "Haha, sweetie, starting today, you are my woman." Ashamed and angered, Kafina bit Yang Feng's tongue. Green light shone, and Kafina felt pain from her teeth. Blood trickled down her chin and dropped on the ground. Yang Feng smiled boorishly. "You're a feisty one. I like it." With his good acting skills, Yang Feng really looked like a boorish fellow. A feeling of powerlessness surged inside her, and Kafina shed tears, filled with grievance. The three of them were supposed to besiege and eliminate Canis, one of the Inquisition's big three. But then Yang Feng appeared, killed Buguni and Cheruti, and even captured her. Of course she felt wronged. Seeing Yang Feng acting so frivolously with the captive, Canis was a little speechless, but after taking a deep look at Kafina, a gleam of greed streaked past his eyes. Kafina is a legend rank expert of the Ice Blue State. She is extremely powerful and beautiful, and is said to have the bloodline of the goddess of ice. With her astonishing origins and amazing beauty, this legend rank girl has tempted Canis, one of the Inquisition's big three who has had hundreds of women. "Oh, this Kafina is from another race." Canis has just walked over and said a few words, when he felt a ferocious killing intent rise from Yang Feng. He saw that Yang Feng, who has been smiling just a moment ago, has become expressionless, and a pair of eyes filled with frigid killing intent glared at him as if the eyes of a beast eyeing its prey. Canis immediately altered his speech. "This Kafina is from another race. Now that she has become your woman, you must restrain her. If she offends the Inquisition's judge, I won't be able to help you." In the Inquisition, there is a total of 3 bigwigs called the Big Three. They are the magistrate, the warden, and the judge. Among the Big Three, the judge has the highest status and greatest authority. Yang Feng restrained his killing intent and said carelessly, "I got it." There was a flash of anger in Canis' eyes, but his face remained calm. Each legend rank powerhouse has bad temper, and he is well aware of this. However, he is one of the Inquisition's big three, yet Yang Feng, his subordinate, has slighted him just like that. It naturally made him angry, and the gratitude he felt for Yang Feng saving him disappeared without a trace. However, Yang Feng did defeat 3 legend rank powerhouses, and so Canis was afraid that Yang Feng would fall out with him and kill him. Legend rank experts like Yang Feng, who have no concerns in the world, are the most dreadful opponents. After killing someone, they can just slip away and go to another state. If they don't strive for progress, a legend rank expert can live comfortably anywhere. Without the suppression of the 3 legend rank experts, the 300-plus other race soldiers in the manor were wiped out by the more than 1,000 human soldiers recruited by Canis. But in the process, more than 100 human soldiers have died and more than 200 sustained injuries. After this baptism of blood, the cutthroats coming from all over the Narcissus Federation became more valiant. When they returned to the Inquisition, they were rewarded according to their merit. Because he killed 2 legend rank experts, Yang Feng was directly promoted to commander. At the same time, the news that he captured a legend rank ice fairy spread widely in the Inquisition, which aroused the jealousy of many people. In a luxurious villa, Yang Feng, reclining on a sofa, was flipping through the exchange catalog, freeobnovel.com. With an unearthly temperament, the ice fairy Kafina, wearing a collar and a black and white lace-made costume, sat in Yang Feng's embrace and served him, all the while gnashing her teeth. Yang Feng put his hand into Kafina's clothes and mused, "With my current merit points, I can only exchange for 10 grams of Bumhagra stone at most. That's far from enough to promote the stronghold to level 3. I don't have the time to patiently amass merit points. If it wasn't for the threat coming from the Demon Hunting Division and the other Plane Development Division, Yang Feng would just steadily accumulate merit points and then exchange them for Bumhagra stone. Although this approach is slow, but it is safer. Abominable fiend. I will never give in." Kafina's pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes surged with humiliation, and her lovely body trembled. She clenched her white teeth gloomily and said in her heart. Yang Feng muttered for a while, and then made up his mind. "It looks like I have to start the backup plan." Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the door was knocked open, and a tall, handsome man wearing a black Inquisition costume strode in. 12 experts dressed in Inquisition costumes walked in after the man in black and stopped behind him. The man in black took a look at Kafina, and his eyes flashed with amazement, and then he yelled at Yang Feng, "I am Rant, or, although you captured the ice fairy, but she is the spoils of war of the Inquisition. Hand her over, or I will arrest you on charges of embezzlement." The source of this content is freeobnovel.com. Yang Feng glanced at Rant and his party, and his eyes shimmered with contempt. He sneered, "Arrest me? With just you?" The 12 Inquisition experts watched Yang Feng with fear in their eyes. As an expert who killed 2 legend rank powerhouses, Yang Feng isn't someone they can contend against. Rant's face fell, and he said frigidly, unafraid, "This is an order of Lord Judge. You want to disobey an order of Lord Judge and be labeled as a heretic." Hearing those words, the 12 Inquisition experts regained some confidence and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Among the Inquisition's big 3, the judge is the #1 bigwig. He is the one in charge of the Inquisition, and what he says goes. Even legend rank powerhouses have died at his hands. Yang Feng showed a cold smile. "This is an order of the judge? The judge dares to give such an order? From today on, he is no longer be the judge. I am the new judge." When Rant heard that, his face changed dramatically. Fear welled up inside him, and he barked, "How brazen! Do you want to betray the Inquisition? Die!" A green ribbon sliced off Rant's head, and a copious amount of blood splashed on the ground. Seeing this scene, the 12 Inquisition experts inhaled a breath of cold air and shivered. They realized that there is going to be great event today. The judge is a disguised heretic. Today I am going to kill that heretic. Will you follow me? Or will you die here as heretics? You only have 3 seconds to decide. Legend rank might spread from Yang Feng, and as if a fierce beast that has awoken, he stared coldly at the 12 experts and spoke flatly. The 12 experts broke out in cold sweat from their back. Caught between 2 legend rank experts, they didn't know whom to choose. If they chose the judge, then they'll die here and now. If they chose Yang Feng, then if Yang Feng loses, they and even their family will be labeled as heretics and burned alive. "Oh, I will never conspire with a heretic," an Inquisition expert roared, and then green light shot out and beheaded him. Overflowing with killing intent, Yang Feng stated chilly, "It seems that you heretics are stubborn. So per the rules of the Inquisition, I have no choice but kill you first, and then send your heretic family to reunite with you in the netherworld. An expert knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I, Bol, want to follow you and fight heretics. Lord Ol, I am willing to dedicate everything to you. Another Inquisition expert also knelt on the ground and said respectfully, I, Thrall, am also willing to follow you and fight heretics. Lord or... The rest still hesitated, a look of struggle in their eyes. Bright green light flickered, and the remaining 9 Inquisition experts were chopped into pieces. Seeing this scene, Bol and Thrall were both frightened and elated. If they were any slower, they would be lying on the ground in pieces right now. Ol, do you want to betray the Inquisition? Yang Feng and his party have just walked out of the villa, when a tall, handsome, fierce-looking legend rank powerhouse called Alak along with more than 100 experts blocked in front of Yang Feng and uttered with a fierce smile. Alak is a confidant of the judge, and has tyrannical strength. He has previously killed 2 legend rank powerhouses. In the Inquisition, he is second only to the big 3. Yang Feng sneered, Alak, you heretic, surrender now, and you may still live. Otherwise, after I catch you, I will burn you at the stake. Chapter 569 Eliminating the Judge. Chapter 569 Eliminating the Judge. Translator, Xaymoch. Alak was angered by what he heard. As the one who has been always threatening others, he was filled with killing intent and ire now that someone threatened him. A fierce gleam in his eyes, Alak uttered coldly, Ol, once I catch you, I'll make sure to give you a taste of all the punishments at the disposal of the Inquisition. Alak's words haven't fallen yet, when Yang Feng blurred into motion and appeared in front of the former. Green ribbons suddenly formed into a spear that stabbed at Alak. Alak's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He surged with green radiance, and his physical constitution strengthened greatly. Yang Feng punched out, dazzling green light formed a rune, and Alak was blasted away, and then fell on the ground. Protect, sir. Kill the traitor. An Inquisition expert roared. With a flash of green light, the expert turned into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. A dozen plus of Alak's trusted aides radiated green light and lunged at Yang Feng. But as soon as they moved, green light flashed, and they exploded into pieces. Scared witless, the other Inquisition experts shivered, not daring to move. Yang Feng took a step forward and stepped on Alak's head. Looking at Alak in disdain as if he was an insect, he said coldly, Alak, die or become my dog, Xuanhuan. If you continue to be loyal to that heretic judge, then I will kill you here and now. With that, Yang Feng released force from his foot and stamped Alak's head into the ground, and blood sprayed about. No, I don't want to die. In pain, overwhelmed by the fear of death, Alak trembled and shouted at the top of his lungs, filled with humiliation, Woof! Apart from the brainwashed fanatics of the church, most of the Inquisition experts are ruffians recruited from all over the Narcissus Federation. Alak is a legend rank expert who was enticed by the promise of glory, wealth, and cultivation resources, and was recruited by the Inquisition. Now faced with the threat of death, Alak can only humiliate himself and become Yang Feng's dog. Seeing this scene, the Inquisition experts felt a chill in their heart. As ruffians who came from all over the Narcissus Federation, the Inquisition experts are extremely vicious. But seeing Yang Feng, who is 10 times more vicious than them, fear surged inside them. Alak climbed up slowly. His face is filled with lacerations, making him look sinister. His eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and endless malice swiveled in his heart. Alak looked up at Yang Feng, who had an enigmatic smile on his face, thought of the crushing defeat just now, and felt a chill in his heart. With his keen intuition, he could clearly feel that he will die if he acts without thinking. His mind revolved lightning fast, and then Alak knelt on one knee before Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. I, Alak, am willing to serve you, sir. Yang Feng said flatly, Take your men and follow me. Kill anyone who resists. Alak responded deferentially, Yes, sir. Alak turned around, swept the dozens of Inquisition experts with his cold gaze, and said with a fierce smile, You all saw what happened. Follow us to fight the heretic judge, and you'll live. Otherwise, you'll die. 23 experts hesitated before shouting, I am willing to follow you and fight the heretic, sir. If you don't answer to, then go to hell. Alak's eyes flashed fiercely, and he took out a great sword engraved with runes and rushed into the midst of the Inquisition experts unwilling to surrender. As is a wolf who has lunged at a flock of sheep, Alak's sword flashed and claimed the lives of the experts. The Inquisition experts resisted desperately, but no one could block Alak's sword. After a dozen breaths of time, the remaining experts were killed to a man. Alak is the number 4 expert in the Inquisition. Yang Feng glanced at Alak, hugged Kafina, and strode towards the depths of the Inquisition. Suddenly, the sounds fighting rang again. Arad latest chapters at freewebnovel.com only. In the deepest place of the Inquisition, there is an imposing and magnificent palace 100 meters tall. In the palace, a man dressed in a black gown who looked like the ruler of darkness sat on the throne. This man is the number 1 bigwig of the Inquisition, the judge. The screams ringing outside the palace were getting closer and close, and finally arrived before the palace. Hugging Kafina with one hand, Yang Feng stepped into the palace. freewebnovel.com. Behind Yang Feng, there are more than 100 Inquisition experts headed by Alak, all bathed in blood. Their eyes are shot with blood and radiate crazed killing intent. Alak, to betray me, how brave of you! The judge glanced at Alak indifferently, and a fearsome aura enveloped Alak. Suddenly, Alak trembled, dread flickered in his eyes, and he took several steps back unconsciously. The judge is the number 1 expert in the Inquisition, and experts infinitesimally close to the demigod rank. Reportedly, he already possesses demigod rank strength. In the face of the judge, Alak didn't even have the heart to resist, trembling continuously. If not for the fact that Yang Feng was also unfathomable, he might have already stabbed him in the back. A large number of experts rushed in from both sides of the hall and glared at Yang Feng and his team. Among them, there are even 2 legend rank experts. Whether in terms of numbers or strength, Yang Feng and his team are at a disadvantage. Yang Feng tossed Kafina in aside, and radiated dazzling green light of the 12th level. The 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method? The judge's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sneered and released black brilliance. Countless distorted faces appeared in the black brilliance and issued silent howls. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. The 12th level of a mutated Green Flower Immortal Spirit method. The judge was unable to cultivate the 13th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method and reach the demigod realm. So he took another path and used the souls and resentment of countless convicts to merge them into the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, which led to this strange state. His might now exceeds the power of the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method by far. The judge looked coldly at Yang Feng and company, took out a black crown of bones engraved with numerous seals, and put it on. Black gas poured into the judge from the crown of bones and pushed his strength to the junior demigod realm. Alak's face changed greatly, his body trembled, and his eyes flashed with fear. Demigod! This is demigod rank power! Demigod rank power! Yang Feng frowned slightly, countless runes streaked past in his eyes, and the green radiance emanating from him changed into that of the 13th level. While using the aliasol, Yang Feng could not use World Force. Since this is the case, then only a demigod can contend against another demigod. Alak was stupefied, unable to believe his eyes. Demigod! He has promoted to a demigod. Kafina's pretty eyes radiated astonishment, and she exclaimed, Demigod! How is it possible? He has previously cultivated the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method to the 10th level, so how did he suddenly reach the 13th level? Demigod! How can this be? The judge was stunned when he saw this. Eyes shot with blood, body trembling, he almost fell into madness. In the Narcissus Federation, there is just one demigod standing guard. The judge has been working hard for many years, yet he has been trapped in the 12th level of the Green Flower Immortal Spirit method, unable to advance by an inch. Only by relying on a treasure can he display demigod rank power for a short period of time. Yet Yang Feng easily broke into the demigod realm in front of his eyes, making the judge's outlook on life seem to collapse. Yang Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of the judge like a ghost. Taking advantage of the moment when the judge was in a state of shock, Yang Feng punched him in the abdomen. With a blare, the aloof judge was blasted away, and then hit a wall at once. Numerous green radiances shone on the judge's abdomen and sealed his power completely. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a green ribbon took the demigod-grade crown of evil spirit from the judge. He sat on the judge's throne, looked grimly at the surrounding experts, and said with a cold smile, "From today on, I am the new judge. Come forward if you disagree." Silence reigned in the palace, and many of the experts could not believe their eyes. Seeing the judge, who was a virtually invincible figure in their eyes, being suppressed by Yang Feng shocked them to the extreme. Neither willing to yield to Yang Feng, nor wanting to die, they fell into a state of silence. Chapter 570 Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Chapter 570 Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love. Translator, Xuanhuan. Her Holiness the Pope is here. A voice sounded outside the hall, and a tall, beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament wearing a crown and a set of clothing inlaid with brightly shining jewelry stepped into the hall. "Greetings, Your Holiness." In the hall, the Inquisition's experts bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. The position of Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love has been held by mesmerizing women with extraordinary temperament throughout the ages. Two legend-rank experts guarded in front of the Pope and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Frigid killing intent surged from all over and locked on Yang Feng. As long as the Pope gave the order, all the experts present will attack Yang Feng with reckless abandon. "It's over." Alak looked at the surrounding experts with despair in his eyes. The eyes of the more than 100 experts behind Alak also flickered with despair. The Pope can use demigod armaments and display demigod-rank battle prowess, and coupled with the Inquisition's countless experts working together, even a demigod-rank expert can be suppressed. Yang Feng got up from the throne, and the green light around him disappeared at once. He came to before the Pope, bowed deeply, and uttered, "Greetings, Your Holiness. The judge has gone against the law and colluded with heretics. The evidence is conclusive. For the sake of the church, I, stepped in to set things right and eliminated the judge. I ask that you forgive me, Your Holiness." When the Inquisition experts heard Yang Feng spit lies as if they were truths, they revealed angry looks and glared at Yang Feng. The Pope spoke lightly, "Colluding with heretics, the judge's crimes cannot be forgiven. By disposing of the rebel, you rendered an outstanding contribution. I now declare you the new judge." Dumbstruck, the experts in the hall could not believe their ears. A strange feeling surged in the hearts of some people from the Inquisition's upper echelon, and they looked at the Pope. Next, they lowered their head, and coldness welled up inside them. Although the Inquisition is part of the Church of the Goddess of Love, but the judge was extremely powerful and ran the Inquisition by himself. For the Church to mobilize the Inquisition, it was often necessary to compromise with the judge. As soon as the judge died, his murderer Yang Feng was appointed as the new judge. This development left the Inquisition's experts who have soaked in conspiracies and machinations feel a chill inside them. Alak immediately greeted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Sir Judge." "Greetings, Sir Judge." Voices echoed in the hall as virtually all Inquisition experts greeted Yang Feng respectfully. As a demigod-rank expert and with the Pope's support, Yang Feng's appointment as the Inquisition's judge is perfectly legitimate. No matter how unwilling the former judge's die-hard followers are, but they can only watch in despair as Yang Feng assumes the position of judge. At night, in a luxurious villa in the Inquisition, Yang Feng, sitting on a sofa covered in white tiger hide, carefully looked through the record of treasures and materials stored in the Inquisition. Neil sitting beside him, Kafina served Yang Feng respectfully. He is now the new judge. Besides, he is a demigod-rank powerhouse. She no longer has the intention of resisting him. Yang Feng smiled. As expected of the Inquisition, The amount of Bumhagra stone it has in stock is enough to build 3 level 3 large matter and energy converters. Large matter and energy converter is one of the core technologies of Shizu. In theory, as long as there is sufficient energy, large matter and energy converters can create anything. With a level 3 large matter and energy converter built, Bumhagra stone can be synthesized. Of course, this requires a large amount of energy. Yang Feng secretly built countless nuclear power plants, geothermal power plants, and other power plants in the Turandot subcontinent, the Fuso subcontinent, and the Feisua plain. With these power plants, his energy reserves are vast, and within a short period of time, there is no need to worry about energy. There was a flash of killing intent in Yang Feng's eyes, and he mused, "When people from the Demon Hunting Division and the other Plane Development Division come, I will give them hell." Yang Feng was framed in the Cloud Capital. Were it not for his preparations, he would have been captured or killed by now. With this, the feeling of identifying himself with the Great Cloud Dynasty has completely disappeared. The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. I have the Battle Demon sect behind me. According to reason, even the Tai sect cannot frame me in the Cloud Capital. Yang Feng frowned and kept thinking. But no matter what, he could not think of a force capable of framing a 10 great sects peerless genius in the Cloud Capital. The Tai sect is known as the #1 sect in the Great Cow Dynasty, but not even it can frame a genius of the Battle Demon sect in the Cloud Capital. Yang Feng killed a Moonlight Warlock from the Jiang family and extracted their memories from his severed head. But it didn't bring him much useful information. He just knows that the Jiang family has participated in his frame-up. Yang Feng contemplated carefully and eliminated the forces who don't have what it takes to pull this off, and then a hair-raising behemoth suddenly surfaced. No, there is another force in the Cloud Capital, and that is the royal family, the Great Cloud Dynasty royal family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the most powerful force is the royal family. Unless the 10 great sects and 8 great families join forces, they won't be able to overpower the royal family. On their own, the sects and families aren't a match for the royal family. The Cloud Capital is the center of the Great Cloud Dynasty and is firmly controlled by the royal family. Other forces can infiltrate only a small part of it. Yang Feng frowned and sank into his thoughts. Why does the royal family want to get rid of my? Why do they dare to get rid of me? The Battle Demon sect is a 10 great sects sect, and it is extremely powerful. Numerous experts from the Battle Demon sect are active in various areas of the imperial court. Even the royal family should be somewhat apprehensive of such a powerful force. With Yang Feng's background, no one should attack him lightly. The frame-up orchestrated by the royal family puzzled him. He has a vague feeling that there is a huge storm brewing. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yang Feng said, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and a tall, sensual, and bewitching girl with dazzling gold hair exuding a seductive temperament strode in, a fragrance wafting out from her. The bewitching girl walked up to Yang Feng, lifted Kafina's chin, and uttered with a sweet smile, "Dear, did you capture this little thing? She doesn't look half bad. I'm a little jealous." Bewildered by the temperament of the bewitching girl, Kafina's eyes turned dull, and then her expression changed into that of incredulity, and she spoke in a trembling voice. "You are Her Holiness the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love." Under Kafina's horrified gaze, the Pope smiled, sat in Yang Feng's embrace, looked at Yang Feng lovingly, and said gently, "Dear, I miss you so much." Yang Feng kissed the beautiful face of the Pope, smiled meaningfully, and exclaimed in admiration, "Katrina, you're amazing. To become the Pope of the Church, you're really something else." It is because the Pope of the Church of the Goddess of Love is Katrina that Yang Feng could dispose the judge so unbridledly and take the position of judge for himself. Yang Feng asked, "Do you have complete control of the apologetic?" A church is fundamentally composed of the 3 forces, the papacy, the apologetic, and the Inquisition. At times, when the apologetic or the Inquisition are stronger, they can somewhat contend against the papacy. The former judge was unruly, and fundamentally didn't take the young Pope Katrina seriously. But then Yang Feng stepped in, disposed of the judge, and took advantage of Katrina's support to take control of the Inquisition. If Katrina takes control of the apologetic, Then the entire church of the goddess of love will be controlled by Yang Feng and her. Katrina smiled sweetly. Commander Gray of the Apologetic is a god's darling, although he obeys my orders, but that's only true so long as my orders are reasonable. I have only about 1/10 of the Apologetic under my control. Yang Feng spoke regretfully. That's a pity. Katrina smiled sweetly, saying, Dear, this is just right. The goddess of love pays the church attention from time to time. If the church is completely under my control, she may pass down a divine decree and deprive me of my rights. Unlike the Feisua plane, the Andrak plane only has 7 gods, and there are only 2 more slots to promote to godhood. Although the gods dwell in their divine country, but they still often cast their gaze on the secular world, and even tread the secular world using their true body from time to time. If Katrina takes complete control of the church, then even the goddess of love will be disturbed. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.